Sleepy town settling for the night, where the Owens women live their lives. And it's about time that the back porch light comes on at that house down the street, at that house on Magnolia Street.
Hey, Witchay!
Hi. I'm so excited to do this.
Yeah.
I'm stoked.
Yeah.
I'm like a balloon leaking air.
You're like,
Let me close my door and pull my curtain, and the show shall begin.
yeah, yeah. Did you ever see that Pee Wee Herman movie, the newer one, like the one that he just did like a couple years ago?
I don't think so.
There's like a whole like balloon scene where he just like letting air out of a balloon for like 5 minutes straight, and it's the most obnoxious thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It gets to the point of annoying, and it's like, all right, this isn't even funny anymore. Just knock it off.
Oh man.
How you doing? How you doing today? How's your weekend?
Oh god.
Oh, it's Monday.
What's with the third degree?
It's Monday.
It's full moon Monday. Girl, that TikTok you sent me, I'm doing that. I'm gonna do that after we record.
Do that? Do you want to?
Yeah, we can do that together.
Yeah. It's a full buck moon, which is the July full moon, and it's in Capricorn, right? Capricorn.
That moon, all about that career and getting organized and shooting for the stars.
You know I'm all about that moon. About that moon.
No trouble.
No trouble.
How are you doing?
Good. I feel like I did a lot this weekend, but then I feel like I didn't do much. So I don't know. It's weird.
You were around lots of family, so maybe all the energy made you feel like there's a lot happening.
Yeah, a little bit. And then we're seeing some family tomorrow for the 4th.
You were busy, and you had off today with your husband.
Yeah, and we've been recording. We've been working on some old music. So that's been exciting to finally brush the dust off and get that going.
Good.
So, yeah.
This kind of feels like a fuck around episode. I don't know why. It just doesn't feel, because it's not on our normal day, and we've already recorded the other segments that are going to get pieced together. So this feels like the last day before Christmas break, you know, in school.
Yeah, like we did all the testing is done. We did all the homework is done.
Mm-hmm. We're having the pizza party. Yeah. We're putting on Elf. Yeah. We're turning the lights off.
Putting on Elf. But we're not fucking off because we have a lot of good information to get through. And you guys are hearing this episode. Okay, so I guess we should just start from the beginning. Tell everybody what we're talking about.
No, what are we talking about? What's going on?
We're talking about the Sudbury unaired TV pilot, but we're also talking about the real life Sudbury a little later on.
I didn't know there was a real life Sudbury. I'm sure, I mean, maybe somewhere in the world, but that is in Massachusetts?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was the basis of the unaired TV pilot, which we're going to talk a little bit about today. And we have a special guest a little later on who's going to take us down a little bit of a rabbit hole. But we got a piece of fan mail that I would like to read that kind of sets the stage nicely for the rest of the episode.
Okay.
So this fan mail is from Wade Spellraiser McMorgan, and this was sent to us.
That's a killer name.
Isn't it? Spellraiser. And this was sent to us through our Magnolia Street page's Facebook Messenger, and this was sent to us on May 26th, 2023, so this past May. Now, I just want to mention real quick that Wade says something in his message that confuses me a little bit, but we'll get to that in a minute. But let me just first read you his message. So Wade says, "Hey guys, I'm also a witch and a huge super fan of the movie and the book series, Practical Magic. I'm actually working on my magnum opus on magical herbalism. I just wish I could find a sweet hardback copy of Practical Magic for my personal library. Anyway, I was wondering if you've seen the Sudbury TV show pilot, which was supposed to be the Practical Magic TV show pilot episode that was never picked up. I bought a copy of that DVD in the 2000 aughts. I just wish I knew how to make those potion pearls at the end of Sudbury. LOL. Had the show had been picked up, I can easily imagine Jilly heading off without warning for a bit and having magical adventures without the fam, but always returning home. Your podcast is the new thing I'm listening to as I work on my book."
Nice.
So yeah, that's awesome. So thank you, Wade, for your wonderful email, and much luck to you and your book writing endeavors. Wade actually wrote to us at the perfect time because just 4 days before he sent us that email, I had a major breakthrough in our Sudbury case. So for those of you who aren't familiar with this name, Sudbury, according to IMDb, is the unsold TV pilot based on the 1998 fantasy drama Practical Magic, the movie as we know it, about a family of mostly good witches dealing with troubled men and prejudices, all that stuff. So the Sudbury Pilot, starred Jerry Ryan of Star Trek and Kat Dennings. Also, Sandra Bullock and Denise Denovi actually had signed on as executive producers.
That's nuts.
Isn't
okay.
it? So
That's very close to home.
Right.
Yeah.
So they had their hands in this. So this was legit. So here's where I'm confused about Wade's message, because he said, I bought a copy of that DVD in the 2000 aughts. Yeah.
Get this copy.
And I'm like, where could he have gotten this? Because an unsold TV pilot means that no studios picked this up. So it was never even aired on television, which means that it would have never even gotten to the point of being released on DVD. So I'm curious as to where Wade got that copy.
The dark web.
Yeah.
Well, do
Could
we
you
find out? Because it's been a
imagine?
little while. Like, do we get to find out where David Spellman Baker, our guest, got his copy?
He does end up telling us in that interview.
Okay, intrigue.
He got it from somebody else. So yeah, it's kind of like something on like the hush hush. So
Wade, where'd you get this?
right? Could you imagine if there's like a whole Practical Magic dark web? Like,
Oh my god.
could you imagine if like it included that Akiva Goldsman version that's like just
the lost
the
version?
lost version, like the darker version that he was talking about?
Guys, if you know anything, please tell us.
Apparently that like disappeared into the ether of Hollywood. So also curious about that. But unfortunately, I don't know if we'll ever see that one.
Hey. Full moon and cap. Dream big.
I know. You never know. But I digress. When we started this podcast back in October, I had come across the IMDb page for this Sudbury pilot, and we actually had added this to our list of topics of things to talk about on the show. And when trying to figure out if we had enough content for this podcast, we found another podcast called Canceled Too Soon, who actually did a whole episode on the Sudbury pilot. And we actually reached out to them to ask where they saw it, where could we see it, because there was only a very small clip available to the public that I found on YouTube. And it's that scene where Jerry Ryan plays Jillian in the beginning in the hotel, and Jimmy, who is actually James Hawkins in the Sudbury pilot, not Jimmy Angelov, he's James Hawkins. That's the only clip. It's like a 1 minute long, maybe clip, a couple minutes long. Yeah, very short clip.
But oh, the evanescence.
Right? So needless to say, these guys, this Cancel Too Soon podcast that we reached out to because we wanted to see this for ourselves, they never responded, right? They ghosted us. The case ran cold. There wasn't much to talk about unless we were able to see the pilot for ourselves. So unfortunately, we had to put this very episode that you're listening to right now, we had to put this on the back burner until we could find this pilot somewhere. And that was until May 22nd, again, just 4 days before our message from Wade. So his timing was impeccable. Right? Yeah. So I had gotten a message from an old internet friend with some good news regarding this mysterious TV pilot in question. And I was so excited that I couldn't wait to tell you, Christina, right? I could not wait.
The lead up that this woman has with any goddamn story. You think the lottery is in her hands, you know, but you have a great way of getting me excited. This was super exciting news, but you just dragged that shit out. So I was losing my mind.
I was sitting on the holy grail.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I couldn't wait to tell you. I got news from that one friend who we're going to talk about a little bit more in a little bit, but the Sudbury case had officially been reopened. So I was so excited to just tell you that, because now we could actually talk about it and, you know, possibly watch it. We didn't have it yet at that point when we had this little conversation, which we're about to get into. But by May 25th, just 3 days after I told you the good news, and just 1 day before Wade's message, we actually recorded an interview. And let's call him the keymaster for now, right? Because he's the keeper of thy knowledge of this Sudbury pilot. So until we formally introduce him in the next clip, we'll just refer to him as that. So for those of you guys listening in, at this point that this episode is dropping right now, this is the end of July that you're listening to this. However, piecing this episode together has truly been the long con. Like, this episode was incepted, dropped, picked back up, and eventually done in bits and pieces over an extensive period of time.
Since May. That's
right.
Nuts.
Yeah. But like we wanted to do this episode in October when we've launched the podcast.
Correct. Yeah.
So we've had to kind of like let the stars play out, let the stars align, kind of let all the pieces fall where they may. So now that they finally have, we're so excited to finally be able to bring this episode, this tasty morsel of an episode, to you guys. So we're going to kick this off with that very conversation on May 22nd, where I tell Christina the good news that we have found the Keeper of Thy Sudbury. So stick around, because after that, we will be having a very special interview with today's special guest. So
this feels like very true crime. And then 3 days later, on the 22nd, I called her, you know?
Yeah. It's all about setting the stage and setting its context, right? That's my favorite thing, is just setting the scene, because I love getting people excited, like pulling up their chair, like, oh, what do you got to tell us? Like, what can this be? So, all right, we're going to show you that conversation where I'm telling Christina about finding the Sudbury Pilot and who has this Sudbury Pilot. And then after that, you're going to hear the interview of us interviewing the Keeper of Thy Sudbury Pilot. So take it away, Pixie Dust. Yo, dude, there's a friggin' landscaper outside my window. He's so loud. Can you hear him?
No, because you don't have the fancy technology where you can hear belly grumbles and all that shit.
Not yet. But if I ever do that, that means that you'll hear all the landscapers all around my property, because they don't freaking leave ever.
I don't know what you're small talking here for, lady. You were like, I was almost accosted over at Marco Polo about, I have something to tell you, but I'm not going to tell you. You got to wait, but this has to be recorded. We got to talk.
We have to talk. All right.
Okay, well, what do you think my reaction is going to be?
I just think you will be speechless over how the universe sets everything up. And just, you remember how we were having that conversation, how this podcast has just pulled all the right people into our orbit? Remember that conversation?
Yes.
It's kind of like that, except let me just tell you. Let me just get into it. I'm not going to tell you what episode we're recording right now. Obviously, by the time this comes out, you'll know what we're talking about. But right now, I'm just gonna set the stage. I'm just gonna set it up for you, because this is probably the most exciting headway we've made thus far, I think.
Okay. How far in advance is this happening compared to when you think that episode is going to be out?
Well, for one, okay, so there's another person involved, and we're going to have to interview him, okay? We're going to interview him. We're going to interview him.
Okay.
He's the key. He's the master of the universe. He's the key to the universe. Just listen. It's not Billy Zane. It's not Griffin Dunn, but it's pretty good though. It's pretty good. All right, I'm going to set the stage for you. So, do you remember when I was telling you about that e-magazine that I used to run, Abrazine?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
At the time, this was back in like, I don't know, 2013, 2014, something like that. I had a contributor named David Spellman Baker, okay? Now, David Spellman Baker, he's super into cosplay, super into grimoires, all that stuff. I haven't spoken to this kid in like 7 years, because I haven't done my magazine in 7 years, right?
Right.
But, you know, we've kept in touch here and there over the years, but we really haven't spoken in quite a bit. But he reached out to me today. I made sure it was okay for, me to talk about him and like talk about our conversation on this episode. So this is our conversation. So he reached out. He said, "Hi, love. Hope you're okay. I'm loving your Practical Magic podcast. I'm obsessed." So I'm like, "Oh my God, thank you so much. It's so good to hear from you. I'm excited that you've been listening." And then he said, "I'm sorry I haven't been in contact, really. I can't believe it's been 7 years." He was like, "Oh my God, I love the podcast." He's been listening to it quite a bit. So
cute.
I'm like,
That's
nice.
Really nice.
Yeah, so I was like, nice. Are you going in order? Are you hopping around? Just kind of trying to get a feel for like how much he listened to so far. So he said, I had to listen to the house and the grimoire one first, and then going in order, so I'll hear it again. I've been working on my grimoire replica for years and been redoing it again recently. Also been redoing one of the paintings that was in the house, the Practical Magic house, apparently. It was at least made for the film that resembled both Sandra and Nicole. And he said, I don't know if you know, but remember the blog party I was telling you about on the very first first episode we ever recorded, those blog parties, the Practical Magic on Blogspot, where everybody made a post, and then on that day of the party, everybody would go to each other's quote parties and like comment on each other's posts. Apparently, this was way before my emag was even a thing, way before me and him had established that connection as he would contribute to my magazine. He said, I don't know if you know, but I also did the blog party all that time ago when I had a blog. But he said I deleted the blog. Yeah. So he was like, I deleted the blog because my photos were getting stolen by people and were using them and passing them off as their own. And he said, I completely forgot about the blog party until you mentioned it on that first episode that I guess he listened to.
Oh.
So he said, you might remember seeing mine because I was the only one who did Maria's hanging rope in a chest and whipped cream on my partner's chest. Oh my God.
Ooh, saucy.
Yeah. So he said, I'm such a fan that I got replicas made of the jewelry. I'm planning on doing Sally's Lily of the Valley dress and cardigan fabric and the living room wallpaper. So I'm just like, like my mind is blown right now already. Okay. But this,
That's awesome.
it gets fucking better. It gets better. All right. Listen, so I was like, oh my God, that's awesome. I had no idea that he was a blog party attendee because I was a co-host of that party. So like there were over 200 and something attendees. So I didn't remember. I honestly didn't remember that he was a party goer. From what I remember meeting him through my magazine. And I don't remember who I met him through. Probably another friend or mutual acquaintance or something like that. Somebody must have given me his contact information and was like, here, this person writes about magic or whatever the topic was that I was looking for at the time. But he actually ended up contributing to quite a few of my magazine issues. And, you know, he was one of my most consistent contributors. So I was like, that's really weird that you were part of the blog party before I even did the magazine. And I had no idea who you were back then. So I just thought it was like really cool that we were somehow connected even before my e-magazine through Practical Magic of all things. I just thought that was really freaking weird. So I was like, all right, my blog post is still up, but I think all the photo links are broken because PhotoBucket, which is what I was using at the time to host my photos, it sucks. So all the image links are broken. You can't really see my photos anymore. But in celebration of this episode, maybe I'll repost my actual blog posts and upload all the photos that were on there on the Patreon. If you guys want to check out the Patreon, and maybe I'll put that blog party post up there. And if David lets me, maybe I'll post his too, since he is our guest of honor today, because we will be interviewing him at some point as a result of all this.
David?
So I was like, yeah, I would love to see your photos if you still have them. I would love to see them. I'm sorry, I don't remember your blog post, but I would love to see what you contributed to the party. He said, actually, I might be able to find the photos. I have a feeling that we did connect back then. I'll look for the photos now. And I said, we very may well have. What a moment in time that blog spot was. It was such a time. And then he mentioned it was so good back then. I was on Wiccan Together too, which I forgot all about, which was like a witch's MySpace. And I said, I don't remember Wiccan Together, but I remember the Witch Fox, which remember Daisha was talking about.
We talked about
Fox?
that.
Yeah. Which was also a moment in time. So here's where it gets fucking weird and really interesting. Okay, so I had to go to his Instagram. Okay, I went through his Instagram because I know he's a cosplayer and he meets a lot of celebrities. Okay, so going through, he goes to a lot of conventions, meets a lot of celebrities. He's a super big Charmed fan, Sabrina fan, into all the grimoires of all of these.
His last name is Spellman.
There you go. So I was like, hold up. I had to stalk your Insta real quick to see what you've been up to. And hold the fucking phone. Hold on a second. I'm going to send you something in the chat right now. Are you ready for this? This is going to blow your fucking mind. Here's where it's going to blow your fucking mind, Christina. Okay, look in the chat and click on that link right now and tell me who that is.
Parker.
Huh?
Loading.
Who is it?
Dude. Wait a minute. This person, I was looking through their Instagram because they've met so many fucking people, and I was just looking. I've looked at this person.
Well,
I didn't know you guys were connected. This was like 3 days ago.
Whoa, that's even weirder that it was so recent. But
because they liked one of our pictures, and I think they even, I don't know which picture it was, but then I started looking through too. That's so weird that you fucking know them.
Yeah, I know them.
Billy motherfucking Zane. Billy in this photo.
Billy Zane in the house, everybody.
With
David Spellman Baker has a picture on his Instagram with Billy fucking Zane. And can you do me another favor, Christina? Can you do me another favor? Can you please read aloud the description to this photo? out loud.
Love meeting Billy Zane yesterday that I got to sign a page. I got him to sign a page of the Book of Shadows 2 with a lyric from his song, Everything's Kind of Good. In Charmed, he has a song.
In Charmed, he has a fucking song in Charmed. He played Phoebe's love interest. Billy Zane, I'm pretty sure he was a reoccurring character in Charmed. He played Phoebe's love interest named, was it Blake?
And did you notice in this picture, David is wearing the tiger's eye, Jillian's tiger's eye.
Yes. He has replicas of Jillian's tiger's eye, Jimmy's ring, and then he also said Sally's beaded necklace. He's got replicas of all three.
They either commented on our stuff or left a comment on our YouTube or something. So I clicked on them. I was like, oh, they're holding a Book of Shadows. Let me go check this out. And I was like, holy celebrities. Like, Jesus, he's met everybody. You just so happen to have worked with this person.
But here's like what cracks me up. Like Billy Zane, how many times have we talked about Billy Zane? How many times have we talked about Charmed and not known that he was on freaking Charmed?
I don't know. This is so wild.
He's got a song on Charmed, and I'm pretty sure he's a reoccurring character because somebody on YouTube made an entire montage.
He's met Ben Barnes. Oh my God.
Somebody on YouTube made an entire montage of Phoebe and Billy Zane's character. So he must have been on quite a few episodes. So
that's incredible. They're right? So awesome. David, you're so freaking amazing. That's awesome.
So it gets even more awesome, Christina. It gets even more awesome. Listen to this. Okay, so I could not contain myself when I saw this picture with Billy Zane. So I was like, oh my God, you met Billy Zane? I was like, you just wait. Because I know he just started listening to the podcast. So I was like, you're in for a wild ride with the Billy Zane lore on our podcast. Because somehow he has become intertwined with practical magic on our show. And he's just the gift that keeps on giving. But I had no idea he had a song on Charmed. So I YouTubed Billy Zane's song. We will link it in our show notes because you have to hear.
Is it on Spotify?
Song. I don't know if it's on Spotify. It was just part of the song, but apparently Billy Zane's sister wrote the song that he sings on the show.
Oh, cute.
So yeah, so right away I was like, oh my God, we have to have you on the show. I'm speechless. We keep finding all these connections. It's blowing my mind. I told him, I was like, Christina said his name by accident on our very first episode, and he keeps finding ways to creep back into everything we're doing and talking about. And for some reason, he wants to be cosmically connected to this goddamn podcast. So
I'm totally fine with it. That's so cool.
But this is what he had to say about Billy Zane. He said, yeah, I met him. He's such a lovely guy. He signed my Book of Shadows page. And because it was Charmed, he asked me if I remembered the quote. I told him a lyric to sing from the song, and he remembered it. After he signed the page, he took a photo to send to his sister because she was the one who wrote the song for him in Charmed. Aww. And then he goes, oh my God, he's part of the podcast. I was like, yeah, we basically talk about him in every single episode, unbeknownst to him, but his name just somehow keeps finding a way back into our mouths, and somehow he always has
I hope David enjoys it.
Yeah. So he sent me a photo of the two replicas of the jewelry that he has, which I'll show you, Christina. I'll have to send that to you. And then, I was like, yeah, there's no reason his name should have been mentioned. But on the very first episode, Christina was coughing. And I said, you sound like what's his name for Hocus Pocus, Billy. And instead of saying Butcherson, you said Zane. And then we thought that was the most hilarious thing. But since then, it's just snowballed from there. So I was like, yeah, now he wants to be a part of our episode for some reason. He says, I love it. He's such an amazing and talented guy, but he's so down to earth. And then I said, if you ever meet him again, tell him about the Magnolia Street podcast and how we talk about him all the time. And then he goes,
all the time.
He goes, oh, I will. But here is something that's going to blow.
Wait, there's more?
There's more.
Blow me up.
Yeah. Okay, so he showed me the replicas of his jewelry, and I was freaking out about that. But then he goes, I have something that you will love even more. Are you ready for this? Are you fucking ready?
You're such a good storyteller.
I
can't get over your lead up. Holy shit.
But like, you know what? I hope after I tell you, you're not gonna be like, oh, that's it?
Oh, that's it? Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. He has do you remember back when we first started recording this? You remember back when we first started recording this podcast, we had something on our topics list and we started doing a little digging, but then we kept hitting dead ends. And there was a little podcast called Canceled Too Soon, who we tried reaching out to about what?
The really bad show. The show.
The Sudbury Pilot.
Sudbury. That's it. Yeah.
The Sudbury Pilot. He has the entire thing. He's got it.
Shut up.
He's got it.
Oh my God, shut up.
He's got the fucking Sudbury Pilot. So I'm like, what?
David.
What?
Oh
All
my
right.
God, David.
I said, wait, what? Oh my God, we've been trying to find that. Where'd you get that? He said, I had a friend that sent it to me years ago and I've been trying to enhance it because it was dark. And I said, oh my God, you're blowing my fucking mind right now. He said, give me a moment and I'll send you a video clip from my phone. Hopefully you can hear it. I was like, do you have it? It's in its entirety? He's like, yeah, I do. And I told him about yeah. And I told him about the podcast of those couple guys that were talking about the entire episode, and we reached out to them. And when we first started the podcast, but they never responded. They completely ghosted us. I don't even know if they're a podcast anymore because it was like a one-off episode about this show, right?
How many? Okay. So he sent you. So what did it mean, like Sudbury? Was it a couple episodes? Was it an episode? What was it?
Okay, so the Sudbury show was only a pilot. It aired maybe once. I don't even know how many times it aired or where it aired, but it was only one standoff episode, I guess, to see if it generated enough interest so the studio could pick it up. But it flopped and ultimately never went anywhere. Nobody ever picked it up and it was canceled, scrubbed from the internet. Bye-bye. Nobody has this except those two guys from David. That podcast and fucking David.
That's so crazy.
So surprise, today we're talking about Sudbury. We're talking about the pilot, bitch.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
All right, mark today. What is today? May 9th.
May 9th. Mm-hmm.
So this happened May 9th, and we don't know when we're actually recording this Sudbury thing, but I can't wait to meet David. I can't wait to talk about the show. I feel like I'm going to be like kind of like scared to watch this possible train wreck.
Right.
Just from the one clip you showed me of like how scary Jimmy is with Jillian, I was like, oh, this is kind of hard to watch.
Yeah.
So I'm interested.
So here's the thing. He sent me some clips, but I didn't watch any of them. I was like, I'm going to wait and see if he can send us the actual file for this video so we can watch it and give it a legitimate commentary. Obviously, we can't post this anywhere. It's, copyright. This is extremely on the DL. All right. It's like
do you have the clips?
I don't have it. He didn't send it to me yet. He's like, if I could find a way to send it to you, I'll send it to you. Just don't post it anywhere. I was like, of course not. I'm not going to post it anywhere. But there's a load of fucking evanescence in this pilot. Holy early 2000s.
Wow.
And also,
it has everything.
He also met Jerry Ryan because he meets a lot of these celebrities. He met Jerry Ryan, who played Jillian, I believe, in this pilot. And I was like, oh my God, that's amazing. I was like, what did she have to say about it? Because he said he met her and spoke about Sudbury. And he said, when he met her, he said to her, I know your love for Star Trek and I loved you in that, but I loved you in Sudbury. And she goes, Sudbury? I'm not sure what you're talking about, but okay. So he goes, I said, Sudbury, the unaired pilot for TV as a remake of Practical Magic in 2004. And she said,
wow, he is so good.
Right?
What a good memory.
Yeah. And she said, oh my God, that was so long ago. I love doing that. But how on earth have you seen that? And he said, I have my ways.
What a little fae.
Right? Yeah.
That is awesome.
So I was just going crazy. I was like, oh my God, I need to tell Christina. And I said, because I know my co-host would die to be hearing everything you're telling me right now. And this could be a genuinely interesting conversation that I know so many fans want answers about the whole thing, including me and you, right? Like we just wanted answers. Like what happened? What's the deal? Right. Where is it? Where can we see it?
Not sharing it, like that's not a big deal. I want to know like who the writers were and like the differences, since we've gotten those scripts from Kim from I Heart Practical Magic. Even just like I have to stop myself because it's so different and you're basically reading like a whole new story with the same characters. And I'm like, I need to just savor it and wait.
Yes.
So I'm so excited. That's really, really awesome news.
Yeah. So he was like, "Do you want to see a magic scene?" I was like, "A scene from Sudbury?" He's like, I'm setting a magic scene from it, but I didn't watch anything he sent me because I want to be completely surprised. We'll watch it together if he sends over the actual file." And I was like, "How long is that episode?"
Don't you dare watch it.
No, I'm not. Yeah. No, he was sending me like clips that he was filming on his phone of his laptop screen. I was like, "I'm not watching it like this. I want to watch it in its entirety, like for real, the right way. We'll watch it together." Yeah. And I asked him how long it was. He said it's a 45-minute episode. So
wow.
Yes.
Pretty nice.
Yeah. So I said, let me talk to Christina and talk about getting you on the show. So yeah, we're going to have to interview him. So that's the next thing.
We don't have to air it, but we can go through it like scene by scene and just pull it apart and be like, I can just see us now. What is happening?
Yeah. So he said, I can discuss it in great detail as much as I can. I hope you can see it and hear it well from the clips, but I didn't watch or listen to any of the clips because I was asking him if he minded sending the whole file. And he was like, I don't mind sending it if I can figure out how. I would appreciate if you didn't air it anywhere. I'm like, of course, I completely understand.
No problem.
Yeah, I was like, let's talk about how we can get you on the show as soon as possible. It will most likely center around the Sudbury Pilot and we can interview you as a guest of honor. That would be cool. We would love to pick your brain. And he said, of course, I'll be happy to. I could chat about practical magic related things forever. So yeah.
That's so nice. Okay, I'm going to add him to our guest.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Right?
Cool. Well, then whenever you feel like talking about Sudbury, I'm down.
All right, let's get him in the calendar ASAP and then we can air it whenever, but as long as we get that recorded, you know? Isn't that nuts how like, I don't know, how things just like kind of play out on their own?
We're just finding all these people.
Right.
And it's just weird that I had I don't look at people's Instagram. Like I really don't give a shit.
Yeah.
But I was like scrolling. I was like, wow, like this person has met a ton of people.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know if it's because Billy Zane maybe like reposted their picture together or the hashtag or something. I have no idea how he landed in our DMs.
Or DMs. You know what's even weirder? How Billy Zane is now connected to the Sudbury Pilot.
Oh
yeah, so he's met Billy Zane, he's met Jerry Ryan, he's met like all the Charmed cast, he's met everybody. So
dude,
I can't wait.
Killer.
To
That's
brain.
awesome.
But yeah, that's
Thank
it.
You
that's
for your wonderful news.
That's my big story. I hope they liked it.
I love it. I had no idea what it could have been. I even kind of checked our DMs. I'm like, did something go down here that I missed?
He messaged me on
Nothing's
Facebook
there.
Messenger. So
yeah,
so crazy.
All right, that is some bonkers news. How
right?
Awesome.
I couldn't believe it. It was like one thing after another. He's like, and then I have this, and then I have this, and I met Billy Zane, and Billy Zane was on Charmed.
Where is he located?
I think he's in the UK.
That's crazy that he's met so many people.
Right.
I would think like LA, you know?
All right. Well, that's it. That's all I got for you. But
I loved it.
Just
I loved your lead up.
Just marinate on
this video with Patreon. We could share this like the week before.
Right.
And let them get a little excited with us.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Cool. Okie doke.
Yeah. That's awesome. Thank you for the great news.
All right.
I can't wait to watch this shit show. All right. Insert sparkly noise into when we finally meet him because it's going to be the same episode, right?
Yeah.
This is going to be like the opener.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So this was the lead up to a very in-depth discussion with David Spellman Baker. Take it away. All right. We're good. You're here.
I'm here.
We're so excited to talk to you today.
I'm glad. I am too.
So
Bit nervous.
You have the book set up behind you and everything. Oh my God.
Yeah, we're going to talk about all of that.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
How was your trip? You just went to a convention, right?
Yeah, it was a bit crazy.
No.
A bit crazy.
Tell us all about it. We want to hear everything. But before we get into that, I guess I'll give you a little bit of, I wrote you a little introduction. So just a little rundown. Before this, me and Christina did like a little recording, like after me and you had that conversation that one day, I told you that we wanted to interview you. We did a little recording and kind of set the stage for everything we're about to talk about now. So that will be on the podcast episode.
Justina has a way of setting up a storyline that like it just keeps you hanging on for more. And she was just kind of like leading. I was like edging over here. I'm like, what happened? And she said she got to talk to you, and I was I was melting, just melting. She kind of filled me in on how you guys were connected in the past and how your paths kind of came across each other again. It's so crazy how that happened.
Yeah.
Oh God. It was, I didn't realize how long it was. It was over a few years though now. Is it coming up
Yeah.
5 maybe?
I stopped doing the magazine around 2016 or 2017 because I had gotten engaged and then we were planning a wedding. So keeping the magazine going was just like a lot of work at that point. I
Yeah.
think it was probably between 2013 or 2014 and about 2017. So like a good like 3 or 4 years, something like that.
I
Maybe
can't
2 years.
remember really how we actually got to know each other.
Me either. Somebody must have connected us. I think somebody sent me your contact information and was like, here's a contributor. He really would love to contribute.
Yeah.
Super into the magical world of stuff. So perfect fit for what I was doing at the time.
Yeah. I think it must have been like some sort of Facebook group, or I think at the time I used to do like little blogs and YouTube.
That's
a long
right.
time ago.
You said you were a part of the blog party the Practical Magic blog party that I hosted back in like 2010 or 11 or something like
I
that.
didn't know it was you until you mentioned it on the podcast.
That's crazy. That's even
That is so wild.
that blows my mind because we were connected so many years after that Practical Magic blog.
Yeah.
And I had no idea that you contributed to the Practical Magic blog party on the Blogspot thing back when we were doing that. So it's just weird how everything kind of like connects.
Brought us together and then brought us together again. And I still remember the photos. I need to find those photos on the blog because I deleted the blog not long after.
I would love to see those because I don't.
It's embarrassing.
There were like 270 contributors or attendees of that blog party. There were so many. So like, I'm sorry if you got lost in the mix because there were just so many people who attended.
I think you did comment. I think you messaged me or commented looking back, but it's embarrassing because my partner was still my partner. There was a photo and I wanted to do something different because at the time with the blog parties, they were like people were having herbal tea in gardens and doing grimoires and Book of Shadows and things like that. And I wanted to do something a bit different. So I had this book and I had photos of this book on my blog, and then the photos, someone had stole the photos.
Oh my God.
Put them up on Pinterest, which was big at the time anyway with Pinterest.
Yeah.
And I was like, these are not your photos and you haven't asked for permission. But that was back then. But the photos that I remember uploading, I wanted to do something different. So my partner, I don't know how I managed to do it. I persuaded him to wear a white shirt, a black waistcoat. This is going to sound so wrong. And I laid him out on my dining room table and I did whipped cream in the star.
Oh my God.
So I remember those photos, and then I did Maria's hanging rope, and it was just a gold rope, like really sparkly rope out of like a wooden chest and bits of fabric and herbs and flowers sticking out. So those are the only photos I remember. I need to find those photos, but it will kill me.
Please do.
Yeah,
Please do.
I would love to see those because again, there were so many people who came to that blog party and it's just, that was such a moment in time. Blogspot, I mean, obviously TikTok has taken over the world and people are more focused on reels and short form content. So the blog parties and the Blogspot thing, it just says like
it was huge.
2007 to 2010 was like Blogspot was the place to be, right?
Yeah.
So, oh my God. So I don't know if did you know Anna from Frosted Petunias, the other girl that ran the blog party at all?
I remember her blog.
Yeah.
I remember her blog. Now you mentioned the name, but I didn't have any connection.
Okay.
I don't think.
Okay. Because me and her kind of teamed up. I think both of our fan bases, if you want to call them fan bases, we had maybe a couple hundred followers each on the Blogspot. And we both would post about practical magic. And our fans were kind of finding both of our posts. And they were like, hey, you guys should like do something together or do a collab. So we joined forces for that blog party the first year. And then I think she wanted to do it the second year. I don't remember what happened. She ended up doing it another year. And then I wasn't involved in that one. And then she kind of like disappeared. I don't know where she went.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We hope she's listening. We would love to find her.
Yeah. It would be great to get her on the show.
It's so crazy. Yeah, the show has just like brought people back into our lives, or just into our lives in general. But
we didn't know. We didn't know at the time until just recently we just got back in contact because I've been listening to the podcast, and then I would,
that's so sweet.
I need to message Justina and be like, right, this is what's going off with me, and then we just kind of
reconnected. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. That's really awesome. So practical magic, it's really cool that it has been in your life just as long as it's been in ours, and it seems to be a very, very special little magical nugget to you. And we're so happy to get to talk to you. I definitely just interrupted Justina's whole like intro of you, but we want to give you an intro and tell people why we're so excited and who we're talking to.
Yeah. So today we are talking with the wonderful David Spellman Baker about his fascination with cosplay, celebrity conventions, and the world of on-screen witchy fantasy dramas. He's obsessed with practical magic and Charmed and has created quite a few prop replicas, which we can't wait to pick his brain about today. But that's not all. He has met quite a few notable celebs in the world of TV witchery, including our boy Billy Zane, Rose McGowan, Christina, Rose McGowan, and Jerry Ryan, the star of a practical magic TV pilot that ultimately never went anywhere. That's right, witches. Today, David will be talking to us about the Sudbury TV pilot. We can't
I
wait
did
to
not
talk
know
about
that there was any sort of spinoff until you told me about this. And I was like, there's no, and then you sent me that little snippet. There's just like a 30-second TV clip on YouTube or somewhere on the internet. And I was like, what the hell? And we never thought there would be any way for us to ever see the whole thing. But we're really appreciative that you were kind enough to share it with us. And holy cow.
So when I first heard about it, again, I think we were doing research for the podcast back in like September, October, when we were coming up with a list of topics of stuff we wanted to talk about on the podcast. And I was just going down the rabbit hole. I think I was on the Practical Magic IMDb page. And I saw Sudbury, I guess under the trivia section. It must have been somewhere on there. And I was like, what's Sudbury? And I kind of went down the rabbit hole. And that's when I found the clip on YouTube. And then I sent you the clip, Christina. And then we found that podcast of, I forget the name of the podcast. I think it was called Cancel Too Soon or something like that, where those two guys did a whole entire episode talking about the Sudbury pilot. And I'm like, how do these guys see this? It's scrubbed from the internet. It's nowhere to be found. We tried reaching out to them. We were ghosted. They never responded. So we hit a dead end. So I was like, all right, we'll talk about Sudbury when the time presents itself. And then you reached out to me, and then we started talking, and then one thing led to another, and you have the Sudbury pilot.
I do. Mind blown.
It's very weird though, how I don't think it's aired yet. Oh, it hasn't, because it was when Justina was saying she talked to you. But Justina and I talked about, you had come on, I think, our Magnolia Street podcast, but I think you posted or sent us a picture of you and Billy. And I had like gone through your Instagram and I was looking at all your stuff. And I think I might have followed you from my personal Instagram. And I was like, that's awesome. And then later she was like, no, this person on Instagram has been talking with me. I've known them. I was like, I just looked at their stuff last week. It's so funny how it happened.
It's bizarre, right? How it all connects.
Magic.
Yeah. So I guess let's just get into it. So tell us a little bit about yourself, David, and how long have you been into cosplay? When did you start? And what was the first cosplay you've ever done?
Oh, wow.
Loaded question, I know.
It is. In regards with cosplay, I've not actually been doing it that long. I would say maybe on and off for a couple of years. But if you're not counting Halloween costumes, because that's pretty much cosplay, the first costume I ever did properly, which was for a Halloween party, was Elvira, Mistress of the Dark.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a big.
Nice.
But as a convention, I did the evil queen from Once Upon a Time, Lana Parrilla.
Oh, she's wonderful.
Oh, she's amazing. I've met her 2 or 3 times, I think, now. And
so cool.
she didn't actually see the costume at all that time. The other actors from the convention did, and it was in a hotel. So that was my first time in public, really, doing a cosplay in drag, in a costume I've made, then in a competition, and I won 3rd place because I did it with 2 of my friends who I made costumes for as well. So
oh my God.
the first big experience, and I won 3rd place.
Amazing.
And then, thank you. And then I did it again the year after, which was last year, and Lana Parrilla was attending, which was like, oh my God, I'm going to have to do something special. But she didn't actually see the costume in person. She didn't see me portraying her.
Okay.
But the same thing again, in public, in a hotel, in the competition, being watched by other actors from the show, and I got 2nd place.
No pressure, right?
No pressure. But the day after, I found out when I got the autographs, because it was I think I spent one day with photos, and then autographs was the second day. It did a swap. I can't remember. I think it was like half and half, like half photos on Saturday and same on Sunday. So the competition was on, I believe it was on the Saturday night. From Sunday, I got the autograph from Lorna Perea, and I didn't realize until after she wrote from one queen to another.
Oh my
And
God.
I thought something strange is going off here, something strange, because she didn't see anything in person of my costume. And this is the good queen at the end of the series. And what had happened was during that time, my partner and a friend of mine got a banner with me in cosplay as Evil Queen, her, the other version, the good queen, my face on it saying David for Queen, got that signed. So she actually saw the images. And then I got told Lorna wants to see photos. So I had to go back to Lorna Perea, show her photos from the night before. And she was like, oh my God, I've heard so many things about this costume and I wanted to see it.
Oh, wow.
It's amazing.
It was nerve-wracking.
Oh my God.
Nerve-wracking.
Surreal. That must have been so surreal.
I did a meet and greet with her as well. There was a group of about 20 of us, and it was basically just all aimed at me, like asking about me costume making, what I did, have I been in contact with anyone?
Yeah.
The moment that I actually thought I was going to die right there was, you are the ultimate queen.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you've been blessed.
And that's why I've had to get her tattoo there as well.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Do you know your top 3 signs, your astrological signs?
Pisces, I think it was moon in Cancer and sun in Libra. I can't remember.
You're just so outgoing, and it's interesting to hear that you still get nervous out of,
I'm very nervous.
So many people, and that's, we hold these people on a pedestal, but they in turn do the same for you because you're so talented. So it's wonderful that you guys are able to connect like that.
So you make all your own costumes. What's your experience like are you a seamstress? Like, have you done other work like that prior to starting all of this cosplay, or you just kind of like picked it up and just trial and error?
Self-taught, really.
Okay.
I got taught how to sew from my grams,
Okay.
my grandma. So she taught me the basics, like hand sewing, how to use a sewing machine, how to knit, things like that. So I've always had those type of skills.
Right.
And then I've self-taught myself then afterwards to keep on doing it. So it's a learning curve each time. Every costume I've made has its own challenges. After I finish it, it's like, okay, now I've accomplished that. I know what the problem is. I know not to do that for this.
Is there one you've done that you're like, I'm never going to attempt that again?
I would have to say the Evil Queen.
Really? One and done.
Queen. Yeah.
Wow.
I would have to say the Evil Queen. I love those costumes, but it's I think the first problem I had with the first ever cosplay I did, it was a big black gown, and then I had to do a separate piece for the bodice, but it was the collar. I could not get this collar to stand, and I ended up attaching it to an old waistcoat. So I had a waistcoat underneath with a corset, a breastplate, everything. So I was still getting bulkier and bulkier the skinnier I wanted to look. Just to hold this collar up. But the photos, I'll have to show you the photos if you've not seen them, but I'm actually holding the collar on one side because it kept falling off at the wrong time.
Wow.
So that was that problem. But I think the second time it worked a lot different. I used different materials to make it stand on its own. So I don't think I want to do one with a big collar again.
Any pictures or any photos of any of your costumes, anything that you have, if you want to send us anything that you want to show our listeners so they kind of have context while they're listening to this, we'll post everything up on the Patreon so you guys can see all this amazing work that David has done.
I just want to know how practical magic came into your life. We like to ask our interviewees that because we're all connected somehow, by this movie.
I think it was quite earlier on. So it got released in 98. And I think it might have been a year after. It was actually on television. I remember seeing it late one night, and I don't know why, because I would have been probably 7 years old. And I just remember just being glued onto the screen straight away, and everything. I just fell in love with it. And even Jimmy,
of course,
as like a 7-year-old, and is like got these like steely eyes, and there's that dramatic music in the attic.
He's gorgeous.
I was absolutely terrified, but at the same time, I'm like,
transfixed.
I can't. Yeah.
We're gonna have a whole episode about those eyes. I promise.
Yeah, that's been on the list quite a while, Christina. We gotta do that one soon.
So I should have done that. I should have worn contacts.
Was that like your first kind of foray into the world of TV witchery? Because then you like really got into Charmed, and I guess what other ones are you super into?
Yeah, Charmed, I remember seeing pretty much from the very beginning, from the third episode on the first season, and my grandparents got me into that. So I would have been, same again, probably about 7 years old. So there was that, there was Practical Magic, Hocus Pocus, Ben Knobs and Broomsticks.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Everything witchy. I was a weird kid and I'm still weird now.
We love it.
Yeah, we're all freaks in our own right? That's why we're all here. But
We are the weirdos, mister.
We are the weirdos, exactly.
That's it.
Were you a Craft fan? The Craft?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've met Neve Campbell as well from The Craft.
How was that meeting? Tell us all about it.
She was very popular. Everyone loved her from obviously Scream and things like that.
What year did you meet her?
I think it was either 2015 or 2018.
Okay, so more recent.
Yeah, it was in London, and that was at a convention, like a multi-fandom, things like that. So it was very quick, very quick. I didn't get her autograph, which I regretted, but I got a photo with her. So
yeah, was it just her, or were like other people from The Craft, or I guess Scream? Was anybody else there?
I think it was just her from that sort of fandom.
Right.
Everyone else like Doctor Who and sci-fi, and it's rare you get the ones what's known for the witches or like the magic sort of genre, except Charmed, because Charmed is becoming more popular now with conventions. So
yeah, and they just did the reboot. How do you feel about the reboot? Did you watch it at all yet? I guess that's not a good reaction.
I keep forgetting though that this is going to be audio on YouTube, so they're not going to see me expressions, but it's going to be on Patreon. So I should have done more makeup.
You're fine. You're fine. You're beautiful.
I've seen the reboot. I had to watch. I think it was the first few episodes. I can't remember finishing it.
Yeah.
And personally, I didn't enjoy it because it felt rushed.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a long enough sort of story to like go over multiple seasons. I think they did 3, and I never watched 2 or 3.
Okay.
But it seemed like as if it weren't just copying Charmed, it was copying other TV shows, like visual effects. I remember seeing one of visual effects and I thought that's apparition effects from Harry Potter, and it's
oh my god.
Okay.
I just didn't
They were
connect.
doing too much of a good thing, we like to say.
Yeah. Was it based on the same the Halliwell sisters? Was that the Charm sisters?
That's the Charm sisters. I believe it was not really based on them. It was more of an alternative reality, but more like a different dimension world.
Okay, got it.
And I did see a clip though of the last episode which is on YouTube as well, and it was where they are outside the Halliwell Manor from the original Charmed, and if they were going to do any sort of connection, they should have done it a lot sooner.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think I would have been more of a fan. Not a fan of it.
Yeah. I think it's hard for our generation because, like, we grew up with, like, such great TV, like, such great witchy and fantastical fantasy kind of TV. And it was kind of a time where, like, the effects weren't as over the top as they are now with, like, all the CGI and stuff like that. And I think things have just gotten so out of hand and just so ridiculous.
They had to be a little more, like, reeled in for what they were able to do, but it was better for some reason that way. You know, it wasn't as much.
Right.
I agree. Especially 90s as well. In 90s, I mean, that were just all witches on everything. You had The Craft, which I think it was in 1996.
Yeah.
Charmed, 98. You had Practical Magic. You had so many like magic aspects, but no matter what visual effects it was, they brought it back down to like a human level.
Yes.
Like there is got to be a reason for this, or it could be intuition, or it could be the family aspect. It could be love, relationships. They fetched it back down to a human level.
Yeah.
Rather than nowadays, it's just wave a wand and that's it.
I just wanted to ask, how many events do you think you go to in a year? Because it sounds like a lot.
It is a lot. For me, it's a lot. I think maybe the last couple of years, I think I did about 10.
Wow.
Oh my God.
I'm now cutting down. I need to cut down. Too expensive.
Yeah, it's a lot. And you're funding your own, like, all the materials to make your own costumes. And I can imagine, like, how that would add up very quickly.
It does. I'm always looking for alternative ways to try and obviously make it cheaper or find cheaper fabric that I could manipulate in a certain way, just to save money, because why not?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
In this economy?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Things are just getting more expensive by the day.
Just like your Stevie Nicks DVD that you just had to buy. Not $50 for a DVD, but still, golly.
Right. Well, that's also been been scrubbed from the internet. So
Mm-hmm.
whoever is manufacturing those still is probably like, oh, I could get a pretty penny for these because where else are they going to find them?
Yeah.
Right.
So, you know.
Anyway, please go on with your questions.
So have you ever done any practical magic cosplay at all?
Not really cosplay in events or anything like that, but I have made an item which is on a costume from Practical Magic. I
What
don't
was
have
that?
it with me actually, but it's the Aunt Franny's sun hat.
Oh my God, you made her hat?
Yeah,
I need to
with
see
a
pictures of
big,
that.
long, wide brim and everything like that. And I think it was last year as well. So I was I was sat in my garden in summer, and we don't get much of a good summer in the UK, so get a good few days, and then before it turns again. But I was just sat in the garden with this big straw hat.
I love it.
Didn't care.
Magnificent.
Yeah, every witch needs a big garden hat.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
So I guess tell us a little bit about that Owens family grimoire replica that you have behind you. Did you create that one?
Not this one. This one I had specially made from a creator that used to make books at the time. I think this is about maybe 11 or 12 years old, this book.
Okay.
And the artwork in the book is what I've replicated myself in it. So it was a completely blank book.
Okay.
Who created that one?
She doesn't do it anymore, but I believe her name was Caroline in UK, and she did.
Okay.
She did a lot of grimoires like this. She did her own whatever version designs that she wanted on these grimoires. She did a Charmed Book of Shadows and these like big masks, which are very popular now in conventions, but no one really liked them, I think, at the time.
Okay.
Oh,
But
weird.
I loved them. I
Yeah.
love anything weird.
Are you still adding to that book at all?
I will be. I will be.
Nice. Oh, good.
I will be.
Got
I
quite a bit
literally
of
just
room in
got it
there.
out. I got it
Uh-huh.
out of the cupboard, which has been in there for about 8 years, and I've
Oh my
not
God.
touched it. So when I've gone through it, I'm like, oh my God, that's terrible. I need to redo that. But it's got my own witchcraft in there as well. A lot of my own spells and zodiacs and herbs and everything like that. So it's not just practical magic documents, replicas in there. It's the same style, but real information.
Your personal information, you got to leave that early stuff in because it shows how far you've come. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Like, it's such a good learning.
I think
something
I'm
to
just
look
going to
back
cover
on.
it up. If I don't like a picture, I'm just going to cover
There
it
you
up.
go.
So it's still got more of
Yeah.
a scrapbook.
Perfect. The
Beautiful.
energy is
It's
still
got-
in there. Like that little kid, like new witch energy from those
Yeah.
first pages will still be in there.
Definitely.
Oh, those are so cool.
Yeah. Were you able to listen to our grimoire episode yet? Because we did a really extensive interview with Isis Chandler. I don't know if you've heard of Isis and
Yeah.
her beautiful grimoire work. That she's done so many practical magic replicas, and her work is just insane. So I was just curious if you've listened to that at all, because I know you're
Yeah,
super
I have,
into
yeah.
grimoires.
Yeah.
What other grimoires have you created? Because I've seen on your Instagram you have some other replicas from other shows like Sabrina and Charmed. Did you recreate all those replicas yourself?
I'm more of recreating the artwork, especially from Practical Magic. Sabrina, I've recreated. Charmed, that was already a full book with the artwork. So I'm doing some new versions of the pages so I can add that in those. In terms of actual bookmaking, I've only ever made a few books. One was a smaller version of this.
Okay.
With the same with the, I'm not sure if you can actually see it, but with the fold out section as well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
The back
yeah.
section. Mm-hmm.
So I did do a smaller version of
Ooh,
this.
that's cool.
That is very
That's
neat.
really cool.
I just realized you can only see like this part, and I'm like, no, there's a back.
No, I can see the side. Yeah, yeah. That's
right,
really
okay.
beautiful. So do you have an art background, or is it just like something that has always been in your life? And
It's
yeah.
always been in my life. I've always been creative. So apart from school projects, obviously, but nothing professional. Just everything's self-taught or something's passed down somewhere.
You're
It's gotta be
multifaceted.
somewhere.
I mean, you sew, you can make books, you have the art inside the books, and your cosplay. It's
He's an excellent
astronomically
writer, too.
talented.
I mean,
Yeah,
my
yeah,
magazine, you write great too. So like you really have a well-rounded kind of arsenal of tools to pull from for anything that you need to create, and it's just awesome.
I love doing those articles as well. Because
Oh.
I always like to, whatever I'm making, I like to do something different so it's not exact, and I love doing that. And I remember as soon as the first day when I got the screen, well, it was a screenshot image, I think, of the magazine front cover or something, and it had my name on it. I was like, oh my God, I've wrote these articles from online magazine in America, from the, like, because I'm in the UK, and I was a university, actually. I was on a university course in media, which was film, TV, radio, and journalism.
Wow.
So no one else had been able to do that while I was still a student. I was like, yep, published.
That's amazing.
awesome.
Do you do a lot of writing now?
I do a lot of writing, yeah. Been writing a novel for the last over 10 years as well. So
Can you tease anything, like what is it about, or
fantasy,
okay.
Okay.
Awesome.
dark fantasy.
Ooh, love a good dark fantasy novel.
Is Billy Zane involved in it?
Is Billy Zane involved?
Maybe an inspiration somewhere.
Now that his name came up, he's begging to be talked about. So tell us a little bit about your meeting with him, because you met him too. And really funny, Christina, how much do we talk about Charmed on the show? How much do we talk about Billy Zane on the show? We had no idea that he was even involved in Charmed until I saw the caption of the photo that you have with him at one of these conventions. So tell us a little bit about how he's wrapped up in this world of Charmed, how you met him, what was that experience like? We want to hear about it all. So.
Okay.
I know it's a lot.
Question.
Tall order, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It was in, I think it was half a season. I can't remember now. Even though I rewatched Charmed all the time, I never really paid attention to how many episodes it was in. I just admired him. I loved him in Titanic. And then as soon as it went into Charmed, my favorite show, loved him in that. So when the opportunity came up for me to meet him at a convention, everyone would say Titanic, Titanic, Titanic. No one mentioned Charmed, even though he had the Charmed photo of him and Alyssa Milano on his table. No one would get that. It's always Titanic.
Yeah.
So it was good to chat with him with that. So I got his autograph from there, and I had a page out of my Charmed Book of Shadows replica, a blank page, and I said, could you sign this as well for me? He said, yeah, what would you like? Is there a quote that you can remember or anything like that? And I said this quote, it was a lyric to a song that he sung in Charmed. And he started like, I'm in an hour, and he's like saying these words in his head. He's like, that's familiar. What is it? What is it? And then he went, oh, the song I sung. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, you sung it. So he went, oh my God, yes, of course. So then it started writing the lyrics down. So he was going through it in his head. He remembered the lyrics, wrote it down, and then he said, do you mind if I take a photo of it? And yeah, okay. I was a bit confused. He got his phone out and he took a photo of his own autograph with the lyrics.
And you're like, this guy's a narcissist.
What is happening?
So confused. I'm like, okay, you've just wrote it, you've taken a photo. And he went, right, okay, thank you so much. I went, yeah, no problem. I'm a huge Charmed fan. I said, the page is going to go back into my Book of Shadows. He said, the reason why I took a photo was because the song lyrics was written by his sister, and
That's
one
amazing.
has ever asked him to write the lyrics down on an autograph.
That's amazing.
So as soon as it's wrote in, it's going through it in his head, he remembered the lyrics, wrote it down, took a photo, and said, I'm sending that to my sister because she was the one who wrote it, and you're the first
That is
one.
so sweet.
Is his sister a songwriter? Like, is she known for like songwriting, or like I wonder how
I'm
she
not
got
sure.
that gig to write the song for him that he sang on Charmed? That's so random.
That's a good question.
That's
I'm gonna
really
have to
sweet.
look into that.
That's a really cool tidbit, though. That is so awesome. And then, like, after you told me he was on Charmed, I was like, I have to see this clip. And I YouTubed it, and like, he had a whole episode, right? He plays a demon in an alternate dimension, and he's in a relationship with Phoebe, right? Or something like that.
It's something like that. But
Yeah,
I have to watch this clip. I haven't seen
Christina,
it yet.
this is bananas.
Okay.
I think the clip that you mean is when they've gone back in time and it looks like the 1920s or maybe older than that.
Yeah, he's like a jazz
1800s.
crooner or something like
Yes.
that, right?
course he
Yeah,
is.
it's bizarre. It's almost as if like this didn't exist until we started this podcast, and then it just like materialized itself for
Our
our
egos are so big.
How did he get mentioned? Because every time I listen to it, it's like, okay, Billy Zane, and I can't
in the
find where it
very-
first started.
The
Episode
very
1.
first episode, I was really sick for a while, so I had this crazy cough, and Justina and I were making fun of it, and I was like, like a dust cloud.
Oh,
And I
that's
was trying
right,
to
yeah.
think of Billy Butcherson from the
Hocus
Hocus
Pocus.
Pocus, and it
Yeah.
was a slip of the tongue, and I was like, what's that guy's name? Billy Zane? And then ever since then, it was just
I just-
continued.
died. I was like, Billy Zane. I was like, that's the guy from Titanic. And now he wants to be involved in every episode that we record. And now he's even involved in, we've done Practical Magic meets Titanic fan fiction, where Billy
Yep.
Zane is Sally and Jillian's love interest. And it's just gotten completely out of hand. It's taken on a life of its own. We can't
Is
explain
there a
it.
support group or something?
I know.
Should be.
I'll set one up. I'll set one up for you.
Thank you, dear.
This is just great. Oh my God. Like, yeah, I can't even believe he was involved in Charmed after how many episodes have we talked about Charmed? How many episodes have we talked about Billy Zane? I had no idea until
We're
you
going on
brought
episode
that up.
33 here, so
Nuts.
many. Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about the convention that you just attended. You said it was a headache, so tell us a little bit about all that.
Yeah, I've done it before. That it was in. I'm not going to mention the the place.
Okay.
Okay.
And nearly did. I'm not going to say that. It was in the UK, but it was on the like a borderline of England and Wales. But it was just obviously that you've got loads of popular guests, a lot of big stars, which is amazing. Luckily, I managed to meet all of them.
Wow.
But some of them they had to cancel it because they were sick. Some of them were sick on the day, so they had to leave. So it was very hectic. But I believe, if I remember right, I had like 8 photos on a Saturday, and then I think it was like 4 or 5 I meant to have had on the Sunday, and I came out with a few, only like 3 because a few of them cancelled. It was stressful with that because no one knew what was happening when the actors had to leave. No one knew. The staff didn't know or anything like that. But it happens. They can get sick, especially when they've travelled as well so far from anywhere in America, and if they're doing tours all around Europe as well, so they're going from place to place to place, you're bound to get sick, so it's understandable. So I do feel sorry for the staff that ran it because a lot of people don't deal with stress well.
Oh no. And that just permeates through everyone else sometimes.
Yeah. Every convention, no matter where it is going to be stressful.
Yeah.
It's going to be stressful for the attendees, which is like us going. You've got the guests, which is like the actors or comic book artists, voiceover artists, any sort of celebrity guest. And then obviously you've got like your staff and your volunteers. Every convention's stressful in its own way. And some things work, some things don't. But it's a learning curve, and they learn and they get better along the way.
Right. Have you gone to any in the US, or are they mostly in the UK, the ones that you go to?
It's mostly the UK. I love to do some in America. San Diego. I've heard that's massive.
Yeah.
A massive convention in San Diego. The only other one that I've ever done abroad for me was in Paris.
Okay.
So I've only done that once, which was earlier this year, like a couple of months back. And then I'm going again in a few months' time, and I'll be meeting Alyssa Milano.
Wait, how many times have you met her? Because you've met the Charmed cast before, right?
I've met the Charmed cast, but not Alyssa Milano. So
she's never been at any of them?
No.
Wow.
She's done a few recently, actually, but I think it was in Germany.
Okay.
And maybe one somewhere in America. I can't remember where. But I think it's the first one that she'll be doing in Paris. So I've not met her, but I have met Shannon Doherty, Holly Marie Combs, and Rose McGowan. But I can't wait though to see.
They're all really sweet. They're all nice.
Yeah, Rose McGowan, amazing, absolutely amazing, and Shannon, exactly the same, so lovely. Very shy actually. I was surprised, but I have heard before though she seems very shy, and she does seem shy, but she's lovely. And Holly does conventions all the time. I think I've met her 5 times now.
Yeah,
I think I need to stop.
They know you now, so they like when you come up,
you?
they kind of like you're part of their family at all because they've met you so many times.
I think they start to recognize familiar faces, especially when it's multiple times. But for me to like think, 5 times is a lot for me to meet Holly, and same with Brian Krause as well, who played Leo. I know there's many other people who have met them a lot more times than I have, like pretty much stalkers.
Wow. Oh my God. Yeah, that's
pretty much stalkers. I'm not that bad. Not yet.
You must have books of photos of these conventions of like all your experiences with all of these people. So you have like a nice little compilation of like all the people you've met, categorized by year. I know I would be totally Virgo with it.
I've got about 5 albums.
Oh my God. Wow.
About 5 photo albums. Only because the photos are so huge. It's like 10 by 8 most of the time when they get printed. So you have to go for a bigger album, but you can't necessarily put multiple ones on one page.
Yeah.
So I've got about 5 albums, especially with autographs as well. Similar with yourself, I love to be organized. And at first it was like, okay, very beginning, first ever convention, and I worked it through like that. And then it was like, no, take all that back out. And I was going like from like major actors to like ones that have only done like smaller parts, for example, because there might not be huge actors now for a while or anything like that. So I was going from like major actors work it all the way down. Took all that back out. I had to do it all over again, and I decided to do it from films and TV shows. So, for example, Charmed has like got its own album. I think I'm on the second album now, just from
That's
Charmed.
amazing.
Yeah.
Who's your
lot of
favorite
Charmed.
person you've met?
Oh, good question. Recently, I would say Rose McGowan.
Okay.
Only because she was the most recent, like I said, recent one, so it's fresh in my mind. But there is a few favorites just because I think a lot of people would be envious.
Oh yeah.
Like Ian Somerhalder.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah,
He's a snack.
He's a snack.
Jason Momoa.
Oh,
Oh wow.
okay.
I can't probably pronounce his name right, but Jared Padalecki.
Oh,
Not
Gilmore
familiar.
Girls fan. He's from Supernatural.
Okay.
Yeah. He were a recent one as well at the last convention. Sigourney Weaver. That was a long time ago. A lot of popular ones, but I think my most favorite one, the one that I meet the most is Holly Marie Combs, but favorite experience recently was definitely Rose McGowan.
Nice.
That's awesome. That's really wonderful.
Yeah.
And Lana Perea, obviously.
Right. Yeah. Tell us about, now we're talking about all the awesome people you met. You've actually met Jerry Ryan, which we're about to talk about in a second, because she was involved with this highly coveted Sudbury Pilot that we're going to pick your brain about in a few. But tell us about, I guess, how you met her. Like, what was your meeting with her like? And you brought up the Sudbury Pilot, and she was kind of like, what are you talking about? Like, right?
Yeah. That was, like, again, another convention that was in London. She was very popular. It was just around the time of conventions were starting up again because of the pandemic, because all of it would close down. And obviously with traveling, the photos, instead of being in a studio at the time, they were doing like wall separation, distance, but she was the only one that requested to be outside, so it was like fresh air, which is totally understandable. So I love the photo, even though they did it really well, all black, so it was like black wall background, black wall separation, so it blends. And then later on I decided to get her autograph. So I just got the autograph, like a professional photo of her, nothing like she did. Was it Star Trek? There were loads of those type of photos, but I just wanted one like a professional photo. And I mentioned how it came about was, I said, I love the episode that you did for, it was an unaired pilot called Sudbury. And she says, Sudbury? I don't know what you're talking about. And I started feeling so embarrassed, like, oh my God, like,
no,
I'm going to start digging a hole here.
But you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So either she knows something and she wants to forget about it, or she really doesn't remember.
She completely forgot. And
Wow.
she said, I'm not sure what you mean. And I said, it was an unaired pilot called Sudbury. And when it was a long time ago, 2004, she went, oh my God, that is a long time ago. She said, but I'm not sure what Sudbury is. And I said, practical magic. And she went, oh my God, practical magic, Sudbury, of course. And she went, that is a long time ago. And then after, like, she started, like so excited, she calmed down and she went, how do you know about Sudbury? And I said, I've seen it. Oh my God. Oh my God. How on earth have you seen it? I went, I have it. I have the pilot. How have you come across that? She was just completely
floored.
She just mind blown. Like, she didn't understand how someone in UK had managed to find an unaired pilot of it from 2004, and she completely forgot all about it. But then she said she would have loved for it to have been picked up because it was one of her favorite pilots that she did.
Oh, that's a shame. So it was actually never aired? I thought they aired the pilot and then they just never picked it up, but it was never even aired.
No, it was unaired. So what they tend to do is every year they'll do what's called like a pilot season. So major, big corporation businesses, production teams, things like that, they'll do a pilot for an upcoming TV show. The reason why they call it pilot season, and a lot of actors will do it, is they'll film a pilot episode of something, and it could be they could go through loads of them, depending on who the actor is. Some might be like just one at a time, but I think they'll do it for a few months. And then once it gets taken to the network, to the studios, they'll start going through that to see what would get picked up and what doesn't. And it could be various reasons. It could be something might not get picked up if there's no chemistry with certain characters or the actors. It could be that they've just had to accept so many, and sadly that got shelved. So I think that it just got shelved. But I think during that time it would have been during the pilot season. But yeah,
I love that she eventually remembered, and she was so excited that somebody had it and was like enjoying it. I think that's wonderful. Yeah,
it was a good few minutes. She said like how much she would have loved for it to be picked up. She loved the character Jilly. She absolutely loved doing it, and she would have loved it if it was for a season at least anyway, if it got picked up. But that was it. She didn't really mention the reason why it didn't. I wish I asked her at the time, but I think
we
we
will never know.
We were just having a conversation like as if we've known each other before. It's like, oh, by the way, remember this?
That's really sweet.
But you don't get very long though, especially to chat with actors at autograph tables. You might be lucky if you get a couple of minutes or longer if they're not very busy. But once a queue starts forming when they're really popular, it's like, okay, quickly, like, thank you very much, sign and go.
What year did you mention what year you met her?
It was last year, I believe.
Oh, recently.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
I think it was last year or year before. Yeah, it would definitely after COVID.
15 years, you're like the one and only person who's ever mentioned Sudbury to her. So that's something that's going to be in her brain forever.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's amazing.
I'm trying to think of what else we could ask about. So there's so many questions. Like,
I know I'm trying not to jump right into Sudbury.
Yeah, we want to know.
I rewatched it. Justina and I watched it together, which I think we're going to include some of our reactions to like what we're seeing. And then I rewatched it this morning and took voice notes on my phone. Just like, it feels like an alternate reality. Like I was feeling so strange watching this. It did not feel like real life. Like it's great to have this like additional viewpoint for this story, but also felt like wrong to be seeing it that way. It felt so off.
I think you're the one of the few people that have seen it. When I mentioned it to Justina and said, oh, by the way, you mentioned Sudbury Pilot. And Justina says, yeah, we want to do an episode, but there's nothing to talk about. I was like, yes, there is. I've got it.
What do you have?
Got it. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
So can we ask, are you allowed to tell us where you acquired this copy?
It was a friend that managed to send it me. I don't know where they came across it. I don't know if it was somewhere on internet or someone managed to get like a DVD rip of it.
Wow.
That starts to show your age when you start talking about DVD rips, because I don't know what the ripping is. And they managed to send it me, and I think it was like something like over Skype at the time. So I managed to download it, and then the one that I managed to send to you so you could see it, I've been editing it, so it's not really brilliant. It was so dark, the original video, so I've been trying to like brighten it and enhance it, because it was so dark. Like all the thing you could see was like faces. That was it.
Yeah. Even the one that me and Christina just watched was pretty dark. It was darker than that?
Yeah.
Holy
a
crazy.
lot darker.
Wow.
At least you can see some like hair strands, like, you know, showing up like in some scenes.
They're highlights. They're early 2000s chunky highlights now.
Before we dive into Sudbury, I think, Justina, do you have more questions? We want to know about some of your other replicas that you've done, practical magic related. It looks like you're wearing Jillian's necklace.
Oh, you noticed.
I love it.
That's tiger's eye.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I didn't make this. I managed to find it on Etsy.
Okay.
I've just had a quick look actually just before we did the recording, but I can't find it anywhere now. So as soon as I find it, I'll
oh, that's so pretty.
I love it. It's so cool.
So pretty.
I've done ones what I've made. Like I said, I've done another book, the artwork, inspired artwork as well. I've done a painting from the house. So they've used a lot of real paintings, but the one that I've done is I've actually incorporated Sandra Bullock's face and Nicole Kidman's face in it.
Oh my God.
It's like half and half, but it blends really well. And the original version of that, which gave me the idea, is in the studio's prop department.
Okay.
In Warner Brothers somewhere. And it was a video clip I've seen on YouTube, and they said they've purposely made it look like half Sandra Bullock and half Nicole Kidman.
Oh my God.
Interesting.
So I do have a bit of a surprise.
Picture would
for
it
you.
have been in the back?
It was meant to be a painting of Maria Owens, but I have not been able to find it anywhere in the house yet.
Was it one of the ones on the staircase in the foyer?
Not that I know of, because you can only see a few. I can't see any good screenshot really of the wall to the kitchen, the other side of the kitchen. I actually thought for a long time it was the one above the fireplace.
Right.
In the living room.
Oh.
And I don't think it is that either.
That one either.
I know there's a picture by the front door too, but I haven't gotten a good look. I don't really remember what it is.
That is a Queen's, I can't remember the name, but it is a Queen painting.
Right.
The one when Sally's running out.
Yes.
Yeah, it
That's
is
really
a royal
cool.
painting. But I do have a bit of a surprise.
Yeah. You have the replica, right? You could show it to us.
Yeah.
He just said he had a surprise, Justina.
Oh, the ring! Jimmy's ring!
Jimmy's ring. That's
Wait,
triggering.
So where did you get that one?
It was a promotional item that they released during the premiere in 90. I think it would have been earlier than 98.
It fits you so well.
But it does have it inscribed there as well. I'm not sure if you can see that.
What does that say?
Practical magic.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, and it came with like a it's a bit dusty, but
little bag.
I have about
Boy
3 of
Jimmy.
these.
3?
About 3.
Oh my gosh.
Because one of them broke.
It broke?
Have you met Goron?
No, I'd love
Oh,
to. I'd
yeah.
love to.
Please let us know when you do. He's got a whole coven of witches behind him. We love a good fuck boy.
Yeah, I was telling David if he meets any of these people that we've been talking about, I'm like, you got to tell them about Magnolia Street podcast and tell them that we talk about them all the freaking time. Their ears must be ringing because we're constantly talking about them.
Right.
Yeah, Billy's ears are just red right now.
Their eardrums are just blown out. So I guess we can talk about this pilot now. Like, we want to know everything about it. You said this never aired on television.
Yeah,
we don't
that's
know
right.
why the series ultimately never went anywhere.
But it was produced by Sandra Bullock and Denise
Right.
Denovi and one other one I can't remember. But those 2 big names are really attached to this.
Yeah.
And it's just so different from the movie, like visually. Not just the shooting, lighting, but it's so much darker and very much more akin to the books, which is cool.
Right.
Yeah, I think as well with how dark the actual scenes are as well. I don't think it was just how it was filmed. I think it was if somebody had managed to get it from videotape, because I think they would have in 2004 still been filming it on tape,
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
putting it then onto DVD and then constantly ripping it and ripping it and ripping it. And then
Yeah.
over time, once I got it, how dark it was, I think it was more of the technical side,
Okay.
really. But in some scenes, though, you can tell how dark it would have
Yeah.
been.
Mm-hmm.
Not just dark in like the visual, but just like dark in the content. Like it's a lot
Yeah.
darker than the film is. The film is so light and airy and charming and beautiful, and that's what we love about it. So the show kind of takes like a darker.
It's a little grittier.
It's very gritty
Yeah.
and very.
But that could also be because of the
soundtrack.
music, because this show is just one long music video of
Can we-
all the good early aughts music.
Can we talk about all the Evanescence? Can we talk?
Oh my
about
God.
that for a second?
The Linkin
A lot.
Park, the Avril Lavigne, the White Stripes are in it.
We were saying that we have to make, because me and Christina have been doing these WMSR episodes where aside from our normal format, every 10 episodes, we take a lot of the music that we talk about throughout, recording our regular episodes. And
Yeah.
we make these individual, like radio show
Playlists.
style, like countdowns, like our favorite songs. We have to do one for Sudbury. We have to.
I just want to
Definitely.
read one of the things that I was just saying while I was watching it earlier, and I said, "Oh my God, I'm just going to say that Jimmy looks like such a badass walking into this song." It was the White Stripes song. It fit really well. And then
So-
Jillian's just hanging out there in her underwear. But I said, "Oh my God, I'm just gonna say it. Jimmy coming out like a badass to this song."
To the
Yeah.
song. Jimmy's so different. He's not a Bulgarian vampire cowboy. He is James Hawkins from the book in this
Yeah.
pilot.
And is a
right?
drug
Rootin'
dealer as
tootin'.
well.
And he's a drug dealer and he's kind of a jerk off. So
Mhm.
can we ask you about, I'm not sure how much you know about like the filming locations and stuff, but can we ask you about the Minuteman, the motel that Jillian and Jimmy are at? Do you know if that's the same one that's used in the film? Because we were kind of speculating on that.
I don't think it would have been the one in the film, unless it was one of like on the back of the studio lots. What they tend to do, because I do think it looks very similar to one of the. I'm sure it's Warner Brothers. I might be wrong, but I'm sure you can do a Warner Brothers tour. They might have stopped now, but the back studio lot there is a motel, and it's for one of the horror films.
Oh, Psycho.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I've been on one of those backlot tours. It's really cool. So
Yeah.
you think it was a backlot?
I think it was a backlot one, just because obviously with Pilot.
Okay.
Because with a Pilot as well, you've only got like a limited budget. You
Right.
can't go for the full
Mhm.
amount like you would normally do for what it would cost for a series. So I do think it might have been a backlot.
Okay.
It could have been a real location, but there's no information whatsoever on
Right.
the
Nothing.
locations.
Yeah, and even on the movie IMDb page, there were a few locations for the movie listed on there, but the motel was not one of them. So I was just
Yeah.
curious if they used the same motel for both. It would have been like a really cool.
It would have been good. It would have been
Right.
a good sort of cameo
Yeah.
of its own location.
Yeah.
You and I had to like triangulate. Like if this was the airport she was going to, so we triangulated it maybe to Jersey. We don't know.
Yeah.
Nobody
Yeah,
knows.
listen to
Yeah.
our Blood on the Moon episode. We go down a whole rabbit hole of theories of where this motel could possibly be. That episode was so much fun to record, by the way. I had fun like theorizing about that. You said you did an analysis, like is it a scene by scene analysis of the entire episode, or was it just like certain scenes that you kind of like picked out what you thought was interesting?
It was pretty much scene by scene.
Okay.
Literally scene by scene. I've got it all.
Dive right in. Let's do it.
All right.
I think some stuff though we'll have to leave out anyway. So
okay, you let us know. Give us like a code word, and we'll take it out later.
But yeah, I did it literally by scene. So when you watched it, I was trying to do it more of what was similar to the film or similar to the books, because I love the books. But like same thing when you said James Hawkins, that's for Jimmy. When it goes to it is a motel, isn't it? Yeah. I do think actually it is that back studio lot, because when it first opens, you see like a skyline sort of thing, like when it goes through clouds, kind of like the Craft. Really, it reminded me a lot of the Craft when it at the very beginning. But you see this church, which is obviously supposed to be Sudbury, like the places where it's supposed to set. But I do think it is the church from the studio lot that's in like everything, like from Pretty Little Liars, and I think it's in
that
Gilmore
is exactly
Girls.
what I said. I said this intro is like every other witchy show I've ever seen, in which you start through the clouds and you get this vista with a small town in it. I think it's Witches of Eastwick too.
Yeah,
like they just that's like
is.
a canned
it's the same thing.
intro. That's so funny.
They would have saved a lot of money as well, though, rather than going on alt locations.
Yeah, for sure.
At the very beginning, it does remind me a lot of the film in terms of the introduction. So like in the film, you hear like Aunt Frances like talking to the girls about Maria Owens, but in this part in Sudbury, it's not about Maria Owens, it's about the whole family.
Okay.
So what gets mentioned is, and I can't do accents or anything like that.
It's okay.
We love yours. Please just use your own. It's wonderful.
Oh, it's Yorkshire. It's bad. It's a Yorkshire accent.
Not to us.
Some of my friends will say, "Oh, you talk so posh for someone from Yorkshire," but
no, love it.
Sounds more common.
Sounds more posh than my New Jersey accent. I'm like, Christina, I'm gonna go get some coffee this morning.
Coffee.
The traffic was so nasty
on the New Jersey Turnpike.
No, please use yours. We love it. We love it.
So what gets mentioned is it's actually from Sally. So you can hear it being from Sally, and she says, "Whatever else that you may have heard of the Owens women, this much is true. We know things. Like when the north wind blows, it means there is a change in weather. A fever to come that won't go away, or a string of bad fortune. If it is coupled with a blood red moon, it means anything can happen." And that reminded me so much with not only the introduction with practical magic in the film, but because it's like suspicions, isn't it? It's like Alice Hoffman writes a lot about with suspicions, like this is coupled with this, or this is coupled with this. I love that. As soon as I heard that, I was like drawn straight in. It's like, this should have been a series. This would have been amazing.
Yeah.
That gives me a lot of, do you remember the opening to the movie Chocolat with Johnny Depp? They come through the sky and the mom's voice is over and she's talking about when the wind blows, and it's very magical in its own way. But you're right, just that voiceover of the history is the same, but different.
Yeah, so that was really good. And did you realize that when she's saying that and you can hear like the wind blowing and the newspaper starts getting like blown up to the house, did you remember who it was that opened the door for the newspaper?
Was that one of the aunts?
Yeah, it was one of the aunts.
Yeah.
And you don't know that until later on.
Right.
I know. Later. I said they literally have that newspaper on a stringer pulling it up the stairs in that breeze.
But straight away though for the blood red moon as well, because you just see the blood red moon, and that's when it shows at the motel.
Right.
Yes. That was
the
very
transition
quick.
Is perfect.
Very quick, like that's like pretty much like middle of the film, but it was really good on how it was done with that.
It's interesting. This is way more about Jillian. Like this starts, her and Jimmy are the first scenes together, whereas the movie it's more focused on Sally.
Yeah,
so that's really interesting.
And it's also focused on Sally's daughter as well, Antonia. I think it was. I get confused because I'm so used to the film, like all my life. They flipped.
Yeah. Yeah. So Antonia is a teenager in this pilot, and she's played by Kat Dennings. Right? And Kylie's a younger, I guess like 10, 11-year-old.
Yeah, so definitely preteen for Kylie, and then Antonia's meant to be 15. I had to go back and edit my notes actually because I actually initially thought she would be about 17.
Okay.
But she mentioned saying it is 15. So most of the plot is aimed on Antonia as well. And the similarity between Antonia and Gillian, very similar.
Yeah.
Very similar.
Who was the one in the book that saw the auras? Was it Kylie?
I think it was Kylie, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that's kind of the same between the pilot and the books.
Yeah, the pilot is definitely more of the book than the film.
Yeah, which is why it's such a shame that the pilot never got picked up and never went anywhere, because the move, like, of course, in the movie, they can only give us like an hour and a half. They can only give us so much of that story. But if they fleshed out an entire series where they can play out all of the details that we see in the books that we didn't get in the movie, that would have been so cool.
I feel like we see Denise Denovi. She's like one of the original script writers, and Justina and I have a couple early drafts, which I'm trying not to look at, but she's trying to stay a lot closer to the books. And I'm wondering if the other writers, as they finally got to the final drafts of Practical Magic, were changing it to fit more of an hour and a half time constraint. But like, she seems to be the one to really want to keep it connected more to the book.
I really need to find the scripts. I really love to find the scripts, because I think the writer of the scripts of the earlier drafts is the same executive producer that did Sudbury, the third person, because there were three names.
That's
there was Sandra Bullock, Denise Denove, and then there were a third name, and I can't remember the third name, but I think it is the same person that wrote the earlier drafts.
Justina's looking it up.
Yeah.
There's not much information at all, like, especially on IMDb. Like, you'd think there'd be more like on the cast and crew, because there is more actors in there and obviously more crew members. But I think as well, they filmed more of the street scenes on the back lot, but I think they filmed it in a real house as well, because there were two houses. You've got one with the aunt's house.
Oh, right.
And then you've got the house of Sally and her daughters. So it were two separate houses. And I do think they would have filmed that in a real house. They might have filmed it in Canada as well, because a lot of pilots, they film in Canada. I think it must be cheaper.
We need to know locations. Ugh.
Yeah. The third writer is Becky Hartman Edwards, and she's done a lot of TV stuff. Firefly Lane, Pitch. There was
That's big right now. Firefly Lane is popping off.
There was a Cruel Intentions TV movie.
Oh my God.
She was involved in that. She was executive producer. October Road, Spellbound. She's done a lot of...
I think they did a pilot for Cruel Intentions as well with, it's Sarah Michelle Gellar, isn't it?
Is she involved in that too?
She did a pilot episode, and I think...
Yes. This is the one.
That's been released as well. I think somebody's released that recently.
2016 TV movie. Yes, Sarah Michelle Gellar. And this other writer for Sudbury, she was involved. She was the executive producer on that Cruel Intentions TV movie. Becky Hartman Edwards. Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's all connected.
It's all connected.
Tell us more about all of the stuff that you've picked out of the pilot.
What scene are we at here?
Yeah, where are we at here?
Let's see. So we've got the first scene where we see Gillian in the motel, and with, I'm still going to say Jimmy. I'm going to have to say, I'm so sorry. Right. But with Jimmy, you actually do see the abuse. You never saw him hit her in the film,
right?
But you do see him hit her in the scene.
Yeah,
and
shocking.
It does get you a little bit by surprise, even though you might know it from the film, but it surprised me the first time I saw it. I was like, oh my God. So straight away, the first scene, you've got abuse.
Yeah.
And it's only because she's hungry and she's just asking to go out and have something to eat. And then it went straight away for when she goes for the drink and she puts the herb in the drink. I don't think it was Belladonna. I think it is Belladonna, the Nightshade, or just another name, but they never said Belladonna. I'm sure they said Nightshade.
Right.
So that's a little bit of a difference.
And the drink, it's not tequila, it's whiskey, right? I'm looking at...
I've literally got loads of notes.
So I had that Gillian is just hanging out in her underwear. Scotch,
yeah.
I said, he's so fucking weird. Like, he's just so weird. Has he been out dealing drugs, or was he doing something else?
Right.
And I was trying to figure out what's on her necklace, but they kind of show it later. But she's wearing his ring. She's the one wearing the snake ring.
Yeah.
She does pour him scotch, but there's another bottle on that dresser that I think is tequila.
Okay.
Because it has that gold label on it. Very interesting. But yeah, she like oopsie daisy dumps it all in.
A little too much, you think? She poured the entire bottle in there.
She literally did. She started like scooping it off the table and everything. Like, yeah,
like the cops aren't going to find that at all. Like, you know,
but it had like glitter in it as well. It had like glitter, so you knew it was something supposed to be magical, because it just I know it's a dark, the episode's really dark, but you can see that sparkle. So I think to anyone watching would be like, okay, that's magic,
right? Yeah,
poison.
But like, I find it interesting how the cops, when they're doing their investigation, like they don't find any trace of this shit in this guy's system because they said that she was off the hook. It was something else, right?
It was cocaine overdose
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
Cocaine and heroin enough to kill a horse.
So what the hell?
That was the quote, enough to kill a horse.
Okay.
Maybe those levels were much higher in the toxicity report that her nightshade didn't make a difference.
Right.
You know?
But it didn't
I
even
have toxicity in my head now. What?
It didn't show up at all, though, is what I'm saying. Like, she dumped the
Right?
entire
But
box.
listen, we're gonna get there. But Gary in this show, like, calm down. Like, he is pursuing Sally in this show.
Definitely.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
It's like pretty much like stalking her as well.
Uh-huh.
He's like,
stalking her
need a
at work,
prescription.
stalking her at the house.
He's finding every
Yes.
reason to knock on her door, and she's like, what the fuck do you want?
Yeah.
Crazy, absolutely crazy. You would have thought that
Mhm.
would have been like more Jimmy stalking, but it kind of does though when he's dead.
Yeah. He's a
Mhm,
blip.
mhm.
He's a blip in the entire. If this did get picked up as a series, that was it. He was dead in the first episode. Like, what else was there to show?
She never gets rid of him though.
You're right. At the end, did they get rid of him at the end? The
No.
spirit?
Mm.
No.
Okay.
I think that left it a little bit open though.
Open. All right.
There's a few things though that I don't want to like spoil at the same time because it's like we've seen it, other people haven't. They'll want to see it, even though we're talking about it.
Yeah.
We can put a disclaimer at the beginning, like, hey, if you can find it and watch it, go for it. But we're gonna probably talk about everything in this episode.
Definitely. But yeah,
Yeah.
she never gets rid of him. She gets close to getting rid of him. But if you remember, the massive rose bush starts to die off.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, oh, they're getting rid of him. But it starts to come back. And that's how you know, like, you can't get rid of him.
Yeah, he's saying
Yeah.
something also, like, you'll never get rid of me or something like that.
Yeah, you'll never get rid of me. And then it was also the fight that had happened in the motel. It's the same dialogue. So it's kind of like, you don't know if it's going through Gillian's head, like what she's remembering
Right.
to get rid of him, or if it's like being spoken out loud to her, like
Yeah.
taunting her, basically.
Yeah.
Right. So I just want to talk real quick about the ring and the roses and how the roses grow in this pilot. Because in the film, me and Christina, when we were watching this initially, we were talking about how the roses in the film, they wake up in the morning and they're just there. They just appear. We don't know the whole story with how the roses appeared, what initiated the roses to grow in the first place. But in the pilot, they make it very clear that when she throws the ring to the rose bush, that ring is what makes all the...
She throws the ring and then the frog eats it and then burps it back up and it
And
lands
it gets on
like
a branch.
on the thorns. Mhm.
Yeah. And then it starts to grow from that. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if it would have been more of the powers because of the ring that did it, but then obviously because it must have belonged to Jimmy for her to throw it in the first place to try and get rid of him. So I wonder, with him being more darker and more evil while he was alive, could he have been something else if it had been series? Because that magic came from the ring and it wouldn't have come from Gillian.
Do you think... Oh, Christina, were you going to say the same thing?
I was going to say that other piece of jewelry that she's wearing, that necklace, is like rattlesnake rattles.
Yeah.
And that's the one that Kylie is wearing when she's getting choked out.
Yeah.
So like it's probably things he's given her. Like what the hell we just talked about? Sympathetic magic?
Yeah.
I don't know, but
Horcrux.
it's a
a
tag
whole
lock.
crux.
Yeah,
Tag lock. A tag lock.
Tag lock.
Yeah. Yeah. And we also just did a whole tattooing episode on, and we were talking about the symbolism of a snake. So maybe...
We're skipping ahead though, y'all.
I
We
know.
are not
We're
there
going back
yet.
and forth, back and forth.
All right.
This is so fun.
I know. All right. Tell us more. What else we got?
Okay, so Sally's talking to Kylie at one point, and Kylie says something about her teacher and that she has a purple light around her. And I get that Sally is trying to like keep her safe till she's a little older, but she definitely gaslights this kid and is like, maybe there was a projector on or a computer screen,
Oh.
and that's it. I was like, Sally motherfucking Owens. Stop
Yeah.
it. I said that this town, I guess they cut to an Antonia scene. I was like, this town is bustling at night. There are so many extras walking around this like, little quaint town. It's not even quaint. It looks like a seedy little town. I don't know. That's what I had written.
Yes.
So we see.
So with Kylie, when she says the same thing with the purple light around her, she has a problem with her heart, but she doesn't know it yet, meaning the teacher. But Kylie doesn't know why. She just knows. It's like intuition. She just knows. She's seeing these like auras around people and she just doesn't understand it. But what's interesting with that is knowing how strong her intuition is. Sally looks at the door like as if like, where's Antonia? Like she's just looking for her. And Kylie didn't even look at her mum without hesitating, just says, don't worry, she'll be home soon.
I love that.
And she's literally like got her head down working on a science project. She's like, don't worry, she'll be back.
That
So
reminds me
I
of the
thought that was
scene
good.
with Sally and Jilly in bed, and Jillian just mouths, I love you. And then Sally's like, I love you too, Jilly. You know, it's just like that little special thing.
But Kylie doesn't know that her family's witches yet.
Right. That's right.
She doesn't know, but she's still young though. She's preteen, so her mum's still trying to protect her. And whereas Antonia, she's more like rebellion now. She's like, she's going through adolescence. She knows she's different. Her family's different. She's alone, really.
She listens to all that Evanescence. She's such a bad.
Pat Dennings was like the perfect little actress for this role. She is so good as
Pat Dennings,
right?
Really good.
Yeah,
She plays the best little rebel.
yeah, angsty.
Very angsty.
And she's getting bullied as well by the popular girls at school, which is, it's nighttime. Like you say, it's nighttime on a street. Everyone's busy. It's like everyone's coming out of a nightclub. You're
Right. So many people. Everyone's hanging in a parking lot.
Yeah.
Can we just like talk about Mitch for a second and where the fuck did this character come from?
This guy.
Mitch reminds me a lot actually of Jimmy.
Right?
Yes.
A little bit. Yeah, there is like a little parallel between Antonia and Jillian. She's kind of following the same path as Jillian. She idolizes her, obviously. She wants to be like her. But yeah, she kind of is going after the wrong kind of guys too.
Yeah, definitely.
We've all been there though.
I know.
It actually leads up to the next scene actually, because Sally's going through the bedroom with a laundry basket and she notices a book. And when she looks at the book, it's Jillian's diary, but it's not actually her diary, it's a spell book. So Antonia's not only reading what's Jillian's property, really, you know, what she's left at house, but reading her spells. And when Sally's flipping through the pages, she sees a photo of Mitch, the guy that Antonia fancies.
Do you think that Antonia had that diary before Jillian showed up? Like maybe it was like a childhood heirloom that they found at the aunt's house? Because that's what it seemed like to me, because it's so reminiscent of Sally's journal, her Amos Veritas journal in the movie. It's like all pasted with flowers and stuff.
Yeah.
She definitely got the book before Jillian arrives, because Sally says it to Jillian later on and says, you do know she's got your diary and she's casting your spells. And that's when Jillian meets her into town and says, don't turn out like me, because I think she must know that she's using all these love spells on this one guy. Love spells don't work.
Right.
Well, it doesn't work the way you expect it to be. So I think she's trying to warn her, like, don't turn out like me, just stop doing it. And she kind of like listens to her, but like she just stop. But that's when it starts turning bad then, with this new guy that's got this interest in her because she's different, and it starts turning more abusive like Jimmy does.
Right. Yeah, he turns real dark real fast. And I don't know if that has anything to do with, do you think it was her starting to do love spells on him that kind of gave him this dark edge, or like
there is a line when she comes home safely, like towards the end, she kind of has it out with Sally more or less, and she's like, I never did any love spells on him, just so you know. She didn't ever spell him.
Okay.
So he's just an ass.
Yeah. He's just an asshole.
I think that's right. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. I completely forgot myself.
I just watched it this morning.
Oh, well, that's why.
Fresh. Nice and fresh.
If she didn't cast any spells on him, he must have been already dark, but she must have really fancied him though to have his picture in Jillian's diary on the love spell page.
Yeah, she's thinking about it.
I was thinking about it for sure. Yeah. I thought maybe it was like a character that was more geared toward Gideon, because in the book we see Antonia kind of have not a love interest, but like, you know, a friend from childhood that eventually she ends up having that crush on, or so I thought they would have put something in it like that. But then we were reading the IMDb page, we're like, who's Mitch?
Who's Mitch?
Yeah, his name doesn't get mentioned until near enough the very end, when Antonia doesn't come back home. And Kylie, when this is like, I know we're jumping ahead, but when she finally realizes that family are witches, she gets that instinct and like she's gone, she's run away. And then she's with that guy from last night who dropped her off at home in the car. I think he was drinking as well, driving as well.
Yeah.
And it was only Sally that mentioned his name, but I don't think she even knew his name before anyway, Sally, because I don't think it had his name in the book.
Weird. Yeah, because doesn't she say it to Gary? Like, little Kylie goes and says she's missing, and then they're like, she's with Mitch. And that's like the first and almost last time we hear about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I don't remember what scene it was, but between then and when they go to the aunt's house, they are going so hardcore with the smoke machine.
The smoke machine.
Yeah.
I do like that they live separately from the aunts, just like in the book.
Uh-huh.
And then I said, Jesus Christ, here comes the white stripes. I mean, it's good placement and all, but it's just kind of all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Like the music is so aggressive. Like the sound guy and the levels person was having a field day with this show.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
They were huge alt rock fans. They definitely listened to K rock back in the day. Should we talk about Jimmy and his ghost in this pilot?
Go ahead.
One good thing though that I did like what was different, which they didn't take from the film. They didn't actually do resurrection.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, he just materializes out of the ring and the roses.
Yeah,
Like in the book.
I wonder if it's got to be more darker beforehand, because the ring, once it gets stuck on the rose, like the branch, the roses grow, and then it starts like materializing outside, like in the film though. But there's no resurrection, so it just appears. But it's Kylie that season.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But
And
it was Kylie in the film as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's kind of
Yeah.
similar because she sees him through the window, but it's kind of like the reflection in the window almost.
Yeah, she
So she
starts
doesn't-
moving like to see like if it's like an.
Yeah, I like that they
an
did
edge,
that.
yeah.
But then, like, she goes out there and he's just chilling there and he just turns his head and she's like, hello. And he's like, hello. Weird, their interaction.
When we get there, I have some notes on that, but I wanted to say I like how Jillian shows up at Sally's house in the middle of the night, like in the book. That scene in the book has such like good summertime textures, I guess. Like they talk about like the humidity and the sound of the night and things like that. So I really like that. And I said they got some sick ass slide guitar coming in when Jillian shows up to Sally's house.
Right.
It's very akin to the books. We talked about the ring, but Sally is so much nicer than in the book. She's kind of mean when Jillian shows up.
Yeah, she
you
kind of
know.
like wants something to do with her.
Yeah, I think that could be just being like that stern mother because her eldest daughter's been a rebellion. She's idolizing a sister that has been in complete trouble all her life. She's fell for the wrong guys.
Mhm.
She doesn't want her daughter to fall into those sort of footsteps, but then she's trying to protect her youngest daughter from even knowing about her gifts, family of witches, and trying to protect her then from not seeing it from her older sister who was supposedly casting spells.
Yeah.
They would really benefit from family therapy.
Oh,
Hardcore.
before you were mentioning the like the summary palette of the book. This episode, this pilot has such a fall feel. We see a lot of
Totally.
leaves. It's like autumn in full force, and it's just got that darker kind of Halloween twist to it, and all the alt rock. I just was getting super
Yeah.
autumn Halloween kind of vibes from this episode.
Yeah, but
A lot of leaves, a lot
the
of
fashion,
leaves.
the fashion though is all over the place. If it is like late fall, Jillian is in spaghetti strap tops. What the fuck is happening? Did you catch the line? We're moving along, I promise. But when Justina and I watched this, there was a line about Sally having friends with benefits, which cracked me up. But did you hear what she said afterwards? So Sally says she's got friends with benefits, and Jillian goes like, nice. And Sally goes, yeah, not really, but I do keep my cell phone on vibrate.
Oh my
Did you
god!
catch that?
No, I totally missed that.
I was like, what? Okay. And then we get the roses with the frog. Oh, is sharing belly button rings a thing? Because Jillian's talking to Antonia. Antonia's like, oh, cool belly button ring. And she's like, oh, I have this other one that's much sexier. You can borrow it sometime. And I'm like, ew.
Ew.
And she says, wait until you're 18 to have it done, but don't forget the aspirin. that will
right.
help.
Oh, she's trying
Yeah.
to be responsible. But I just thought that I was like, ew, are you sharing belly button rings?
That was like, can you not encourage my daughter to do all this shit?
David, if you have more, don't let me skip ahead if you don't.
Oh
if
no,
you have more for
there's
those
loads.
scenes.
I'm just trying to catch up.
Oh no, don't let me. We could slow
Sorry.
down.
I'm just like phasing out. Sorry.
No.
I'm just noticing another difference as well is that it looks like Sally doesn't actually have her own business. She
Right.
looks like she's working in a normal pharmacy,
Yeah,
but
she's
she's
a
giving
pharmacist.
herbs from under the counter.
Uh-huh.
Like, oh, try this.
Oh,
as well.
illegal.
This will work better.
Not FDA approved, and I'm only a pharmacist, but it's cool. Just take this stuff in my mason jar from my backyard. It's fine.
Yeah. Michael is already dead,
Uh-huh.
and
Yes.
he's been dead for 5 years,
And
so
this
we'd
is when
never
we
see
learn
anything.
Jillian left after the funeral. She
Yep.
didn't leave as a young teenager.
Yeah, she didn't stay to help her sister. She just disappears, like with no contact whatsoever for 5 years. What I did like though as well with that scene is when Sally's looking at the photo and like kind of like reminiscing, and it's when she goes into the dining room to take like the knives and the forks and the spoons, and she's holding them. This is before Gary knocks on the door.
Right. She drops everything, right?
It burns her. Did you hear the music in the background?
Yes.
Oh, that was such a good Easter egg.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
music,
So
the
good.
score.
The score from Practical Magic was in there.
So that was great with that. It gives a moment where Antonio and Sally kind of like somewhat connecting, because she says, why couldn't you help Dad? Why
Yeah.
couldn't you cast any spells to help Dad? Did Dad like know about all your magic, and why wasn't he bothered by it? And she says, oh, it's just a part of who I am, like my curly hair and bad singing voice.
Oh, yeah. So he
that
knew
were
about
nice.
her witchcraft. Yeah.
Um,
Because
so-
we were speculating on that, whether he would have known or not.
Yeah.
In a previous episode that we did.
from the film, I think he would have known more that of the family being different.
Mhm.
I always say that though, when someone says something about a question to me, and it's like, no, I know that I'm different. But I think he would have known more of that, like when old town's just like, shh, don't talk to them, don't look at them, things like that. But he's just carefree, he just doesn't mind.
Yeah, he's a good man.
Care because he loved her so much. He didn't care.
Yeah.
Or
I wish they
did
would have
he?
shown more as well about Michael. I wish they would have shown, but I'm glad that they didn't. Like they've just completely skipped. That's like, right, it died 5 years ago.
Right.
This is where we are now. But
Yeah,
it was
'cause-
fine with her using magic.
In the book, Michael also doesn't really play too big of a part. He's kind of just like, not even a subplot. He's just like a mention, and this is what happened with Michael, but now we're moving on, right?
David, did you read the other books by chance?
Yeah.
Okay, they didn't
Yeah.
even continue his death story the right way. Like he dies of lightning or something?
Yeah,
Do you
by-
remember? Just seen
I can't remember at all now.
in the
It's been
first
so long.
book,
But
it's a car, but then Alice
Book of
Hoffman changed it,
Magic.
I think, in Book of Magic to lightning. Was
Yeah.
it lightning?
Yeah, it
there was a
like-
lot of differences. I've noticed that with differences.
So apparently he wasn't that important of a character, I
right.
guess, to her.
He had a different name
Um,
as well, didn't it? It wasn't Michael, was it?
No, I think it was the same name, but
Michael Bailey.
His death was just different, completely
Okay.
between book 1 and book 4. The middle 2 books were different time periods, so they didn't even mention him at all. But
Yeah.
they kind of recap, I guess, Sally and Jillian's life in Book of Magic, the conclusion of it all.
Yeah.
So
I
that's
like with the books though, you can read it in any sort of order that you
right,
want.
right.
its own
And even though
story.
it hints on other things, but it's like, okay, you can read it in any order. But my favorite has got to be the Rules of Magic. I love the Rules of Magic.
Yeah.
It's very good. Yeah.
I think my
And,
favorite
The
was
siblings.
Magic lessons as well, I think.
Yeah, Maria's whole backstory. Love
Yeah.
that too. Were you a big Outlander fan? Did you watch Outlander at all?
I've not seen it, but I've seen photos of the costumes and they are
Oh
gorgeous.
my God.
Beautiful.
I think you would absolutely fall in love with Outlander. Give it a shot. Not to get too off topic with the Sudbury, but real quick, magic lessons, Maria's whole backstory. I'm seeing a lot of parallels between like her and Claire, the main character of Outlander,
Mhm.
and then
That's very
between
similar.
Rebecca and Galis. So check it out and let us
I will
know.
do.
Check
Well,
it out.
you'll be back for a whole Outlander discussion. Watch.
So
I'll
I
end up
have
binge watching it for like about a week. I'll just watch everything. Isn't it like 7 seasons or something like that?
It's pretty up there at this point. Yeah.
I think this is the last one though.
Outlander, it is?
I think they're wrapping it up.
Okay. It's a whole book series. Diana Gabaldon,
Mhm.
her books are like Bible thick. Like
They're very big.
I would
I'm gonna
never
watch
I
it.
would never catch up. But yeah, I think
It's
the
spicy.
show
It's a spicy book.
Ooh, the show is spicy. I can't even imagine
Yeah.
all the details in the books that they don't even put in the show. But
Yeah.
the show is a good Cliff Notes version if you want to catch up that way.
Okay.
Anyway, so what else in Sudbury have you kind of analyzed or noticed that was kind of different from either the movie or the books, or what was the same?
I mean, I like how they use the scar in a couple of scenes from the film, so you know it's definitely practical magic, even though it's called Sudbury.
Uh-huh.
I think they could have called it practical magic.
They could
could
have. Why do you
called
think
it that.
they called it Sudbury?
I think they
It's
had
the
that listed as
location.
a they
It's
had that
supposed
as
to be
an
the
alternate
location
name.
of the town, which is
Okay.
weird though when it's supposed to be Maria's Island.
Right. That's weird.
So
I know
confusing.
Sudbury is a
Yeah.
real town in Massachusetts, which aside from this interview, Christina, we could probably do like a little blurb on that just for context to put in this episode about the actual Sudbury town, because it's an actual town.
Is that the only Sudbury, New England?
I think it's in Massachusetts.
I think we might have got one in UK as well. I think could be wrong.
Okay.
I don't get out much.
You get out more than me and Christina do. You've been to a lot of cool places and met a lot of cool people.
Yeah.
It's
for
the only
sure.
time I leave the house.
Sure, that's an adventure in and of itself. That is really, really cool what you do. I'm
I
fascinated.
wanted to say something about Jimmy that might be unpopular for this Sudbury thing. In the one scene where Kylie goes out and says hello, and he's very nice to her. He doesn't scare her. He
Creepy.
says, he's a little creepy, but he says hi. And she says, who are you? All he says is, I'm a friend of Jillian's. But he's like really nice to her. And I could see just in that little scene how he could be charming to someone. Because he is so nice. But we know the real Jimmy.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion.
Kylie's very confused as well because she doesn't know anything about magic or anything like that. But she's seeing this ghost that she can't understand. It's completely grayed out. Like it literally looks like a dead body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can hear flies. And that's what bugged me. No pun intended.
Yeah. The noises.
Yeah.
I thought they were flies too, but then Christina, you said something interesting. You were like, they might be the bees because remember in Book of Magic when Jet hears the bees before her impending doom? So bees was kind of like a popular motif throughout, I guess, the Book of Magic. So I know the Book of Magic was written like
it could
way,
be flies,
way after
yeah.
this,
Yeah,
but it could be flies. But
yeah,
I was like,
you only hear it though. You don't really see it. You just hear it. So it could
Right.
be. It could be. Yeah, definitely.
Right.
The two score musics that was used, which one was actually about after Michael's death in the film. Jilly says, I miss you, Sally. You know, with the scar on the hand. That's the same score music that was used.
There's music in here from the Craft score as well. I don't know if you picked up on that.
Which song?
I don't remember what scene it was in Sudbury, but remember, Christina, when we were doing our whole reaction thing, I was like, oh, that's from the Craft.
You know music so well. Like I've already kind of blanked it out.
The scene in the Craft where they're doing the glamour and Sarah changes her hair color. That song.
Right.
Yeah, I don't remember what scene it was in Sudbury though, but I remember hearing it when we were talking about it.
The silver heating up in her hand reminded me of like in the book where it's like butter will melt if there's somebody in love. But like they never explain the silver in this context. So I'm not sure about that.
I think it was the connection between Garrett and Sally because she knows there's a connection. You can tell like she can't lie to him. That was another thing. She can't lie to him. And then when it burns her, I don't know if it was like some sort of like warning for her that all of a sudden now she's starting to fall in love again. Because she was just talking about a dead husband who died 5 years ago in the 2 seconds ago. And it's like, oh,
here comes Gary.
That's him. I bet her phone's not on vibrate now.
Yeah, really? Ooh, Detective Hallett. She does use that line, I think I'm having a heart attack. And I thought that was a really cute add-in that they used that line again. Sandra Bullock must have liked that line.
I was waiting for Jillian to be like, can I take a peek at your palm? But she never did.
Really.
Gary's at the house wanting to interview Jillian because he's been giving this report about James Hawkins. You know, they've been traveling together, but he's already in town.
Yeah, he's like their
and he's
constable?
dead in another place, and yet
Connecticut.
Yeah. So is it quite far?
Works.
I'm assuming it's quite far, like in distance. But he's already in town and doesn't know anything about that. So that's what confused me. Like, is he already investigating it? But Jillian wasn't actually in town at that time.
Didn't he say he came from Phoenix or Albuquerque or something?
Albuquerque.
Out southwest.
Yeah.
So that kind of
a
good parallel.
I think he works in that town because the initial scene we see him come into the pharmacy wasn't for Jimmy. It's something about like Sally says something about forged prescriptions. And then he says, oh, we caught that guy. I think it was something different, but he's
trying to ask her out, isn't it? He's like, oh, where's best place for pizza or something, wasn't it? Like, where's
Mexican food. Yeah. Sudbury to Connecticut. I'm going to see how far they are from each other because that's where they found Jimmy's body was in Connecticut.
Okay. The motel. Right?
Yeah.
The motel was in Connecticut.
So while you're doing that then, so Gary's basically wanting to interview Jillian because, like I said, you know, he's a detective, he's trying to find out what happened to her boyfriend. But he says it doesn't look like it was natural causes, which was only like a couple of days before as well. So he wouldn't have been at that motel or anything like that. You actually see the scene where they're discovering the body, but I can't remember seeing Gary there.
Yeah, I don't think so.
When the police came to the crime
motel.
scene.
Yeah.
Sudbury to Connecticut's about 2 hours.
Yeah, it's not far.
Is there another Sudbury? Maybe? I don't know. I'll keep looking. The woman who plays Franny has such a good stalker cadence. I think her little transatlantic was really cute. Did a good job.
You can tell she was like very stern though as well, because she got the one that's like more loving, like the grandmother type figure, and then you've got the aunt that's like, no shit. She's not going to take anything.
You can even tell that from her voice, like her speech is very clipped. It's very direct and she just gets down to it.
When Aunt Franny comes out of the room, because she's not actually in the room when they're all talking, she comes in and she just says, so how much did you use? She just knew.
She knew it. Yeah.
We've kind of skipped ahead again because just before that, it's with the necklace with Kylie.
The one that chokes her.
Yeah, and I agree. It looks like the two tails of a snake. And she's just like playing around, putting this necklace on. So I do like how the snake necklace starts to strangle her. And that's when they realise, when they're trying to save her, it is Jimmy. Jimmy's spirit's trying to get to Gillian, but it's trying to kill the girl, Kylie.
And they go out and they see like blood coming out of the ground, which is like different because we see boots. We don't see, it's just so subtle in the movie, but this is like, oh shit, Jimmy's here.
Yeah, and that's when they decide then they have to go to the aunts.
Yeah, that jewelry is very connected. Again, like it's like a tag lock. He must have given that stuff to her. And like you said, like Kylie's just playing around, putting jewelry on because she probably looks up to Jillian also, and that she kind of sees him again. And she's trying to tell her mama and Aunt Jilly. They don't see him, so they run outside, and then all hell breaks loose.
Yeah.
Christina,
you just watched this, so this is fresh. But like, we watched this together, like 3 nights ago.
Yeah.
It's kind of already blurry to me at this point. So like, I remembered things, but not as well as like you're picking out stuff. I'm like, oh, I already forgot about that.
I really wanted to get the details.
Yeah. I mean, I've got like 6 pieces of paper here, and it's I'm just like, oh my god, so much. It was only 45 minutes long as well, so they've really compact it.
Yeah.
So just to get back on track, so they decide to go to the aunts because they're the only ones that know how to help. They don't know how to get rid of Jimmy, but Kylie's confused. She doesn't know, and that's when she says, "Our family are witches. They're witches." And then that's when they decide to go to the aunt's house, which is a different house completely. And then you can see that with Kylie, she's so intrigued about what they're doing because it looks like they're making a potion. They're trying to like do everything. They're getting herbs from the cupboards, from the shelves, everything, but she's just so intrigued. But she still doesn't understand until her mum explains and says, we've all got gifts.
Right.
You've got gifts, we've got gifts. For me, it seemed like as if everyone had their own separate gift, like Charmed.
Right.
Yeah.
Like everyone's got their own gift, but at the same time, it doesn't show much difference between each person. It's like everyone's got magic, everyone's got like intuition, everyone knows, being psychic. She could say everything what you've gone through, we do it as well, but she just says everyone's got their own gifts.
I like that.
Yeah.
But you don't really see what's different. Like, for example, I mean, Kylie's got, obviously, she can see auras. Like she already said, she can see auras, she can see colours around people. She knows when someone's ill. You know she's seeing ghosts. The adults don't. The adults don't see ghosts.
Antonia doesn't either.
Right.
Antonia doesn't
But
know.
Antonia has the thing with the weather.
Yeah. Which we were kind of like me and Christina were seeing parallels between, I guess, Antonia's weather control and Sarah in The Craft, that last scene where she just like makes this windstorm and we're like, oh my god, that's like The Craft.
Yeah.
Pick that
she
out.
makes like all windows on cars smash when she got mad. So they all just like all went exploded.
Yeah.
And then the leaves kind of wrapping
when she's
around.
walking. Yeah, when she's walking and they're just like going around her, really. She's not going through them, they're kind of going around her.
And then Mitch's car at the end, she kind of saved herself with her gifts when the leaves kind of like went all over his car so he couldn't see, so she was able to get out of the car.
The leaves with the car though, that came from Sally, because it's when Sally cast some spells to try and find her, because she's run away, and it's the last spell because none of them seems to work, and it's to create a path that's not hers but a path that is right. So it's that what stops the leaves, and it reminded me a lot of the petals from Amos Veritas.
Oh yeah. And she does have like the connection with the leaf in the movie too, because remember when the leaf fall, when her and the aunts are walking through town and Gary kind of puts that little spell on her, and then at the end when she lets the leaf go to the moon and it goes to Gary and then he comes meet her in the garden. So it's interesting how there was a connection with Sally and the leaves in the film, and also Sally and the leaves with this pilot.
Yeah,
so that's really
cool
good with parallel. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
That's one of the things I noticed though, because especially like at the very beginning when you hear the voiceover saying about with the wind, you see the leaves going over towards like the moon when it's blood on the moon, and the leaves again when Jimmy is just about to enter the motel from his car. There were leaves there as well. So definitely that autumn fall feel to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wish they would have explained a bit more about the powers to Kylie. You can't just say we're witches, we've got gifts, and then that's it. And she's still just we're doing the spell. But another thing as well, when Sally goes to the aunt to help with Jimmy, they give the instructions to, I'm trying to remember names, and it's different actors, and it's like,
It
it's
is,
not
yeah,
practical magic, it's Sudbury. So they give the instructions to Gillian how to get rid of Jimmy in the garden while Sally is trying to find Antonia, so she's casting spells. These spells are not working. It's like 5 years since she's ever cast spells. Did you notice earlier on when Antonia said to her mum about, what did Dad think about you using magic? And it's like, oh, it's another part of me.
Yeah.
Why didn't you do anything to help? She said, I tried everything that I could. So it makes me wonder if that were the little parallel between Sally trying to cast magic, trying to cast spells to bring him back to life.
Like the resurrection spell?
With the resurrection on Michael, like they did with Jimmy in the film. So then that explains why she does no magic whatsoever over 5 years. But then when she does cast the last spell, the liquid starts to spin like the tequila bottle.
Oh yeah.
I love that.
I love it too.
There was so much that happened in 45 minutes. Like, okay.
I know. When they're at the aunt's house, Kylie asks her mom, like, is this what the aunts do for their job? And Sally says, well, it's what the aunts do to make a living. And I'm like, what the? That's the same thing. It's their job. I was really confused. I'm like, just say yes, this is their job. It's what the aunts do to make a living, is what they said. And we see Magpie. We see the cat, which Justina pointed out. And he's much bigger. And Jillian's holding him. And then I put glowing marbles because they gave her some beads or something to throw on Jimmy's grave. And then I said freaking Gary again. Gary comes back.
Christina, can we talk about, remember that whole talk when Jillian comes to the town to see Antonia and kind of warn her, like, you don't want to be like me, don't follow the same footsteps. Remember she gave her that like whole speech that Nicole Kidman gives to Evan Rachel Wood in the little pantry when about the spinning and the arms, and we're like, what the hell? And I think we both agreed that Nicole Kidman delivered this speech in such a charming and uplifting kind of way, and Jerry Ryan just took it a whole like darker kind of like don't do what I did kind of. It was definitely a lot different in the way she delivered that whole speech.
She made it sound more like exhausted.
Like jaded. That's Christina's word, right? She's just more jaded about life and love. So yeah, I thought that was a fun little Easter egg that they included to pay homage to the film.
I do like that in this Jillian's thing. She says it more than once, is I deserve better. Like, yes, girl. Yeah, she says it, I think, at least twice.
Nicole Kidman is kind of oblivious as to what she deserves in the film. She kind of just goes through all different guys, kind of expecting the same result with all the same kinds of guys.
When they are going through the Book of Shadows, you can kind of tell they only like scrapbooked like the middle like 10 pages, and then the rest is really blank. I think you can even see the blank pages.
Yeah, they flip it a few times though as well. Like it's like a repeated scene. I think there were 2 scenes that was a repeat, and it was when she asked Kylie for like a herb, gypsy. I've never heard of a gypsy herb.
Gypsy herb.
I've never heard of that, and I've got like books on herbs and everything. It must be like some sort of
AKA
like a folk name, like folklore name or something like that. Because she says, "Oh, get me some gypsy." What is it? A woman in a caravan down road? Or something?
Like, what the hell? Is this liquid measurements, solid measurements? I don't know.
But there's that scene just as Kylie is turning around to get this herb, like what's on the kitchen counter.
There is something called gypsy wort. Then there's something called Bupleurum falcatum root extract, known as gypsy grass or port chamomile.
Oh.
So there's a couple different stuff named gypsy herb or gypsy wort. I've never heard of this before, but that might be another topic, list. Christina. Yeah. Interesting.
Wow. It could be something like that, but it just looks like a normal flower pot, which is like on kitchen, counter on windowsill, I think it was. And she's only just told her daughter that we're witches and we do all these spells and that, and she's telling her to grab this herb.
How's she supposed to know? Yeah.
Right.
So I think that one might have been a bit of a plot hole, because
for sure. What are we doing? Oh, Gary came back. Right? Because doesn't he show up as Jillian's doing her stuff, and he's asking for her, and Sally says, oh, she's busy. Like, what can I help you with, basically?
Yeah, that's right. And that's when Kylie just gets this feeling something's not right, and she starts running to her mum and says, Antonia's gone. She's run away. And then she kind of like gets distracted because she almost says like out loud in front of Gary, remember what you told me about the powers.
And she stops herself.
She stops and she went, oh, a friend's just called. She's never turned up to the library. So this is how we know that she's starting to run away with this Mitch.
Right.
Mitch.
Do you have any more notes, Christina? Anything else that you picked out that
I went from the scrapbook Book of Shadows to like basically the last scene. We talked about earlier how just weird this show makes you feel, like it's like an out of body experience. Like it feels like it should be right, but it just is like wrong in some ways.
Yeah.
It just was messing with my mind. And then my second to last thing was Jesus Christ, Avril Lavigne. But Jillian just basically runs out to the store,
Get
and they all
cereal?
think that she's gone, and she comes back with bags of junk food, and everybody is thrilled. Even Sally, who she's all about it. They're so happy that she's there with junk food.
And then she just says it, like Sally just ends with, "Of course I don't mind you staying, Jilly Bean." Like out of the whole 45 minutes, which feels like the whole movie just redone in its own way, because it just feels like about like a 3-hour long movie.
Yeah.
But because there's that much, and she just goes, "Jilly Bean."
Continuous content, drama, content.
And then it just ends with that,
What
really.
happened?
How you said it was kind of like an out of body experience. You know what it almost kind of reminds me of? You know how like when you put something into an AI generator and it just comes up with some bullshit? If AI existed back then, this would have
They
been
put practical magic into AI.
this would have been the practical magic AI experience.
It was
Definitely.
close, but it was off.
But also very off.
Yeah.
I think it felt very rushed, though.
Uh-huh.
It felt
Yeah.
very rushed. I mean, there's that much. I mean, there's bound to be stuff that we've missed out, like why is Antonia running away with this guy that she's not cast a spell on, but everyone believes that she has.
Right.
Sally casts a spell and helps guide her back with leaves.
Yeah.
With leaves.
I would be scared. She's supposed to be 15. She just gets out of
Yeah.
the car on some back road in Connecticut, Massachusetts in the dark.
Yeah.
I would be terrified. But she doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
She's Kat Dennings. She doesn't care.
And it's just a casual, just slow walk. She's not running away, like running back home. She's not like, "Oh my God, what have I done?" She's just
Unfazed.
Right.
And leaves are just like,
Mhm.
leading her back home. But yeah, I think there's loads of stuff that we might have missed, but there's just so much. It just feels like the movie just redone differently.
I think it definitely was way more reminiscent of the books than the movie was.
Yeah.
So that was cool. That was cool to see some of those little book things kind of thrown in there.
Yeah, I was actually hoping though that it would have picked up for a series back then, because I would have definitely watched it in 2004.
totally.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, this were a lot later when I got it. I think it was something like maybe even like something like 2014, like 10 years after
Oh, wow.
when I got it.
Yeah.
That is a lot more recent.
Well, I
Here-
like that the girls are expanded upon in this. Like the younger daughters are, like in the books, they have a little more of a playing part.
Yeah, definitely. Especially Kylie. It seems to be more. You've got the parallel between Antonia and Gillian. It's like very similar. Like you'd imagine it being like a younger version of Gillian, like exactly what she went through. So it's like history's repeating itself. But then Kylie, the youngest one, now she's found out that she's a family of witches. It seems to be more aimed around her as well, trying to discover her gifts, like with seeing James. My mind's gone. It's gone now. It's gone.
So many characters.
I know.
There's so many, so confused, because even though I can see their characters with their names and everything swaps, it's like, okay, that's not Sandra Bullock.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
she? Oh, she also played Sally.
Who is she? Yeah.
Who is she? Where did you find her? But yeah, I do like how it's showing like Antonia being the rebellion, wanting to get out of the town. She knows she's different. The whole town's treating her different, like they've treated all the family. And then Kylie's just the innocent child that's just discovering who she is in her own way.
Right. Do you think if the show was picked up, we would have seen her go on that journey? And it would have been more focused
I
on
think so.
her and her finding her path as a budding witch or discovering her lineage.
Yeah, I think it would have been more like dabbling a little bit, I think, for Kylie.
Right.
Whereas Antonia, she's already dabbled. And I think hers is like more like she's learned her lessons of what can go wrong.
Right.
So she's kind of like, I think she would have become more like Sally
Okay.
a little bit. Like she's growing up. She's 15, but she's know these mistakes now, and she's going to have to wise up and mature. I would have liked to have known, though, what would have happened with Jimmy.
Yeah, and the whole ghost situation. Would they have put that to bed? Or would that
Right.
have been an ongoing thing throughout the entire series? Right?
It must have, because it looks like as if it's gonna go and then he starts coming back and it's like, you're not gonna get rid of me. I'm always gonna be there.
Right. Yeah, because in the book.
Yeah.
Oh well, they did resolve it in the book. They did the whole thing with the soap, the lie, and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they put like
got
a
rid of him that
patio
way.
over him.
Yeah.
They cut the lilacs down.
Uh-huh.
It was just basically the whole movie. in one episode. So can you imagine if it were like, I think at the time though as well, TV back then, because if that's a pilot season, they would have only been able to film maybe a few episodes before getting picked up. And then if they did get picked up, they would do about 12 episodes before they get picked up again for another 12, like another 10 or 12 to make a full season.
Right.
So a lot of trying to get picked up and everything like that. So I wonder why it didn't get picked up, but I think it just got shelved just because they might have accepted loads of pilots that during that time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think they really had something with the rules of magic being a show,
Yeah.
because that was a lot of story in a
A
really
lot.
cool era, you know, of 3 siblings, which is a little different. Well, I guess Charmed had 3 siblings, but usually it's about witch sisters. You don't see the male
And the
side
only
of
male
things.
witch in the family as well.
Right. I love that. I love it.
Yeah.
I love that. As soon as I read that, and I'm like, oh my God, but how is he connected? And then it was Sally's granddad.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, that's a really good way of fetching that in.
Mm-hmm.
Because they never mentioned when they always said like, oh, the aunts, Aunt Franny and Aunt Jet, but how would they connected to Regina? They never mentioned if it was Regina's aunts or Regina's sisters. So I love that.
The great aunts, right? Because if it's their granddad.
It would have been, yeah.
Yeah. I love this story.
We need to do a family tree at some point, Christina. We need to
I
try
know.
to make sense of all.
So I started using that ancestry.com. Okay, but listen, Alice Hoffman and this like distant incest that she has, it doesn't like to crisscross the tree line. So as I'm putting in names, I'm like, okay, but this person is second cousins, you know, and it just did not like
It doesn't compute.
what I was doing.
Yeah, definitely. I actually did do a family tree. I've got like so many albums just full of practical magic things, whether it's Sudbury, the movie,
We
the
want to
spell
see it
book.
all.
I want to see it.
Whatever you're willing to share. And if you ever feel like writing anything to stretch your writing for maybe our patrons, we'd love to share more of you with them, because I know they're going to love you.
There'll be a lot. There'll be a lot of things. But yeah, the family tree is so confusing. So Regina, which is Sally and there's so many names now. Sally and Gillian's mum. She's the daughter of April and Vincent.
Yeah.
But she was in love with Daniel, so their dad, but it was Jack in the movie.
Right.
Yeah.
See, there's loads of name swaps.
Yeah.
And that's what's so confusing.
It's such a subtle mention in the movie though. Like you don't even see Franny when she's saying it on the screen. Like you just hear her voice in the background when Sally's walking in the door. And if you don't like really pay attention to what's going on in the background, because like for years I don't even think I paid that any mind. And then when we went back through the movie with a fine-tooth comb to kind of do the research for our episodes, I was like, wait a minute, what is
Jack?
Jack? Yeah. What?
Billy Zane.
Yeah.
Titanic. It's crazy how everything is kind of interconnected.
Yeah, definitely. And then you've got the cousin April, who slept with Vincent and then had Regina. You've got a Maggie Owens, there's a Frances Owens, well, Franny, obviously.
Then you have the main Owenses.
And the San Diego Owenses from the Diaz line.
Yeah, you've got Faith Owens, a second cousin from Maine, and then you've got Hannah, who brought up Maria.
I want to know Isabel's backstory, because remember she has that one line in was it Rules of Magic when she says to Franny, she was like, oh, you don't think I had a life before this? Something like that. Before I came to Magnolia Street, you don't think I had a life? So I'm like wondering, is Alice alluding to, are we ever gonna see a storyline where we see Isabel's prior life? That would be sick. I wanna see that storyline.
I would have loved it if they did that series. I would have loved it. I think they stopped because of COVID, and then it just kind of just stopped. But every time Alice does a live video on Instagram, I'll try and watch it. And I did ask her when she did it, and I said, any update? This might have been 2 years ago now, but I said, any update on the series? And she just said, we don't know. She did say that she's given all the rights to all the books, including Practical Magic. So she's already given all those rights for them. Oh, we're going to do the Rules of Magic series.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So I think they would have done it like anthology, kind of like American Horror Story.
Right.
That would be so cool.
I wonder if there's an expiration on like when you give your rights to something. I wonder if they have to create something within the specific time frame for those rights to be valid. So I'm wondering if like after like maybe a certain amount of years, if they don't do it by that point, do those rights kind of like go away, dissolve? Like, yeah.
I don't know. The author of Mary Poppins, P.L. Travers, she gave the rights to Mary Poppins to Disney, and they worked on multiple scripts, like for multiple films from the 60s when they did the film. But obviously she declined any further films like that because it came down to her. But they did do a bunch of scripts because they had the rights. rights.
Okay.
Oh, would Alice have like the last say on what would be able to be made? Like, say a bunch of scripts were made. Does she have like sway of like, I would only approve this one, basically?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think basically she just gives the rights to the books and the names and things like that. But they would do whatever they would do in their own way.
Right.
I
I
would
guess that's
imagine.
how they created the movie the way they did, because a lot of the movie had nothing to do with the books and vice versa. The writers kind of sit in a room and they mold and shape things to how things will be relevant to the story in the end. So
Yeah.
it's all ultimately going to change in the writer's room, probably.
Yeah, that's what I think it would be. I think it was different depending on what's actually in the contract.
Right, that too.
Because if it were me personally and I'd completed my book and then published it, and then if ever, I don't think it would, because I've been working on it for like about over 10 years. But if I were in that position, I would say I'd like some say or a final say on certain things. But that's with my choice with that. Some people don't get the even opportunity for it to be a movie or a TV show. So sometimes they'll go, yeah, you know, sign contract, I've given you rights, and they'll probably just get like a paycheck every so often or something, maybe. I don't know.
Not a bad gig. Getting some extra extra money.
So in order to do this, like obviously like Alice and Sandra Bullock were connected for the movie, but then reconnected perhaps for Sudbury in some way, you know? So are they still close? Do this? Because we know Sandra Bullock, she wanted this made. So I'm wondering if they still would ever be connected in any way.
Was Sandra tied to the rules of magic thing that was going to happen? Do you know if she was connected to that at all?
I don't know. I know she's got a production company.
I was just going to say the same. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. She's got her own production company because she did Hope Floats, I believe.
She did like the Lost City of Z, also like a bunch of her own movies she's done.
Yeah, I think she would be tied into practical magic no matter what. She did it in Sudbury though, so from 1998 to like 2004 with Sudbury. So I think she would do TV series perhaps on the practical magic itself if that was the series.
Right.
And then Rules of Magic maybe like left to someone else. But if I remember right, Sandra Bullock were in charge of the choice of music for the film.
Right.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
I think I did read somewhere that Nicole Kidman only signed on to the part because they sent her a tape of Joni Mitchell's Case of You, and then she agreed because she heard that was going to be on the soundtrack, and that's how she became involved with that.
The producer who was set to do the Rules of Magic HBO was Melissa Rosenberg. Guess what else she has done?
Ooh.
The Twilight series.
Oh, shit.
So, I mean, she's done a lot of stuff, but Jessica Jones as well. But yeah, it doesn't look like the same producers, or it doesn't look like Sandra was involved.
Okay.
It's to see if everyone's available as well, though. If you think about it, like everyone's got their own like careers and jobs and things like that. So it's if everyone were available to do the series back then for the Rules of Magic as a series, and then when it got shelved a little bit because of COVID, they might have got new work. So it's prolonging it.
We want it so bad.
I know. One of these days, there's going to be somebody that puts out a Rules of Magic movie or a Book of Magic movie, or even seeing Maria's whole backstory, magic lessons as a movie would be amazing.
I would love that, especially her backstory as well. Did you know in the film, you know the little house, looks like a shed?
Maria's cabin?
Yeah. They actually used that. The director and everything had all the equipment, you know, in the cabin so they could watch the scenes what was filmed in the garden.
Oh, that's so cool. Utilization. That's really cool.
Oh, I'm full of trivia with practical magic. This is what put me off though when you said Sudbury, and I'm like, yeah, it's practical magic, but it's confusing me.
Yes, well, we want to have you back, please, if it works for you.
Is there anything else you want to share, any kind of trivia about practical magic that our listeners might not know? Anything that might shock them?
Oh.
Or just speaks to you, that's something that you've always enjoyed.
Right.
I mean, a lot of things, though, you've already mentioned in your podcast, like with the house being built on top of the ground. I already knew about that. I knew about the production designers, Stephen Alesch and Robin Standifer, who did the house. They actually did the Book of Shadows as well. So a lot of information that Isis shared, I'd known previously as well. So it was like, I knew that. Yeah, I knew that. But,
David's listening to the podcast. Sure. He's like, tell me something that I don't know.
Yeah, really.
I'm a huge fan though, so it's there's bound to be something that I can't really
we thought we were huge fans, and then we talked to other people and we're like just melting with
mind blown
awe. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, apart from the artwork, like what I'd replicated and the pages that I'd already got from Stephen, because he sent them me years ago. I think it was when I was on my university course. I contacted him through an email, and I said, I'm doing this filming project. Love the film, love practical magic, love everything that you've done. I'm wondering if I could do like a part of like an interview type thing.
Wait,
So,
Stephen Alesch?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay,
Mhm.
hang
He
on.
was trying to find a connection in here.
I'm buckling
Wants
in.
to talk to them.
I'm gonna have to
so
find the
bad.
email. I'll have to find the email and see if I've still got the response, because I was asking everything. Similar thing that I think you mentioned before, like with the wallpaper. I had to try and get the house in, but I would want to talk more about the book.
Yeah.
But he sent me the pages back then, and I think that would have been about, oh god, maybe 2014, 2015. So he sent me scans of the pages, and then they got released not long after. But same thing, you know what I think Isis had said, you can like share them but not sell them,
Right.
which I totally understand, because you're like stealing artwork if you're selling it. And that's what goes wrong with prop replicas in community, is when someone creates something, people are stealing the images, not for the personal use, but for their own personal gain, really, and profit. That's why I never did it. And as soon as I realized some of my photos were getting leaked after Blogspot, I stopped straight away, because a lot of people, even to this day, will message me and go, oh, will you sell me these pages? And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Because it's an agreement at the end of the day, because I don't want to be, breach of that agreement.
Of course.
But yeah, we're in contact with Stephen. Could have been as early as like 2012 or even earlier. I can't remember. I'll have to find the email if I can find the response. And
that'd be so cool to see.
Student version of me writing an email.
Oh yeah, it caught his eye, and he coordinated with you, so that's great.
I never thought it would though. I never thought, and then it said, "Oh yeah, these are the images that I have at the moment." The third person that did the herbal pages, he did it on a prop CD. I don't know if Isis mentioned that bit, but he did do it on a prop CD, and I think it was something like 12 pages of the herbs. This is one of them actually. That one.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
If the book falls, company's definitely coming.
It's so big.
Oh, I know.
It's huge. It's so heavy. That's heavier than my Charmed book.
Wow.
Oh my god.
You have the practical magic replica, the Charmed, the Sabrina.
Yeah.
Do you have the Hocus Pocus one?
No. That's next.
Okay.
That's awesome. So did you just find Stephen's email online? Like how do you Okay, that's what I'm doing today.
Christina's thinking of ways she can sharpen her stalking skills.
Have a look on Roman and Williams' website.
Okay.
Because I think it might have been through Instagram that I contacted him.
I've tagged them. I've reached out to them.
Wait, but Christina,
I think I scare them.
Did you slide into their DMs?
Yes.
You did?
Roman and Williams? Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Where have you been?
Maybe we can try emailing them from our official Magnolia Street podcast at gmail.com email address.
Nice plug.
Oh, it wasn't Instagram then. It wasn't Instagram that I contacted him on, but it was definitely on an email. I think it was just Roman and Williams' website.
Okay.
But it was going back and forth a little bit, because there was another person, like a receptionist or someone, going through emails, and I was just saying about practical magic, like just help me out for like an interview type thing, because I was trying to practice me journalism skills as well.
Oh, that's cool.
So I was trying to do that kind of like a newspaper interview.
Right.
I gotta email them.
I used a lot of practical magic in my studies, and it helped, made me graduate.
Awesome. Well, we love how you've been able to incorporate it into every facet of your creative life. That is just so freaking cool.
There'll always be something. If I'm not making Aunt Franny's hat or Book of Shadows, it's always something.
Please send us all the photos of anything practical magic you've created at all, and we will love to share that with our patrons and our listeners.
And whatever we can do to help you too. Tell everybody where to find you. And we want to make sure to keep you in our Magnolia Street bubble, because we really want to have you back.
I'm happy to be a part of it.
I want to know all about your writing, your projects.
Oh, thank you. I'll be happy to take part in this as many times as you want me. So with me, social media, if anyone wanted to follow me, my Instagram is David Spellman Baker, because of Sabrina on that. I don't know why. I think it might have been because of Chilling Adventures of Sabrina at the time I changed it. So that's David Spellman Baker.
Were you a fan of the Sabrina, the series on Netflix, or do you like the sitcom show with Melissa Joan Hart better? What's your preference there?
Both. I always loved the original. Reasons. Yeah, I always loved the original because I got brought up with it. Yeah, definitely. I still watch it to this day with that. And then I love Chilling Adventures of Sabrina because it's darker. And it's something what I could actually imagine, like what practical magic would have been like if with Sudbury a little bit, especially with the ants. And I've met a few of the actors from both series,
neat.
like Melissa Joan Hart and Beth Broderick.
Oh,
Yeah.
So I've met
she
them.
like raised our generation. You
Uh-huh.
know, like her
Definitely.
Sabrina was just on after school. You know, I just grew up with her.
She does a podcast herself actually on YouTube, and I follow that as well. What Women Binge, and she'll interview some of the cast members, what from like TV movies that she's done, and Sabrina, and it's good though to watch for trivia on that.
Wow.
So that's why I'm glad that I'm a part of this as well, because I love practical magic trivia.
Yeah. Well, you're
Me
in
too.
the right spot.
Practical magic trivia night on our Discord.
Ooh,
David's invited.
That would be fun. That'd
be great. I do have a second Instagram, which is for me cosplayer, which got mentioned earlier on. That's actually like a drag name, what I've chosen as well. So that's Cassandra Nightshade.
Ooh, I like that.
I do too.
You have to be a little bit witchy, and funny enough, we talked about Nightshade as well, because that was the herb that Gillian put in drink.
Right. Your photos, by the way, your drag is stunning. It's beautiful.
I should have done it today.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Can you host it as Cassandra Nightshade? Can we meet her?
Oh.
Yeah, that'd be so fun.
That would be fun, right?
Oh, shall I dress up as Aunt Franny?
Drag trivia night. That would be so fun. Do we have anything else we want to ask David before we let him go today?
I'm overwhelmed. I'm so grateful to have met you. I'm glad that you connected back with Justina, and I can't wait to talk to you again. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Yeah,
no problem. I'm glad to like I said, I'm glad to be part of it, and message me anytime, and
we will be.
We're gonna be really annoying about it.
Oh no, that's fine. I can talk about practical magic until my dying days. Until I'm like one of the ants.
Well, we are so grateful for your time today, and we had such a blast talking to you, and we hope that all our listeners enjoyed this little treat of this pilot that's just been scrubbed from existence. But
this is gonna blow people's minds.
I know.
And at least you saw evidence though as well though. I wasn't like, lying to you, because I was sending you clips as well. I'm like, oh, you've seen a clip on YouTube, but have you seen this one?
He's like sending me all these little teasers from like his laptop screen. I'm like, can you send me the real thing, please?
Thank you so much for doing that. We appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right. We'll talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon.
Thank you, David.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That was amazing.
Whoa. That was a lot of information that I was not expecting. Amazing.
I could just listen to him talk all day.
Right?
It made it sound that much more magical to have practical magic told to me in his accent. I loved it so much. Just so much information. Yeah, of course. But like, I can't wait to have him back.
Right. It's like a little overwhelming. Like there was so much I wanted to like ask him and pick his brain about. It was just so magical to just be able to spend the past couple hours with him and just hear about all of his experiences and meeting all of these celebrities and people in the witchy fantasy genre realm. It's just so cool.
It was just a little flavor, like a little whisper of what to expect when he returns.
Right. Oh, I want to see that family tree that he did.
I know. I just want to know about how practical magic, he said it helped him tailor his writing and helped him get through college. I'm like, what?
Right. Yeah.
I want to know all about that.
And he contacted
Stephen Alesch. I'm on this like white on rice. I'm so about it. Because like, yeah, we can try to reach out.
Yeah.
So, hey, there it is.
Got it right off the website. Is that all we had to do?
There's got to be another one. Hang on.
We're going through the improper forums. We're just sliding into their DMs like
okay.
All creepy.
There we can write to the studio, which I think we should.
Okay.
We should write to their media email, which they linked. And I think we should just hit all of them with the same email. They have a new business email, media email, and an employment email.
Okay.
And write to their studio, handwrite a note to New York, New York.
There you go. It's that simple.
There's a phone number on here.
Oh shit. Christine, are you going to cold call them?
I'll record it for the show.
They're going to be like block immediately.
Click.
Oh God. Anyway.
Well, now you and I have to come up with something to write to them.
Right. Yeah.
Whatever they want to contribute.
Well, we want to know all about that garden. And
the book and the house,
everything. Yeah,
we'll just have a 6-hour special about Roman and Williams.
We've gone 4 hours. What's 2 more, right?
I know, nothing. It's nothing.
Yeah.
David was awesome. I'm so glad that you guys got back in touch and He is so easy to talk to, and
Right.
Great sense of humor, great information.
Very
Loved it.
relaxed, so chill.
Yeah.
And I hope if we do that practical magic trivia night, I cannot wait to meet Cassandra Nightshade.
It's on. I
It's
can't wait.
on. Yeah. That would be so cool to do for our listeners and our patrons. And yeah, if you guys want to check out the Patreon, hopefully I can get David to send some of those photos he was talking about, some of his work. We would love to share that with you guys, and I want you guys to see all the beautiful stuff he creates.
This episode's going to have so many after hours goodies on our Patreon. So guys, go over there. There's tons of stuff. Okay, I'm going to say this. If y'all sign up for our Patreon, you don't have to continue for more than 1 month if you want a little flavor. Well, we'll take that out. We want you to stay. We want you to stay on Magnolia Street.
There's all the reasons to stay on Magnolia Street. We have so much stuff on there, and our library of content is just building. So head on over to patreon.com/Magnolia Street Podcast for all the after hours goodies and all the content that goes along with these episodes. All right, guys, so we hope you all enjoyed our interview with the multi-talented David Spellman Baker. So definitely check him out on his social media. We will put all his links in our show notes. We do hope to have him back on the show in the future to pick his brain even further about all things practical magic. He's got so many things to share with us, so we can't wait to have him back. But right now, we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're going to tell you all about the real-life town of Sudbury, Massachusetts, all of the history and lore surrounding it, its connection to the Salem witch trials, some very strange laws revolving around fiddles. Yeah, exactly. What the fuck? And some interesting and notable attractions, plus a haunting that is sure to make your head spin. So stick around. We'll be right back. Christina's like, what the fuck? What did you find, Justina? Hey, little witches! The Stinas here. If you've been listening to our podcast for a while, you would know how much we love using the Practical Magic Inner Witch Oracle deck by Grounded by the Moon.
And now we want to share the magic of Grounded by the Moon with you, our listeners. Joseph Benitez Egerton, the creator behind Grounded by the Moon, would like to offer this very special 10% off discount to all who wish to experience the magic of his Practical Magic themed tarot and oracle decks.
But that's not all. He also creates other divination tools like tarot workbooks, deck bags and altar cloths, pendulum kits, oil blends, cleansing sprays, smoke wands, teas, and ritual kits.
And let's not forget about his custom handcrafted, all-natural soy candles, where every candle is hand-poured and personally infused and charged under the light of the moon. They even come with a crystal.
And did we mention all of the ingredients in the candles are ethically sourced?
All of Joseph's offerings are just so magical. So go visit groundedbythemoon.com and use the coupon code Magnolia Magic for 10% off your entire order at checkout.
That's MAGNOLIA MAGIC. So get your discount today.
You're listening to the Magnolia Street Podcast.
All right, guys, welcome back. So what did you think about that interview with David?
Dude, he's amazing. Amazing. One of the coolest. Okay, firstly, that accent. Awesome.
Right?
And it just makes me feel like, just narrate my whole entire life, please. But his research, like the other things that we have since talked about, meeting him over the last couple months, the way, I don't know how he does it. There are so many other things that we would love to have him share on this show that I've never laid my eyes on that it relates to practical magic.
Like, oh my God, I thought we were obsessed. I'm like, David, do you want to take over this podcast?
Yeah,
like,
do you just want to
do it?
Do my job?
So it would be great to have him back. He just does his homework. He does his research. And he's got like replicas of every single grimoire, and he's met a lot of cool people. So
he's also working on something that you and I have talked about since the beginning, and we kind of maybe mentioned something along the lines of it in the last episode if you were paying attention. Yeah. But oh my God, it's so detailed.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to go down that rabbit hole.
For sure. Yeah, we hope you guys enjoyed that, and hopefully we have him back.
All right, shuffle up, August.
All right, shuffle up, August. Here we go. Tell me when to stop. Ooh, wait, hold on. Rosemary wanted to be that flipped. Do you want to tell me to stop?
Stop.
What is that?
Lilac.
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 Lilac. So, all right. So we got rosemary and lilac. So let's see. I don't think we've pulled rosemary yet, have we?
No, we haven't even done a rosemary episode.
Right, we have not. So the keyword on this card is purify. Purify, heal, and remember. When rosemary comes into your reading, it is time to cleanse and purify. Don't hold on to things or people that are not beneficial to you and your path. Let go and rid yourself of unnecessary energies. Be wise and take note of what you are purifying and why. This insight can help you to continue to grow. Rosemary is used in magical practices to aid in remembrance, cleansing, and purification. This herb also aids in mediation and is known to help ward away evil spirits when placed under your pillow or above your bed. Utilize this wonderful herb in whichever way that calls to you. Utilize the card and repeat the affirmation to enhance the magic. I remember, I cleanse, and I heal.
I like that.
Yeah, I'm wondering what, like, in correlation, because I also pulled the lilac card, but the rosemary one is the one that, like, kind of, like, flew over.
Mhm.
So I was like, I gotta read that one.
Maybe they connect somehow.
Yeah, let's see. So the lilac one, I'm pretty sure we've read this one before because we already did our lilac episode, but I don't remember what this one was. But this says enchantment. Allow yourself to give in to temptations around you. Release concerns and follow your heart's true desire. Whatever's calling to you, whatever you're being drawn to, know that it's for a reason. Don't fight it. Instead, give in to the magical enchantments that come your way. Lilacs contain a very strong, almost intoxicating aroma associated with love, flirtation, and also used for protection, as well as rosemary, right? Rosemary is also a very protective herb. This magical flower will definitely leave you enchanted. So when lilac comes into your reading, embrace the magic you're being drawn to because it's for a reason. So
that I feel fits very well with David in this episode. And as far as the rosemary, like looking back, like you and I love this movie and we're dissecting it, you know, all the parts. And this part we didn't even know about until you went to the IMDb page and looked back at this movie to see what we could pull out of it. And it's just been like hit after hit after hit of all these weird connections and surprises and revelations. So I don't know. That's what I got.
It is weird how things are kind of like showing up, or like how things are appearing to us, how they're revealing themselves to us. So it is very, very
the whole thing about you gotta trust the timing. Like, I'm
okay,
so impatient, but it is worth it.
What Christina just did right now, she was mocking me, okay? Because that's what I keep telling her. Because for the longest time, when I was younger, I was so impatient about a lot of things. And I would just be like, oh, come on, why won't things just like happen already? And it's just trying to like force a square peg through a round hole. Sometimes you just gotta give it over to the universe and let it work its magic and just trust that things are gonna fall into place as they're supposed to. And have they not thus far up to this point?
Yes, we have put in a lot of work.
Right. It's not, yes, exactly. Not to say that you just sit back and just wait for things to happen. No, you do have to put in some legwork. You do have to do the work too. But you can't force things when they're not ready to show themselves just yet. You have to kind of like do a little work, let things reveal themselves. Do a little more work, let even more things reveal themselves. It's just about the divine timing of everything. Things will line up as they're supposed to and meant to. And it's just, I think it's been fascinating watching things unfold kind of like as we've, you know, tried to manifest where we are at this very point in time. And we're even still uncovering like really cool things that like we can't really say just yet, but like, you know.
I think especially the timing on this, because you were saying that we put it away for a while, but it wasn't that long. Between October and May, we haven't even been doing this a year at this point. And the fact that we were able to, he was so lovely enough to share this with us, that we were able to see it after only a couple months of the inception of the idea. It's amazing.
And like I said, like we keep pulling the right people into our orbit. Like we're meant to connect with other practical magic fans who love this maybe even more than we do. Like
which I'm sure 100% there are. We just took it under our wing to talk about it every day.
And because like, you know, it inspired us musically too. So I mean, it's inspired us in so many different ways. So it's just amazing to even be able to have the opportunity to present this as we have to the world. So it's just been really cool. Just meeting everybody who wants to be involved and giving us their little input and their little Easter eggs and just giving us their stories and allowing us to tell their stories on our platform. So thank you guys. I just wanted to throw that out there. Super grateful today. Yeah. And look, and as a result, we're getting to go to Salem in October.
It is. I think it was meant to be. I was not meant to go to Salem before.
Right.
Ever. And now to meet you. I'm very excited.
Yeah. It's our destiny.
The pick of destiny.
I was like, there's a Tenacious D joke there somewhere, but there it is. Destiny.
All right. So there is a town in Massachusetts called Sudbury.
Yes.
And we're talking about that now?
Yeah. Yeah. So we gave you guys the scoop about the Unaired Pilot, and the Unaired Pilot is actually called Sudbury. So if you're wondering where that name comes from, like why Sudbury, the book Practical Magic didn't even take place in a town called Sudbury. Like, I'm pretty sure in the book, did they even mention the town, or is it just Maria's Island, or was that just for the movie?
That was just the movie. I don't think they ever mentioned the town. The state, yes, but not the town. The only towns that were really mentioned was when like the aunts were moving around Greenwich Village in like New York and bebopping around, or in magic lessons when Maria and Faith were kind of going here and there, but it never really says where Magnolia Street was.
Right, which is strange because in Maria's time, she was in Salem, right? She was in Salem. So it's strange that Alice never pinpointed a town where the aunts or Magnolia Street resided. Because wasn't Maria kind of like on the outskirts of Salem? Like where her actual, the Victorian house ended up being? I don't remember.
I don't either. I don't remember.
But yes, so it is strange that I guess whoever wrote this pilot, was it Denise Denovi? Was she the writer or just an executive producer? I don't remember. It's just strange that they would make it Sudbury and not just Sale. Well, you know,
I found anything pertaining to practical magic or the Owens. Like they didn't name it anything that correlated with the movie or the book.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting, but it is a town. It's a real town in Massachusetts, in New England. And we're going to tell you a little bit more about that town and all the history and lore and hauntings and weird laws.
Dude, I'm excited. All right.
Stuff surrounding it. We're going to tell you all about that right now. So,
you know how I love sight reading.
You want to take it?
Go. Sudbury is a town in Middlesex County, Massachusetts in the US. And at the 2020 census, it had a population of 18,934 people. The town is located in the greater Boston Metro West region, and it has a rich colonial history. Oh my God, dude, I'm so stoked for this.
Just wait.
I was gonna be like, I'm so wet for this.
It's so good.
Can't say that. All right. So incorporated in 1639, the boundaries of Sudbury included by 1653 what is now Wayland, which split off in 1780, initially of East Sudbury. I just love how David said Sudbury. I want his accent. So and the parts of present-day Framingham, Marlborough, Stowe, and Maynard. The later town splitting off in 1871. There's gonna be a lot of Native American indigenous names in this, I have a feeling.
Oh yeah. Yep.
You fluent on your Korean today?
I was brushing up in the shower before.
Okay. Nipmuc Indians lived in what is now Sudbury, including Tantamus, the medicine man, and his son Peter Jethro, who deeded a large parcel of land to Sudbury for the settlement in 1684. The original town center and meeting house were located near the Sudbury River at what is now known as Wayland's North Cemetery. For the residents on the west side of the river, it was a treacherous passage in the winter, and attendance at both worship service and town meetings was compulsory. Hang on, I'm going to minimize my Zoom.
My giggling making you sorry.
Okay. In 1723, the West Parish Meeting House was built west of the river at an area known as Rocky Plains, presently the town center. It served as a place for both worship and town meetings. The church and town separated in 1836, and a new townhouse was built in 1846. Since then, the Sudbury Center Historic District has changed little, with the exception of the town hall built in 1932 to replace the townhouse, which burnt down in 1930. Sudbury also contributed the most militia during King Philip's War and was the site of the well-known attack on Sudbury. Did we include more on that?
Yes, we did.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, there's a whole YouTube video I got the whole transcript from, so we're gonna get into that.
Oh my God. Okay.
Nuts.
Ephraim Curtis was a successful leader of the militia of West Sudbury and would lend his name to the town's junior high school. Sudbury militia participated in the Battle of Lexington and Concord in 1775, where Sudbury members sniped on British redcoats returning to Boston. One of Sudbury's historic landmarks, the Wayside Inn, claims to be the country's oldest operating inn, built and run by the Howe family for many generations. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow wrote Tales of a Wayside Inn, a book of poems poems published in 1863.
We're gonna get into that too. It doesn't say it here, but there's a whole haunting that's involved with the Wayside Inn. So
Oh my
we're gonna
God.
talk about that later on. Yeah. It's nuts.
Sweet. In the book, the poem The Landlord's Tale was the source of the immortal phrase, "Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere." Henry Ford bought the inn in 1923, restored it, and donated it to a charitable foundation, which continues to run it as an operating inn to this day. Dude, field trip.
Yeah.
Field trip.
Yeah, it's still, and it's haunted. So just putting that out there.
No, I'm serious. Like, patrons, come through, please. Help us get this in. Ford also built a boys' school on the property, as well as a gristmill and the Martha May Chapel. He brought in the Redstone Schoolhouse from Stirling, which was reputed to be the school in Sarah Josepha Hale's nursery rhyme, Mary Had a Little Lamb. However, Giuseppe Cavicchio's refusal to sell his water rights scuttled Henry Ford's plans to build an auto parts factory at the site of Charles O. Palmenter's mill in South Sudbury, the latter town splitting off in 1871.
So in August 1925, a Sudbury farm was the scene of a riot between local members of the Ku Klux Klan and Irish-American youths from the area. 5 people were wounded by gunshots, and the state police arrested over 100 Klansmen, and Massachusetts officials cracked down on the group's meetings thereafter, and the Klan died out in the area. Thank God. And in the period after World War II, Sudbury experienced rapid growth in population and industry. Defense contractor Raytheon was a significant employer, operating a large research facility in Sudbury from 1958 until 2016. Another major employer in that period was Sperry Rand. In the 1970s, the town was home to many of the engineers working in the mini-computer revolution at Digital Equipment Corporation in nearby Maynard. Sudbury was also one of the largest carnation growing towns, and with many greenhouse operations. That's crazy.
So random.
Random. That is very random. From 1960 to 1969, Sudbury challenged and prevailed against a proposal by Boston Edison Company that would have installed overhead transmission lines through what is now Great Meadows National Wildlife Refuge. Ultimately, the line was instead buried under the streets to Maynard. Residentially, Sudbury's 1-acre zoning bylaws helped the town maintain a more rural character through the 1970s and 1980s, when developments of single-family colonials and large capes established it as an affluent location. Economic growth was restricted to the town's main thoroughfare, US Route 20. Significant tracts of open space, including much wetland, were preserved in the northern half of the town and along the Hot Brook corridor flowing from the Wayside Inn Historic District in the southwest part of town through the King Philip Historic District, the site of a conflict in King Philip's War, and into the Sudbury River at the southeast border with Wayland. A significant portion of the Assabet River National Wildlife Refuge, opened in 2005, is located in Sudbury.
Did you look at pictures of this town?
I saw some in like the video that where it talked about the King Philip War.
Is it cute as a button?
There was also another guy, I think he's a realtor. He was in real estate and he's based in Sudbury, and there's like video footage of like him, I guess, driving in a car just filming the houses passing by. It's super rural, super quaint.
It sounds quaint as fuck.
Yeah.
It's only like 18,000 people. Was that what it said?
Small
That doesn't.
town.
Yeah, very small.
Very historic too.
Yeah.
Very rich in history, and we're going to get into some of that history in a little bit.
Okay.
But first we're going to talk a little bit about the geography. So, according to the United States Census Bureau, the town has a total area of 24.6 square miles, of which 24.4 square miles is land and 0.3 square miles, or 1.06%, is
Wait,
water.
this town is only 24 square miles?
I guess it's more water than land. Yeah.
Wow.
There's also a big water tower that I've seen pictures of, which is really cool. So the highest point in Sudbury is on the north slope of Knobscot Hill, and the highest summit is Tippling Rock, which commands a great view of the west of Boston and the tops of the Hancock and Prudential buildings in downtown. Sudbury is bordered by Wayland, the Sudbury River on the east, Framingham on the south, Hudson, Maynard, Marlborough, and Stowe on the west, Concord on the northeast, and Acton on the north. A larger town, Sudbury, also shares a common corner with Lincoln, with which it shares a regional high school, Lincoln Sudbury High School. Sudbury is 20 miles west of Boston, 26 east of Worcester, and 194 miles from New York City.
Dude, this is like a day trip when we're in Salem.
Yeah, we could
really wanted to.
We could check out Sudbury if we wanted to.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's about 35.7 miles inland, east of Salem, Salem is a coastal town.
Mm-hmm.
In 1650, the town included Sudbury as well as most of Wayland and Maynard.
When that name, Framingham, I always want to say Framingham.
Framingham. You know? So anybody from like New Jersey will probably say Worcester. But up there, I'm pretty sure it's Worcester. Worcester,
yeah. I've heard Worcester.
Yeah. Also, there's a town called it's spelled Peabody. Any person would say Peabody, but the Bostonians up there, they say Peabody.
That's cute.
Yeah. So you got to get down with the lingo when you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? And you learn really fast. They'll correct you real quick. We're like, excuse me, how do we get to Peabody? You mean Peabody?
Stupid fucking hick.
Yeah, you stupid New Jerseyan. Anyway, this is really interesting. Okay, so there's the strange fiddle law of Sudbury. Did you know that it's illegal to play the fiddle in Sudbury, Massachusetts? It's illegal.
What the fuck? All right.
Yeah. So in an article titled 20 Weird Laws in Massachusetts on discoverwalks.com, this law falls at number 12. So real quick, before we get into this fiddle law, can we real quick touch on the whole parking lot violinist that we discussed in, what was it, episode 4 or 5 or something like that?
That was really early on. I don't remember what episode that was. Yeah, sure, we can talk about it.
It was really early on, but I just want to touch about this because recently I came across a message in our inbox on our Instagram, and you had already gotten them. I saw you responded to them, but like somebody messaged us and was like, "Hey, girls, just want to let you know, that's a scam."
Yeah.
And me and
Christina
are
like, dang
giving these people money. Yeah, we're just giving these people money.
It's like that story I shared with you about being nice to a guy and then he turned around and he was wearing a Confederate flag hat. And I was like, God damn it.
Yeah. But I think it was more about like the coincidental nature of that whole situation that had me more perplexed than anything. Like, okay, so it's a scam. So I gave the person money and who knows what the fuck they're going to use the money for. But
what can you get with $1?
I don't fucking know.
Nothing.
But it was more of the fact, like, me and you both saw one on the same exact day, which just, like, blew my mind.
I've never, ever in my 3 years of living here seen a fiddler in that parking lot.
Same. In New Jersey.
And on the same day. And, okay, say it was a scam. The fact that it was they were playing
the Titanic.
My Heart Will Go On is just too weird.
Right. Exactly. So I think that more than anything is mostly the reason why I think, the reason why I felt compelled, because you saw it that day before I did. Mm-hmm. So when I saw the one later on that day in my town, well, not my town, a few towns away, but like in New Jersey, we're not even in the same state and we both saw it on the same day. I was just more like, I was just perplexed. I was like, what are the chances?
Yeah.
Look, it's a freaking scam.
Scam.
It was probably an alliance, and they were all like, "Let's all go out on the same day."
On this day, yeah. National Violinist Scam Day.
National Violinist Scam Day. So I just thought that was really, really strange. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up again since that message was like hanging out in our DMs since like April. And I saw you responded to that in April. And I'm like, you're meaning to tell me Christina knew this was a scam and she didn't even like tell me?
I didn't want to shatter your
I just wanted to let me believe this lie.
I thought you saw it. I'm sorry. I thought you would have seen it.
It was like in our other folder. It wasn't even in like
we have like a primary and like the generic folder.
Yeah, I had to like go digging. I went splunking to find that, and I was like,
I think you did.
God.
But at least it wasn't in Sudbury.
Right. Yeah, no.
It's illegal.
It wasn't in Sudbury because it's illegal. I'm wondering if anybody's ever seen one up there. If you live in Sudbury, let us know. Have you seen a parking lot violinist? I mean, now we know they're scammers, but
and what is the fine? Is there a fine?
I don't know. I don't know what the fine is, but okay. So I saw this on that article on discoverwalks.com. It's number 12 on the list, and it states, as an aspiring fiddler in Sudbury, be sure to obtain a license before playing your instrument. According to a local bylaw, playing the fiddle in Sudbury is only allowed with the proper license. Fiddles are popular music instruments that sound melodious Why such may play only once they have a license is unclear. So you're meaning to tell me like guitar is fine to just play without a license, but fiddlers need a license? Why?
Yeah.
So since Discover Walks didn't care enough to dig deeper on this strange rule, I decided to. And I found this article on grunge.com which elaborates a little bit further. So this article on grunge.com says, in the city of Boston, residents may not play the fiddle. So strange. According to a story on WSBS News, an old city law strictly prohibits fiddling. Sound really specific? The prohibition of the fiddle in particular is perplexing, but fiddling was popular with early settlers in Massachusetts, and we all know how that colony felt about dancing via old-time fiddling. I guess that's a song. I've never heard of that song, but I guess we'll have to look that up. Alternatively, it's possible the city was once subject to a bout of fiddle players, and someone got fed up with it. Was this NIMBYism, religious solemnity, or someone with a personal grudge against string instruments? Is there a backstory that inspired this? Perhaps a fiddle player so horrifically untalented that his music needed to be regulated at the regional level, and the law still stands on the off chance this man may someday come back. None of us can say, but it's illegal to play the fiddle. Now, this says Boston, but the other article said Sudbury.
Okay. Did you see that episode of Gilmore Girls?
Which one?
Very similar. So they have a town troubadour, and it's Grantley Phillips. Like in real life, his music's really good.
Yeah.
And he gets picked up by like somebody heard him and signed him.
Yeah.
So all of these other troubadours end up coming to that little town and setting up all over the place.
Oh my God.
And their, head appointed Taylor Dosey is just fed up to the ears with
I can imagine how annoying that would get.
And there's another cut of Sam Phillips, I think that's her name, who does like the La 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 songs.
Yes.
Is in one of those shots too. You can
so
see her
funny.
playing as a troubadour, which is really cute.
Fun little Easter egg. That's cute. Yeah. But I can imagine how annoying that would get for like the townspeople. And it's kind of like the gold rush. One person finds gold somewhere, everybody's going to come flood into that one spot. So
Yep.
I can see how that will work. So this Discover Walks had no answers, Grunge had no answers, and the article on WSBS News that Grunge mentioned had no answers. So once again, this lazy journalism has sent me spiraling down a rabbit hole demanding answers. Like, don't tell me something this stupid is illegal and then not have a valid explanation for it.
Yeah. What's the story?
Or you're gonna see my ass setting up camp in a Stop and Shop parking lot with my little boombox from 1995 with My Heart Will Go On as my backing track. I'm gonna get roped into that whole like scammer alliance with all those fucking fiddle players.
The union.
The union, yeah.
Scammers union.
So I poked around the internet a bit more and I found this article from thelibrary.org. And this is a whole article titled Old Time Fiddling, a Traditional Folk Art with 4 Ozark Musicians by Alan Gage. Okay. And this is a very long article, so I'm not gonna get into the entirety of it. The whole thing will be linked in our show notes and below if you guys are curious about the origins of fiddling. Like,
I'm hooked.
So fucking random. But I went there looking for answers, and answers did I find.
I'm ready.
Finally, right? So it seems that the fiddle's bad reputation began very early. And this is a quote from this article. In 1699 in Massachusetts Bay Colony, there were laws against fiddling. Fiddlers were mentioned along with jugglers, psalmists, and other, quote, lewd, idle, and disorderly persons, end quote, as the kind of people who cause disturbances and who should be placed in custody.
Right, because you want like that Puritan is quiet. You go to your work, to church, and home.
Yeah.
Don't do anything artsy.
Yeah.
You are, God is your only focus.
Exactly. So these fiddlers, they were running with the wrong crowd. So it also goes on to say fiddles were newly popular when our country was first settled, so it was logical that early settlers brought fiddles with them. In New England, as early as 1661, there was mention of fiddling, and in 1663, even a mention of an Indian fiddler. So I was trying to find a connection, and I searched Massachusetts Bay Colony and fiddling laws because it just said in 1699, there were laws against fiddling in Massachusetts Bay Colony. So I was like, maybe I could find something on that, but I couldn't find anything. I found no such thing. Then the mention of the Indian fiddler piqued my interest. So I was like, who is this guy? So I did a bit more digging to see who this was, and I found a PDF courtesy of the Library of Carleton University titled The Wabanaki Trading Dance by Nicholas N. Smith. And this said, most ethnomusicology studies have emphasized the musical scores of North American Indian ceremonial music. The first adventurers noted the importance of music to the natives of northern New England and the maritime provinces. Missionaries were impressed by the Indians' natural ability to sing and eagerly taught them liturgical music, so like church music, I'm guessing, hoping that it would replace their pagan incantations. In 1663, the Maine Indian Skooyway was usually invited to all the frontier festivities because he was the only fiddler available.
Dang, what a gig.
Right?
Wow.
Well, I was trying to dig up, now I have a name. I'm like, who's Skooyway? What's this character? Who is this guy?
Hey, real quick, you and David should just go work for the FBI. Because this is bananas.
It's so, dude, okay, you can't just like tell me something and expect me to take it at face value. I demand answers.
I love that.
Okay, so this Skooyway character, who the fuck is he? What does he do? Who's your daddy? What does he do? What does he do? Avi just walked in. He's like, what the fuck? So I was looking into this Skooyway Indian fiddle player, and I was coming up dry. So I did more digging on the Wabanaki, which I'm guessing is his tribe, since he was mentioned in this article about the Wabanaki dance or whatever. So the Wabanaki was a tribe from Maine. So I was wondering what the connection was, though, to Massachusetts. And here's where I found the connection. Okay, here's where it comes full circle. So on the Wikipedia page, it says under the section, Formation of the Wabanaki Confederacy, 1680s. The First Abenaki War, which this was a war that was fought along the New England-Acadia border, primarily in present-day Maine, by Richard Waldron, Charles Frost, and they led the forces in the northern region, while Jean-Vincent de Abadie and de Cesson-Castin worked with the tribes that would make up the Wabanaki Confederacy. Okay, so that's the First Abenaki War.
Okay.
This war saw native peoples throughout the eastern Algonquin lands face a common and powerful enemy, encroaching English colonists. The fighting led to large-scale depopulation of English colonial settlements north of the Saco River in the District of Maine, while Wabanaki people south of the river, like the, I don't know how to say this word, Armushikoi, would be forced from their ancestral lands. The political situation was complicated, so here's this word again, the Massachusetts Bay Colony, there it is, was forced to relinquish control of Maine to the heirs of Ferdinando Gorges in 1676. This required them to find the heirs to buy back the land, making up Maine, and then to issue grants for people to settle once again. And this conflict as a whole was not without significant losses for the soon-to-be Wabanaki people, and it became clear that the tribes would have to work together. So, like, dude, do you think that the colonists were salty because they had to relinquish Maine, which is pretty much Wabanaki home base, and they saw the fiddle guy, the Skooyway guy, and it was just like an additional little like jab to pour like
that
salt.
Sucks. The one guy? They went after the one guy's like talent and skill and how he probably made his money.
Yeah.
And they were just so bitter that they put a law in place saying without a license you can't play a fiddle.
Right. Yeah. So they're like, oh, you're going to take our land? Well, then you can't play your fucking fiddle. I don't know. Like,
so fucking petty.
Listen, this is just my theory. Who the fuck knows? Maybe this all went down in Sudbury. Maybe the quote significant losses that it mentions were in reference to the Wabanaki, where the freedom to play their fiddles, they also took that away. So maybe they just
you can take our fiddles, but you can't take our freedom.
So, like, this is just me going down the rabbit hole. Like, I'm just really trying to find these connections. Like, why the fuck is it illegal to play the fiddle in fucking Sudbury? I don't know. That's just my theory, but that's as far as I went with it. I was like, I can probably go down this rabbit hole for days. I had to stop myself at some point, but that's my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
That's insane. Amazing. Amazing.
Right?
No fiddle playing. All right.
Yeah, so no fiddle playing in Sudbury. Don't do it. You'll get arrested. Or you can try it.
I want to know what the fine is. Like, do you get written up? Do you get... What is it?
Slap on the wrist. I don't know.
Smack on the wrist.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Yeah. So anyway, that's the fiddle laws in Sudbury.
Very cool.
Talk about, do you know a lot of famous people are from Sudbury?
I'm looking at this list.
A lot.
Shut the fuck. Like a bunch of people. I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Look at this 18,900 and whatever town population popped out. These people.
Like not even Boston. Like Boston's like a greater metro area. Like you think Boston would have all these famous people.
Right,
But
right, right.
like this little
So is Sudbury a like county, like an offshoot, or like a township of Boston?
No,
You know what I mean?
it's outside of Boston. Didn't it say
Okay.
before? Like how far was it from Boston?
But like where I grew up, Harrisburg was the capital, but then there was also like Hershey or Middletown and all these different areas were
Right.
just like little
And like
townships.
okay, yeah, I don't know. I think Boston is like the main city, the main hub, kind of like New York City in the tri-state area. New York City is like the big city, right? And then I guess, well, New York City does have different boroughs though, so I don't know.
But it's interesting. So these names.
Yeah, you want to tell us who's from Sudbury?
So Mike Gordon, who is the basis for Fish, is from Sudbury. Chris Evans, which that's not surprising because he does have that Boston accent, right? Simon Schneeper,
I think that's it.
is Olympic medalist, pro skater. What's a pair skater?
I have no idea, dude. But like Sudbury has birthed a lot of Olympians. Look at this.
Yes.
list.
The next, okay, so there's 4 Olympians on here. So Jared Shoemaker, Olympian and triathlete. Michelle Gorgon is an Olympic snowboarder. Tyler Jewell is an Olympic snowboarder. All right, but then here's like a couple of heavy hitters. Chris Evans, cool.
Yeah.
Henry Ford, which we talked about earlier, is from Sudbury. He's the founder of Ford Motor Company, and he lived in Sudbury during parts of 1920s and 30s. Babe motherfucking Ruth.
Hall of Famer.
That is a surprise.
Nice.
So yeah, baseball Hall of Famer. While with the Red Sox, he and his wife rented a small house next to Willis Pond in Sudbury. So maybe not all these people were born there, but they resided there at some point from 1917 to 1918's off season. Horace Abbott was an iron manufacturer whose work included the armor plating for the USS Minotaur, and the USS Agamenticus, USS Roanoke, and USS Monadnock. And lastly, what the fuck? Samuel Parris.
Yep.
Salem witch trials judge and Puritan minister, later preached in Wayland, which was then part of Sudbury.
Yeah.
So we got witchcraft in Sudbury. I mean, of course, it was running rampant, but like of all places.
Well, it's not that far from Salem.
That's true. 25 minutes?
Yeah, not that far at all.
Maybe a little farther.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're going to talk a little bit more about what does Sudbury have to do with witchcraft and witches, because we know a lot about Salem, right? Salem has the huge history, but what about the surrounding towns of Salem? This article is from legendsofamerica.com. I guess one of the women who was accused was Sarah Town Cloyce, the sister of Rebecca Town Nurse and Mary Town Eastie. Okay. She was accused of witchcraft but never indicted by a grand jury in the Salem witch trials. Sarah Town was born in Salem, Massachusetts and baptized on September 3rd, 1648. She grew up to marry Edmund Bridges in Topsfield, Massachusetts in about 1659. After he died in about 1682, she married Peter Cloyce. Sarah's sister, Rebecca Town Nurse, everybody knows that name, Rebecca Nurse, from the Crucible, right?
Yes.
Sarah's sister, Rebecca Nurse, was arrested on March 23rd, 1692, and examined the next day. Following Sunday, the Reverend Samuel Parris, the guy who we just mentioned that was from Sudbury, he gave an explanatory sermon about the betrayer in Jesus' midst and how close the devil had gotten to the heart of the church. Damn. Sarah Cloyce was so angry that she walked out of the church and slammed the door.
Oh, I like her.
Yeah, sassafras.
Fuck this.
Yeah, fuck this guy. Very soon after, complaint would be filed, this time against Sarah. The complaint was filed by Jonathan Walcott and Nathaniel Ingersoll, accusing Sarah of having afflicted Abigail Williams, Winona Ryder, right? The niece of the Reverend Samuel Parris, who in real life, she was like a 12-year-old girl. She was not a teenager that they made her out to be in the movie. Right. As well as tormenting Mary Walcott. On April 11, 1692, she was brought before an examiner and refused to confess. She was then sent to jail in Salem, where her sister Rebecca Nurse was already being held. Both Sarah and her sister, Mary Eastie, were suspected of bewitching their niece, Rebecca Town, daughter of their late dead brother, Edmund Town. On September 9, 1692, an indictment was made out against Sarah Cloyce, quote, for certain detestable arts called witchcraft and sorceries, wickedly, maliciously, and feloniously hath used, practiced, and exercised, in, upon, and against one of Rebecca Town of Topsfield, and also for sundry other acts of witchcraft End quote. So that's kind of a tall order there. While Sarah waited in jail, her sisters, Rebecca Nurse and Mary Eastie, were executed for witchcraft.
Oh my God.
However, by December 1692, the indictments against Sarah were marked ignoramus. Literally, we do not know.
Can you still use that in an argument? A judicial argument? Wow.
Yeah, so literally they did not know. On January 3rd, 1693, the Superior Court of Judicature dismissed charges against Sarah and her husband. Peter paid her fees for the release. The couple eventually left Salem and they settled in Sudbury, Massachusetts.
God damn.
She spent the last 10 years of her life trying to clear her sister's name, and she died in about 1703 at Framingham, Massachusetts. But yeah, so
It's pronounced Framingham.
Framingham. So yeah, when I guess she was accused and, you know, they left Salem, they headed on over to Sudbury.
So do you think Sudbury has any of its own remembrance stones or anything like Salem does for people who were affected there by the witch trials?
I'm not sure. I don't know if anybody was persecuted or hanged in Sudbury. So maybe that was kind of like a place that accused witches who got away unscathed. Maybe that's a place that they kind of like went to start over, because it's not too far from like what they're used to, like what they know, but it's kind of like on the outskirts enough where they're able to start off with a clean slate. You know?
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know. This is my theory. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, sure.
But let's talk a little bit more about Reverend Samuel Parris. Was he to blame for the Salem witch trials? This article comes from historyofmassachusetts.org. And according to the book Salem Witch Trials: A Reference Guide, the reason for the renewed charges is because the congregation was suing Parris for occupying the parsonage 9 months after his dismissal.
It's fucking squatting. That's crazy.
Parris responded by countersuing for his unpaid salary. Dude, there was so much fucking drama back then. Shit. The congregation lost their suit and in 1697 paid Parris a settlement of 79 pounds in back salary. So were they still using pounds in the US back in the day? Because like
it was still a British colony until 1776. So yeah, they would be using British money.
Yeah. I always forget about that. Like the currency, you know?
Yep.
After Parris's dismissal from Salem Village, he moved to Concord, Massachusetts, where he lived until 1705, and then moved to Dunstable, where he preached for 6 months in 1711. Parris then moved to Sudbury, Massachusetts, where his daughter Betty lived until adulthood. Samuel Parris died in Sudbury on February 27th, 1720.
So he's buried there.
Buried there.
Oh my God.
Crazy.
I wonder if they're, oh man. Sorry. My mind is going to
the revelations. Oh,
I'm like, no, I'm thinking of like, okay, if he's buried there, you know, people are awful, sadly. Like, is his grave hidden to keep people from fucking it up? You know, that's where my mind went.
Well, here's the thing. So in Salem, the old burying point, which is the oldest cemetery in Salem, I think John Hathorne is actually buried there. John Hathorne, I don't know if Nathaniel Hathorne is buried there, which is the writer, not, you know, but John Hathorne, as we know, if you've read Maria's story, Magic Lessons, the man that she was involved with was a real life historical figure, and a real life, I think he was a judge, or he like interviewed them. He tried to get their testimonies.
Yes.
So he had a hand in persecuting innocent people, and he's actually buried in the old burying point in Salem. So judges and anybody who had anything to do with, like, I guess the Catholic Church or any kind of like the politics or anything like that, they're all allowed to be buried in those cemeteries. They were all allowed because they were of God. They were people of God, right? Puritans. You know who was not allowed to be buried in those cemeteries? The
women who were hung.
Women and men. There were women and men hung, and there was one man pressed to death. So all of those innocent people were dumped in shallow graves. None of them were allowed to be buried on holy ground.
No.
So it would not surprise me if Samuel Parris's grave was in Sudbury and was completely out in the open and not hidden. I don't think anybody's trying to protect his grave.
Okay.
I would assume that it would be out in the open because it's a historical landmark, you know?
True.
But the poor people who were all unfortunately hanged, nobody knows where they're a lot of their families families stole their bodies in the night after they had been dumped in the shallow grave so they can give them a proper burial.
Wow.
Yeah. And in Salem, there is Proctor's Ledge, which was the site using science and forensics and stuff. They actually pinpointed the exact location of all of those hangings, but none of those people are actually buried there. It's just a memorial. So
That's
unfortunately,
heart-wrenching.
it is. Unfortunately, that's how it was. And maybe their families gave them a proper burial if they were able to get their bodies after they were unfortunately hanged and then dumped off there, but none of those people are in the cemeteries there.
I know this isn't a Salem witch trials episode, but I want to say, like, we know that these women were not witches. Obviously, they were probably God-fearing women along with the rest of their town.
Right.
But now the town being associated with that, and it also has like a kind of like Sleepy Hollow. It has this like spooky association with it because of the quote unquote witches, but like just the amount of trauma and death that went along with all of this. These tethered spirits, like, have they ever found their way? Have they ever been put to rest? You know what I mean? Like that in and of itself, like makes it even spookier, like a real life spooky.
Oh, 100%. And you know, to some degree, I think that the establishment of Proctor's Ledge, I think that in a way was maybe for the townspeople, the modern townspeople of Salem, kind of giving them that place and enabling them to make peace with it. And the town, Salem, has been reclaimed by real practicing witches. So if anybody's getting the last laugh, it's us, baby. Like, you know? And like Salem has been able to turn it around. Like, yes, the town has a very dark history. But for us to come in and kind of like restake our claim and make people not scared of, quote, the dark arts or whatever we're looked down upon as, you know, it's a way of life for a lot of people, and a lot of people are practicing witches and very spiritual people, and it has nothing to do with the devil. But it's up to us in current day to kind of shed light on that and put the kibosh on all of those misnomers about what we stand for, you know.
So do you think, because John Hathorne is buried there, do you think the ghosties of all the witches accused are like fucking up his ghostie daily?
So. I fucking hope so.
Could you imagine just like having to live in the same town as your judge, jury, and you know, killer? I would just be fucking with them all the time. If I was a little ghosty, every day, shenanigans. I'd be worst nightmare.
And the witch house, again, not to get too off topic, but the witch house, that gray house that everybody takes a picture in front of, it's the last house that's still standing in Salem that's directly correlated to the Salem witch trials, and it was resided in by Judge Jonathan Corwin, and he was actually getting testimonies of girls to accuse them of witchcraft.
So those girls were being interviewed in that house or inspected in that house?
Yeah, either he just resided there or actual testimonies were taken in that house. I'm not quite sure on that detail, but he resided in that house. And now real witches are taking pictures in front of that house, and it's a landmark. So it's kind of like, all right, now we're having the last laugh. You wanted to persecute innocent people for witchcraft, but now you're having actual witches laughing at your sake.
Right. But how cool is that house?
Property.
It's pretty cool.
It is a cool house. We went to like one haunted story time thing there, like the first year that we went. I haven't been back inside that house since then, but it's so eerie. And like you have the people in the period piece costumes telling these ghost stories by candlelight, and it's so much fun to do.
I love a ghost story.
Yeah,
I do.
A ghost story in a little bit, but a little bit more about the Salem witch trials and who were the main accusers. Elizabeth Betty Paris and Abigail Williams. Those were some of the two famous names that we hear in the Crucible too. So in January 1692, a doctor was called to the home of Reverend Samuel Paris, the Puritan minister of Salem Village. Present day, Salem Village is now Danvers, Massachusetts. After his 9-year-old daughter, Betty, and her 11-year-old cousin, Abigail Williams, began exhibiting strange symptoms, such as convulsing, barking, and speaking unintelligible words. Betty and Abigail soon accused Tituba, the enslaved woman owned by Samuel Paris, whose subsequent confession launched a full-blown witchcraft crisis in Salem. Betty never attended the subsequent trials. Her parents sent her away to live with family to avoid the uproar. Samuel Paris was dismissed from his job as minister in Salem Village and settled with Betty and the rest of his family in Sudbury, Massachusetts. Betty later married a shoemaker and had 5 children. She died in 1760. Abigail, on the other hand, played a prominent role in the Salem witch trials, accusing a total of 57 people of witchcraft. She gave her last testimony before the court in early June 1692, and no record exists of her life after the trials. So yeah, so it seems like Samuel Paris took his family up and left, and they settled in Sudbury. So
Wow.
to get away from the Salem witch trials.
So Betty wasn't around at all. In the movie, she is, right?
If I remember
I
correctly.
think she's in the movie. Like, how different could things have been if she just stuck around? Like, she possibly could have had a mental disorder or something internally going on. You and I talked about like the rye, the ergot poisoning. But if it wasn't that, you know how kids can be, and especially 10 and 11-year-olds, and for Winona Ryder, you know, if she was like the ringleader, like in the movie, and Betty was still there, you know, would Betty have given up her if it was an act sooner? And maybe this would have all been different.
Yeah, it could have changed the
Who knows?
course of history.
Yeah.
It's just, the whole thing is just nuts. This next bit is from an actual entire book about Elizabeth Howe's trial. And this book is called Salem Village Witchcraft, Mrs. Elizabeth Howe's Trial. And if you click on this following link, you can see the scans of the actual physical book and what it looks like. And this is something that you would like probably see in a glass case in like an old library. And this
You gotta
book
wear
is,
gloves.
yeah, did you click on that link? It looks ancient.
It's loading.
It's gorgeous. It's a beautiful book. But this book was actually digitized by the Internet Archive in 2010 with funding from Open Knowledge Commons and Harvard Medical School. And this was a verbatim report of the trial of Mrs. Elizabeth Howe in memorial of her. And there's a quote on the title page that I just think is so beautiful. And it says, "To dance with Lapland witches, with the laboring moon eclipses at their charms." Isn't that so cool?
That's beautiful.
Isn't that beautiful? And I found an excerpt in this book relating to Sudbury. The book page reads page 66. However,
wait. So that quote though is from Paradise Lost, right?
Paradise Lost. And is Paradise Lost, is that a poem or is that a book? I don't know what that's from.
I think it's a book. I had to read that in high school.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a book.
All right, and I guess the page is 66. I don't know. Is it a big book?
What if it was 666?
666. It says 662, but I don't know if that's the page number but anyway. So I did find an excerpt in this book relating to Sudbury, and the book page reads page 66. However, the scan page reads page 88. So a little different. It says, the coat of arms, and if you look at the page that this is on, you could see the coat of arms. The coat of arms, James, Jr., and Elizabeth of the Arms. Jewels, which is red, a chevron, argent, which is silver, between the three crosslets, or gold, three wolves, head of the same, said to have adorned the walls of the Wayside Inn, or the Howe Tavern in Sudbury for over 150 years.
Wow.
So that was the inn that we mentioned earlier that Henry Ford actually purchased.
Was trying to buy.
Now is haunted. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in a second, but I just thought it was fascinating that this coat of arms is hanging or was hanging on the walls of the Wayside Inn.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So I guess this is like a little excerpt about this coat of arms. It says, "Ye wolves are fans, arms ye cross, for good accounts done by ye first L." I don't know what that's in reference to or what that means, but it says who lived around AD 1500 or the time of Henry, what is that, the 7th or the 8th?
Henry the 7th and 8th, yes.
Yes. Okay, so the seat of the family bearing the above arms was in County Warwick, the seat of Robert Howe, and the place of the original Howe arms. Argent, silver, a chevron between three wolves, heads cooped sable black, was in County Essex. And on this page, you can actually see the coat of arms, which according to Britannica.com is, quote, the principal part of a system of hereditary symbols dating back to the early medieval Europe, used primarily to establish identity in battle. Arms evolved to denote family descent, adoption, alliance, property ownership, and eventually profession, end quote. So I did a little more digging to see what the symbolism on the Howe coat of arms, like what's with all the wolf symbolism, what could that possibly mean? And I found a bit about wolf symbolism in reference to the coat of arms and heraldry. So the wolf has been widely used in many forms of heraldry during the Middle Ages, and though commonly reviled as a livestock predator and a man-eater, the wolf was also considered a noble and courageous animal, and frequently appeared on the arms and crests of numerous noble families. It typically symbolized the rewards of perseverance in long sieges or hard industry. And there's also a really cool heraldry symbolism chart on heraldryandcrests.com, which we'll link below. However, wolves were not on that chart, but it's a really really cool chart, like just like to see like what else they had on there.
I just love this page. I can't wait. We're going to share this whole link. So when I looked at this, the scan pages, it wasn't bringing up page 88. So I just word searched Sudbury, and it came up. That's the only Sudbury, and it's on that coat of arms page, depending what your PDF reader or whatever is.
Yeah.
But that's so cool.
Yeah. Also, in that book passage, this coat of arms with these wolves that was said to adorn the walls of the Wayside Inn, aka the Howe Tavern, that this tavern resides in Sudbury. Did you know that this tavern is known to be one of Sudbury's most haunted attractions?
Of course it is.
Oh, it's haunted as fuck. Yeah. So this article is from newengland.com, and it's titled The Wayside Inn Ghost, Real or Imagined?
Okay, is this the ghost? Is this the ghost story?
Yeah, you want to read it?
No, I'm going to turn my light off.
You turn the light off. Do you want to light a candle? You want to light a candle?
Hang on a second. Ready?
What are you doing?
Odin is also questioning, what am I doing?
Oh my god, what is she doing? She's lighting a candle. She's lighting a candle. Oh my god. Christina's like, I love a good ghost story. Let me get out my
you better not fuck this up.
Let me get out my 1600s candlestick.
Let me also get my cat out of here.
Yeah. And watch that curtain on that.
Yes. Hi, buddy.
It's so funny. We're about to get into a real life ghost story here.
I'm not messing around.
Messing around. Are we ready? I love this. Okay. Are we ready for our ghost story?
I got my candle. I got my demon whispers. I'm ready.
All right. Cue the music. This article is from newengland.com, and this is titled The Wayside Inn Ghost, Real or Imagined? Dun dun dun! The historic Wayside Inn in Sudbury, Massachusetts has long been famous for its Yankee charm and hospitality. But is it haunted too? And this article is by Allison Horrocks, and this was written on March 7th, 2022. So Allison says, in the pastoral countryside of Sudbury, Massachusetts, sits a charming relic of the colonial past. Having begun life as a modest two-room family residence in 1707 and officially becoming a working inn by 1716, Longfellow's Wayside Inn has survived and flourished in its nearly 300 years of hosting guests and travelers. Originally known as Howe's Tavern, this quaint inn was made famous when Henry Wadsworth Longfellow employed it as the setting for his book of poetry, Tales of a Wayside Inn, in 1863. Had it not been for Longfellow, the old inn might never have come to the attention of Henry Ford, the billionaire founder of the Ford Motor Company, an admirer of Longfellow who purchased the property in 1923. Restoring the inn and land to their former tranquil glory, his goal had been to turn it into a living history museum, adding a grist mill, old red schoolhouse, chapel, and more, thus saving the land from modern development. Due to these series of well-timed redemptions, the Wayside Inn has survived to become the oldest operating inn in the United States today. However, it is not just its age and history that imbues this beautiful inn with legitimacy, but also it's the tales of the Wayside Inn's ghost. Christina's like freaking out over there. For what New England is worth is salt does not come with its own haunting tales, real or imagined.
True.
Though skeptics may chuckle, the mystery of things that go bump in the night seem to hold a unique appeal for believers and non-believers alike, considering that at the heart of the most rumored hauntings is a tragic and mysterious story. It's little wonder that they intrigue so many of us, and that Ghost Stories of the Wayside Inn is no exception. Allison says, I visit the Wayside Inn as often as I can, usually to take in the ambiance of the old bar room, which is part of the original house, or to eat a meal in one of the cozy dining rooms. So far, I have yet to encounter any visitor from the spiritual realm. Instead, I am always met with a warm, welcoming atmosphere as I whittle away the hours among friendly patrons and staff. On a recent visit, however, I came specifically to hear the story of Jerusha Howe, the reputed Wayside Inn ghost. The inn had been built by the Howe family and was handed down through 4 generations. Jerusha's brother, Lyman, also known as the Squire, was the last in the line of the house to run the inn. the Howe's innkeeping legacy ended with Lyman, since he never married or produced an heir by the time of his death in 1861. As a young woman growing up in the inn, Jerusha was known as, quote, the Belle of Sudbury, end quote, and her musical and artistic skills were renowned. She famously owned the first piano in town and put it to frequent use for visitors. Some say she still puts it to use today, with ghostly tunes played in the middle of the night.
No.
Isn't that creepy?
I love it.
That's like the biggest like horror movie trope, is just like a piano playing by itself.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Creepy. So little is known of Jerusha's romantic affairs in life, but as the story goes, she was engaged to an Englishman. The legend claims that he sailed home to England to make arrangements for the wedding and was never heard from again. There has been speculation that he drowned at sea, or he simply abandoned her, and perhaps he never existed at all, but no matter the truth of the story, Jerusha chose to never marry. She lived out her days at the inn by her brother's side, dying at the young age of 45 in 1842. Of course, as is the case in the best ghost stories, it is said that she died of a broken heart.
My God, it's all connected.
It's all connected.
Wow.
Yeah. So it seemed like she was a spinster. She never married, never had children.
Oh.
Yeah. Kind of like Franny or Jet, right?
Yep.
And this inn kind of reminds me of the Black Rabbit Inn that we were talking about in the Rabbits episode.
Yes.
Right? All those rabbits. So Jerusha is believed by many to be spending much of her afterlife in the bedroom that she used during her life, in room 9. Okay? So the room dates back to the late 18th century, and the author Allison of this article says, I found its rustic charm warm and inviting. The nostalgia of a simpler time can be a little haunting and perhaps unnerving to those who haven't spent as much time in an old house. Each little nighttime creak and thump may take on a more ghostly form in one's mind when in an old and unfamiliar place. Some guests in room 9 and also in room 10 have reported smelling Jerusha's citrus perfume or feeling her sweet pass them on the stairs. Oh, I just got chills.
You spooking yourself? Dude, I'm ready for spooky season.
Yeah. There have even been claims of being awakened by her touch or seeing her presence at the foot of the bed. That is...
Yeah, don't do that. Don't touch my feet.
No.
Wait till I'm awake. I don't care. You can do your spooky shit. Don't touch my feet.
Yeah, don't fuck with my feet.
Yeah.
Are you ticklish?
Yes, yeah, dude, but that's weird.
Yeah.
It's not weird, but my story has that in it. Also, that will be in October.
Ooh.
I hate it.
I can't wait. All right, so she fucks with people at the foot of the bed. What a jerk. Whether these nighttime occurrences are real or frights conjured by the imagination, the room is charming and would be a thrill and a pleasure to stay in for those intrigued by the history and the legends of the Wayside Inn ghost.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're anything like me, but before I go to bed, sometimes like I'll look around the room, and if I have like a jacket hanging on the back of the door or something, I'm like, okay, what is going to scare me in the middle of the night? If I wake up in a stupor and I think is a person, you know what I mean? So I'll go move it, I'll go like adjust it. But I've had my grandpa's shirt on the back of my door since March. I'm like, okay, it's been there long enough. And it hasn't scared me yet, so I think we're good. But don't stand at the foot of my bed, man.
That's fucked up. Also, doors creep me out at night. Like, what if it starts moving? What if it starts moving on its own? Like, you know?
Yeah. And we leave ours cracked open.
Yeah.
So the cats can go in and out, and sometimes the dog will scoot through it, but it doesn't creak anymore, which is good.
Yeah.
That's the keys.
Oh, so creepy. So creepy
on those hinges.
Ugh. Anyway, so this is an odd and unique custom that has developed over the years at the Wayside Inn, which is referred to as the Secret Drawer Society. So little notes, usually reporting on any Wayside Inn ghost encounters or lack thereof, are stuffed into little cracks, crevices, and drawers all throughout the room. Some of the notes, plucked from their hiding places, go back decades.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Often guests will spend hours searching the room, reading the secret testimonies of those who have come before.
That is cool.
Isn't it? So like little Easter eggs, like I guess. So if some essence of Jerusha still resides at the Wayside Inn, she never appeared or made her presence known to me, which is what the author of this article says. When I left Longfellow's Wayside Inn that day, I remained undecided on the alleged haunting. However, I did learn more about this mysterious woman from the 19th century who was smart, talented, and refined. I learned of a competent woman who, despite a reportedly weak constitution and a possibly broken heart, ran an inn alongside her beloved brother Lyman with a smile on her face and a determination to please those around her with music and art. Dude, I hope I come back to haunt people with my music and my art.
My
I
God.
fucking hope I do.
Yeah. Jerusha.
Jerusha.
Be someone's Jerusha today.
Oh. Can we put that on a t-shirt? Be someone's Jerusha today. I love that. I learned of her fierce love for her family and her appreciation for education. Though her accomplishments were ordinary, I delighted in getting to know her. The mystery of her British fiancé may never be solved, and questions of her continued presence will remain with every floor creak and phantom smell at the old inn. And in that way, at least she will have achieved lasting notoriety and immortality. Dude, she already is. She's making these like headlines, and like people are telling stories about her centuries after the fact.
What was the man? What was his name? Was that in here that she was to marry?
Did it say his
Belle of Sudbury, little known Englishman. An Englishman. Okay, so we don't even have a name.
No, it said little known, so I don't
Wow.
even think he's got a name here. But he went missing, so yeah. Don't put it past me. Like, I will do more digging. I'm gonna find this guy. I'm gonna find his name. Figure it
All
out.
right.
So to wrap up this article, it says, haunted or not, Longfellow's Wayside Inn is a special historic treasure with an atmosphere that keeps guests, myself included, wanting to come back for more. If Jerusha is indeed the Wayside Inn ghost, I don't blame her for never wanting to leave. So that is the end of this article. However, the comments section of this article is on fire.
Okay.
Tons.
Spookier than the story?
Tons of people have left comments
Okay.
with their real life accounts of haunted happenings at this very inn.
Okay.
There's tons of them. So if you guys want to go check them out, I'm not going to read them all because there were just so many, but here's just a couple of them that I just thought were very creepy. So this one is from Jim Singleton, and this was posted on October 16th, 2022. So very recently.
recent.
Yeah. So Jim says, about 2008 or so, a Navy colleague and I drove up to visit Lexington and Concord over the weekend while stationed in Newport. He heard about the Wayside Inn and wanted to stop by for a, quote, colonial cocktail. He says, I went in the front door first as he took a picture of the place. A couple days later, after we were back in Newport, he showed me the photo. You could see me halfway into the front door, but by the bench to the right, there were two foggy forms, which, on a closer inspection, I clearly saw two full-figured apparitions, no faces, but enough clarity to see a gentleman in colonial-era garb, I'd say a tad corpulent, and next to him was a woman in a colonial-era gown ruffled around the neck. Then, sitting on the bench itself, a reclining figure sporting a tricorner hat. What I wouldn't give for that picture now. So they showed up in the pictures. Yeah.
Haunted.
So another one was posted by a commenter named Louis on July 20th, 2022. So again, another recent account. Louis says, we visit the Wayside Inn every once in a while for dinner. One rainy autumn night about 10 years ago, we were with extended family and friends, and while we were waiting to be seated, both my wife and my sister witnessed a woman dressed in colonial-type attire rushing frantically past guests, going down a flight of stairs into the cellar. The woman just disappeared into a closed door. Both my wife and sister questioned the rest of us. None of us had seen this woman. To this day, they both swear that it was a ghost.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
What if though it wasn't, and it was like a hired actress, and she just has to run through the inn every night?
But she just disappears through a door?
Yeah. But maybe it's like a special like hologram door.
I don't know. That's just creepy. But like a lot of if you go through all the comments on that page, a lot of them mention smelling her citrus perfume. Yeah, very creepy. So those are just a few, but this post comment section that has tons of these accounts, go check that out. We'll link it below. Christina's turning her lights back on.
Light is on.
This post is also chock full of really cool photos of the interior of the inn.
Oh, cool.
As well as photos of the barroom menu, who the author, Allison, says does not shy away from rumors of the famous ghost. The menu consists of the inn's bar specials, which include, quote, Jerusha's Ghost Martini, which is a Captain Morgan rum and ginger brandy, and they also offer more generic cocktails, kind of like a pomegranate cosmopolitan, a chocolate espresso martini.
Oh, cute.
Just talked about that in one of our recent chocolate episodes. And then some cozy hot mulled cider, and a pint of meeting house punch, which consists of dark rum, brown sugar, and lemon juice blended with the inn's very own Wayside Ale.
How about that?
Oh,
They got their own brew.
yeah. So if these drinks don't sound so cozy, like on a chilly autumn day, I bet the aunts would have gone ham on a chocolate espresso martini.
This sounds, dude, fuck summer.
Yeah.
I'm ready for this.
Are you ready for Salem now, Christina? After all?
I'm ready for not summer, but I'm so ready for Salem. Unfortunately, Sudbury is like 50 minutes from our hotel, so I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's kind of
or
30, 25?
Not Sudbury, but this inn is 50 minutes from our hotel.
Okay, the inn. Got it. All right, yeah. It's just a nice extra little destination if we ever find ourselves up in that area. If you guys ever find yourselves up in that area and you want to, go visit Sudbury, check out the inn, check out their awesome, yummy, delicious sounding cocktails. And if you do happen to smell any kind of citrus perfume or see people disappearing into a door, you let us know. Hey, Jerusha, hey. And if you go to this inn, tell them the Stinas at Magnolia Street podcast sent you.
Yes.
We don't get anything for that. We're not
No.
affiliated, but we just, want people to know we exist. And we're spreading the good word about these hauntings.
That's amazing.
To the masses.
It's nice that they don't, because I know certain places shy away from talking about the hauntings and supernatural, and they're all about it. That's great.
I mean, look at us. We're just scared to say the P word on this show anymore. So.
Stop it. Shut up.
We're going to talk about it at some point.
I love being spooked, but the minute I'm in an old ass house and like there's creaky, I'm like, nope. I'm
out.
just gonna, I'm out.
Same. I'm with you on that. Yeah, so after deep diving on all of the history surrounding Sudbury and all of its historical landmarks and the hauntings, I decided to do a search on YouTube just to see if there was any more visual content on anything else interesting that I could find. And that's when I came across this video called The Sudbury Fight. And we talked a little bit about this earlier during the generic kind of rundown of the town's history and all of its happenings. This is a true historical account of Native Americans versus Puritan colonists 350 years ago. And this video was produced by a YouTube creator named Atunshe Films, who describes himself in his bio as a filmmaker with an interest in history who dresses up and does silly voices in order to educate and entertain you.
Oh,
it's
cute.
Adorable. His channel's great. Lots of cool videos, informative, educational videos on there, and he's quite the character. Okay. So the following story we are about to read you is the exact transcript from his video, and we will also link this video in our show notes down below because the production value alone, the visual imagery, the music he uses, his sound effects, his storytelling is amazing, and it's just really worth a watch. So we can reread this for you, but if you really want the full experience, just go watch the video.
Oh, cool. All right.
Yeah, we'll link this below. So here it is. This is Atunshe's account of the Sudbury Fight.
And this is the decisive Native American victory in King Philip's War. I'm standing on a green hill in Sudbury, Massachusetts. Today, it's a quiet residential neighborhood. About 350 years ago, a company of 80 Massachusetts militiamen fought for their lives here against an army of Native American warriors determined to destroy them. I have a special interest in this battle because it was fought just a few miles from where I grew up in Wayland, Massachusetts. For the past several years, I have been fascinated by King Philip's War, but when I was a kid, I had no idea that it was fought in my hometown. And it's no wonder there are only a handful of poorly maintained historical markers commemorating the Sudbury Fight, most of which were put up in the 1930s and reflected an old-fashioned pro-English bias. It's about time the story of this battle was retold. The Sudbury Fight was one of the climactic battles of King Philip's War. From June 1675 to August 1676, a native coalition waged brutal war against the English colonists of this region. King Philip's War was the bloodiest war per capita in American history, with heavy militia and civilian losses on both sides. The Sudbury Fight is an obscure battle in a frankly obscure war, but it was the last victory the Algonquin people would ever enjoy over the English colonists encroaching on their ancestral homelands. In April 1676, New England was in chaos. Widespread Indian raids on English towns had devastated the colonies. That spring in Massachusetts Bay, several frontier villages were abandoned. A small garrison maintained Marlborough as a militia outpost, but even so, towns like Concord and Sudbury remained extremely vulnerable to attack. So colonial authorities sent Captain Samuel Wadsworth and about 50 militiamen to reinforce the frontier. Wadsworth arrived in Marlborough late in the evening on April the 20th. Before dawn on April 21st, a large force of about 500 native warriors infiltrated Sudbury. They were probably under the joint command of Mudawamp, Sechum of the Nepmuk, and the Metacomet Sechum of the Wampanoag, who whites called King Philip. But the people of Sudbury had expected an attack. This is all that remains of the Haynes Garrison House. In this shot, the video's narrator is standing in front of a stone memorial the size of a gravestone. Garrison housings were large fortified buildings where people would hold up during the times of emergency. When rumors began circulating about the impending Indian attack, several residents of Sudbury abandoned their homes and took refuge in the Haynes Garrison House. The colonists who were ensconced here must have woken up that morning, bleary-eyed, looked out the window, and what they saw terrified them. Here, just where the road is today, for several... Oh yeah, this is like what he's... Is he walking around there?
Yeah.
Oh my God, okay.
Yeah.
So, and this is his hometown, so he's just basically taking us on a walking tour of his hometown. So
yeah, it's really cool. Definitely check out the video if you get the chance, everybody listening.
Here, just where the road is today, for several dozen ferocious Nipmuc and Wampanoag, warriors silently waiting for a signal to attack, and attack they did. With volleys of arrows and musket balls, the Sudbury fight was on, but fortunately for the English, the Haynes Garrison House was an extremely good defense. I mean, it was built for exactly this type of attack. The second story had actually armored walls, and what I mean by this is that there was a wall of bricks sandwiched between stout wood planks on either side that provided excellent cover for musket fire. The men of the Haynes Garrison House would have been at the windows with their rifles. When they fired off a shot, they would hand their rifles to the woman in the back of the house who would reload them and hand them right back, and this way they were able to keep up the continuous rate of fire. The Haynes Garrison here took fire throughout the morning. At one point, the natives filled a big wagon full of flax, set it on fire, and rolled it down this hill directly toward the house. But at the last moment, the wagon wheel hit a rock with the whole contraption toppling over. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Some historians have suggested that the Haynes Garrison attack was more of a feint than anything else, perhaps to draw the English militia into battle on the ground of the natives' own choosing. Whether or not that was the intention, it was certainly the result. When news of the attack on Sudbury reached Concord, 11 brave but foolish men of that town marched down here. Not far from this very bridge, which, again, watch the video, you could see where he's standing. They were ambushed by a large force of Indians and slaughtered almost to a man. Only one of the conquered men escaped with his life. Flushed with victory, the natives surged across a town bridge and set about pillaging the central settlement of Sudbury, but shortly before noon, more effective English reinforcements arrived. Watertown militiamen under the command of Captain Hugh Mason engaged the raiding party and drove them back to the west bank of the river. As Mason was wresting back control of the town, Captain Wadsworth approached from the west with 80 soldiers. His numbers bolstered by men from the Marlborough militia. Wadsworth and his troops had only a few hours' rest at Marlborough before they were forced to march back east to defend Sudbury. They were hungry, exhausted, and completely ignorant of the enemy's position. As Wadsworth approached this spot, one of his men shouted the alarm. He saw a warband of about 100 Indians darting into the trees just north of here. Thinking they had surprised Metacomet's rear guard, the English rashly gave chase. They pursued the natives all the way to the pass between Goodman's Hill and Green Hill, and then the Indians sprang their trap. Hundreds of warriors popped out of hiding and laid down a withering fire before swooping down from the high ground to clash with Wadsworth's militia. In a deft tactical maneuver, units of warriors moved to block off the northern and southern ends of the pass. Wadsworth militia was surrounded. Somewhere in this general vicinity, native warriors streamed down the slopes directly at Wadsworth's men. At first they fought well, they acquitted themselves, they were able to repulse charge after charge by the enemy. But after a couple hours of fighting, it became very clear that this position on the low ground was completely untenable. The militia fought their way through the native lines. At the top of Green Hill, they made their final stand. He says, "These hills are fairly steep. It's a bit of trouble getting up them in normal circumstances, but I can only imagine doing so with a musket and plate armor, and there's a bunch of people trying to kill me."
Yeah.
At this point, 2 companies of English cavalry arrived at the battle. First, led by Captain Edward Cowell, had just narrowly escaped an ambush of their own 3 miles from Sudbury. The second, led by Corporal Solomon Phipps, had ridden hard all day from Charlestown to aid in the defense. the cavalry joined the Watertown militia and attempting to rescue Wadsworth. They struck the native army in its rear, but despite a valiant effort, were forced to retreat. Back at Green Hill, the battle was approaching in its desperate climax. Wadsworth and his men were fighting well, but more and more of them were starting to fall. Meanwhile, Metacomet and Muddawamp must have known it was only a matter of time before more English reinforcements arrived. They needed to complete their victory, and soon, so they set fire to the dry brush around Green Hill.
Dude, that name Metacomet, like
Metacomet,
how futuristic,
right?
For this day, for that day and age. That's intense.
Yeah.
Metacomet.
Billowing smoke choked and panicked the English. After 2 exhausting marches and hours of constant fighting, Wadsworth's men finally broke and ran. The natives chased the English down the hill, falling upon them with tomahawks and swords. Wadsworth himself was killed in the retreat, along with Captain Brocklebank of the Marlborough garrison. All in all, 26 English soldiers died running. Of the 80 men who had marched to Sudbury's defense, only 14 survived. Wadsworth and his men are buried just a stone's throw away from where they died. As night fell, the native army withdrew from Sudbury. Mary Rowlandson, an Englishwoman who was being held captive by the Indians at this time, wrote that the mood amongst the warriors was solemn that night. They had won a great victory, but at a huge cost. By all accounts, the Wampanoag and Nipmuc had suffered unacceptable casualties. They had failed to comprehensively plunder and destroy the town thanks to Captain Mason and the Watertown militia. The Sudbury Fight was a victory to the Native Alliance. However, on a tactical level, the Sudbury Fight was extremely decisive. We don't know exactly who commanded the native forces here. Local traditions hold it was Metacomet, but I would suggest it was Muddawamp who organized the brilliant ambush between the hills. He had already shown signs of tactical genius at the Battle of Bloody Brook in 1675. Since the Indians left no written records, we might never know for sure. In any case, the Sudbury Fight proves that Native American warfare in this period was not sporadic and poorly organized as many historians have claimed. The feint against the Haines garrison and the ambush of Wadsworth's men was cunning and calculated. In his own way, Muddawamp may well have been the Hannibal of the Nipmuc. This is a monument to the brave militiamen who died here, but it's also a testament to the last gasp of native resistance in this region. 4 months after the Sudbury Fight, Metacomet would die, and with him, the native hopes for victory in King Philip's War. In my opinion, the narrator of this film goes on to say, or he closes with, in my opinion, the Sudbury Fight should be remembered as the Little Bighorn of the East, the last great victory of the Algonquin people. So
that's amazing.
Very interesting stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that King Philip's War, like, I didn't learn about that in school.
Yeah, I don't remember learning about that either.
And you're in the tri-state area, like closer to
New England.
And that's just weird. Maybe in that more closer to that area, it is taught, but like that's such an important piece of our history,
right.
And it's just not taught.
Yeah, so I just thought that was very interesting. And after I watched his Sudbury Fight video on YouTube, one of the videos he had linked on the screen at the end was a video with the title, quote, "The Sudbury Devil." So this caught my interest, and I was like, what is the Sudbury Devil? Because New Jersey we have a New Jersey Devil. Does every place have their own devil?
A little devil.
Yeah. So of course I had to venture deeper down this rabbit hole. So I clicked it, and that led me to a trailer for this movie by the same YouTube creator at Toonshay Films. So I watched it, and we'll link this trailer down below. But the trailer, it gave me such creepy New England Puritan movie vibes, kind of like The Witch. Yeah. See The Witch, right, with Black Phillip, and the film and the editing style down to like the colorization of the footage itself, very muted tones, a sparse soundtrack. So I read the synopsis, and this is what it says it's about. So it says, in the late 17th century, a pair of Puritan witch hunters travel to a small Massachusetts town investigating rumors of devil worship and are irrevocably transformed by the ungodly forces they encounter. Ooh. Yeah, it's so cool looking. So upon my further investigation, I realized that this film has not, at the time of recording this podcast, this episode, has not even been released yet. So this is very recent. And I'm telling you, the divine timing of this episode, everything just seems to be lining up perfectly, like in a very strange way.
Weird.
Because guess where this film is premiering?
Where?
They specified it in the video description. This says, the Sudbury Devil will premiere in an intimate 2-night event on September 9th and 10th in Salem, 1 month before we go, at the Satanic Temple World Headquarters in Salem, Massachusetts.
Wow. Dude, oh man.
Yeah, I'm so bummed that we won't be there for this.
Dude, but what if we reach out to him and be like, hey, we're coming. We're coming. We talked about you on our podcast. Like, could you come meet us?
That would be fun. That would be cool.
That would be so cool.
Yeah, so the price of admission includes the film, a cast and crew Q&A, and access to the Salem Art Gallery, including the Satanic Temple of Salem's famous Baphomet statue. So it says, buy your tickets here, be quick, seating is limited, and we expect to sell out. So
that's amazing. That's so cool.
Yeah, if you guys are in the Salem area or are in the Sudbury, Massachusetts area, Boston, go check out this premiere. Seating is limited. It's at the Satanic Temple. Also, the Satanic Temple is basically an art gallery.
Right.
So it's also called Salem Art Gallery. Yeah. And some of the art there is just so cool.
How much is it to go in? Just the temple itself?
Oh, just the temple? Probably like $20. I don't remember off the top of my head, but you could check out salemartgallery.com for admission and, ticket prices. But this says, Atoonshay Films presents The Sudbury Devil, written and directed by Andrew Rakich, who is also, I don't know if they were in Checkmate in Lincolnites, but maybe they wrote it. I'm not sure. Also starring Benton Guinness from Frat House Massacre, Linnea Gregg from Sister Tempest, Josh Popa from Just Like That. Oh, and Just Like That.
Oh.
Like the Sex and the City
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Matthew Van Gessel of Sergeant Pickle and Kendra Unique from Frozen 50s Man. The film was produced by Veronica Payton of Ultimate World and Andrew Rakich. The cinematographer is by Eduardo Ureña from Alien Baby. And the original score was composed by Dylan DeRosa. Music department includes Zack Snyder's Justice League. So there's some notable people on this project. But for more information on the cast and crew, you can visit their IMDb page, and we will link that in the show notes. And you can also support Atoonshay Films on Patreon. It's just patreon.com/Atoonshay Films, and they're also on atoonshayfilms.com. So we'll link all his stuff below. But if you guys find yourself up in the Salem area, September 9th and 10th, definitely check out this premiere. It looks like a fascinating film. And hopefully you might be able to meet Atoonshay himself and tell him the Stinas sent you if you end up meeting him.
Incredible. That's so cool.
Yeah.
It's all connected.
It's all connected.
We need our web.
Yeah. And while you're up there, here's a list of some other notable Sudbury attractions should you want to fill your trip with some more history, magic, and lore. And this article comes from Atlas Obscura. And this article is called 5 Cool, Hidden, and Unusual Things to Do in Sudbury, Massachusetts. Some of these we've already mentioned, but we'll elaborate on them a little further.
This was updated pretty recently, May 10th, 2022. So the first place is called Sky Bar, and it says, try a classic Necco candy bar being resurrected in a small suburban shop when the candy company Necco went bankrupt in 2018. Is that how you say it, Necco?
I think so.
Necco.
Yeah.
They went bankrupt in 2018. It put its sweet intellectual property up for auction. While the confectioner was well known for its chalky wafers, Louise Manhini
or Mawhini. Or is it Mawhini or Mawhini? I don't know.
Ooh, Mawhini. That's cute. Louise Mawhini had more pressing concerns. Would the world never know another Sky Bar? A chocolate bar introduced in 1938 when an airplane spelled out its name in the sky. The Sky Bar was an innovative candy bar and remained unusual through Necco's demise in 2018, opening a Sky Bar's cheery yellow wrap. That's fucking weird. Oh, I guess it's not that weird, but when we were reading the title, Obscura, to me, is yellow. But anyway, opening Moxie Bustian. Sky Bar's cheery yellow wrapper revealed 4 chocolate-coated chambers, each containing a different flavor: caramel, peanut, vanilla, and fudge. Tipped off by one of the customers at her gourmet food shop in suburban Sudbury, Mawhini bid on the rights to the Sky Bar. Most of Necco's was snapped up by candy giants such as Spangler, making of orange citrus peanuts, but Mawhini bagged her bar, a win that came with decades of different Sky Bar recipes. Lucky enough, a location next door to her food shop became available and is now the site of the Sky Bar's triumphant return. With the help of a former NECO vice president and fellow Sky Bar fan, she figured out how to manufacture the chocolates on a 3D printer-esque machine that was a fraction of the size of the line that once churned out Sky Bars for a global fan base. With the help of her employees' taste buds, she chose a 1970s Sky Bar recipe to resurrect, which most tasters find superior to the 2018 version. The opening of the shop, also called Sky Bar in 2019, was warmly welcomed, attracting New England press as well as Days drivers who pulled over for a bit of nostalgia. The shop also offered retro candies, teas, and games. But the Sky Bars are the star attraction, and if you come at the right time, you can watch the candies come off the line, injected full of 4 nostalgic flavors.
How fun. So
Wow.
retro.
Wow. What else you got?
All right. So the next place on this list is Ford's Folly. So this is a dam in the woods built by Henry Ford with only manpower and oxen. It holds no water and serves no purpose.
Oh, okay. It sounds familiar.
Right?
The Folly is like a building or a structure that's just for presentation.
Yeah, I guess it was just for presentation, because if it serves no purpose, I
Right.
can't think of what else, like what other reason would they have had to build this. But this says, in 1923, Henry Ford came to Sudbury, Massachusetts, to build a, quote, colonial town, a 300-person village whose residents would live in the, quote, manner of our pilgrim fathers. I guess like a kind of like a fake town. He wanted
Okay.
to, like, I don't know,
Yeah.
like an old, not like an old Western town, but like, you know, like a town with a theme almost. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm following.
So this historic village and museum was to serve as a splendid example of colonial America and reignite the country's pioneer spirit. Ford centered this project on the Old Howe Tavern, 1686, which was also known as Longfellow's Wayside Inn, from the book of poems by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, which we talked about before, the place that's haunted by Jerusha Howe. He purchased the structure in 1923 along with 2,822 acres of surrounding land. Henry Ford renovated the inn and built several buildings on the land around it. These included the Martha Mary Chapel, a traditional white New England style non-denominational church and wedding chapel that has been used as a set in several movies. And I wonder what movies that was
What
used.
movie?
And the grist mill, a fully operating water-powered stone mill that still grinds grain for the rolls, cornbread, and other baked goods served at the Wayside Inn. Ford had the Redstone Schoolhouse of Mary Had a Little Lamb fame moved here from Sterling, Massachusetts, which we'll also talk about that in a bit, along with the Little Red Outhouse behind it. To protect the inn from the vibrations caused by heavy traffic, Ford constructed the Route 20 bypass and sold it to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for $1. The dam, the dam was built to create a reservoir for the village complex by trapping water from Hot Brook, a small stream that runs down the side of Knobscot Mountain. The water was tested and found to be pure. In the interest of historical accuracy, the dam was, along with the rest of the complex, constructed, quote, in the traditional manner. That meant using local stone, oxen, and manpower. Unfortunately, the long dam was sited on incompetent fractured rock. Incompetent bedrock tends to be relatively weak and, in this case, porous. That meant that the dam, despite its size and years of labor to correct the problem, simply could not hold the reservoir it was designed to create. In a rainy year, it would fill in the spring and then drain in the fall. In a dry year, it would not fill at all. Ford's property manager, John Campbell, spent 16 years, from 1930 to 1946, attempting to fix the dam so it would hold water. His efforts can be seen in several large blocks of concrete on the left side at the bottom of the dam. None of them worked, and he was forced to abandon the project. So today, there it stands, Ford's Folly, a dam without water in the middle of the woods. It's 30 feet high and over 900 feet long with forests on both sides. Hop Brook still trickles up to the dam and then under it, burbling on its way without hindrance. Visitors can walk across the top of the dam safely because of a chain link fence on either side. It's unsightly and poison ivy is encroaching, but the sides of the dam are very steep and the ground is far down. If you think you see a wrecked car or two at the bottom, that's because local teenagers used to push them off the top.
Oh my God.
Imagine that as like a pastime.
Pictures of this dam are like fucking spooky. It's
Crazy.
just like a liminal space.
Yeah,
Weird.
there's that word again, liminal spaces. It's just fucking creepy shit. So it says on the dam's far end, visitors will be close to the backyards of homes built long after 1945 when Henry Ford sold the Wayside Inn and shifted his focus to Dearborn, Michigan. And here's a word of advice to know before you go. The best time to view the dam is in the fall when the leaves are off the trees. Turn off Route 20, the Boston Post Road, onto Brimstone Lane. Drive up this steep one-lane road until you reach the Knobscott Conservation Land parking lot, just before Brimstone becomes a private road. On the either side of the road, you will see a trail leading downward. Follow that trail and turn right. Walk through the conservation land until you reach another fork and turn right. There's a sign on a tree at the fork.
That's a nope for me.
Yeah, exactly. If I had to jump through hoops to get to this place, no, fuck that.
Yeah.
So
breadcrumbs.
You will cross over Hot Brook, the stream that was supposed to feed the reservoir. The trail will lead you straight to the top of the Ford's Folly. Warning, the path is overgrown in places. You will encounter both mosquitoes and lush growths of poison ivy on the trail and the dam, so dress appropriately. And it doesn't say this, but I'm going to add this. Do this at your own risk. This just sounds like questionable to me.
Also, it sounds like you're kind of skirting around private property, and they did say that there are houses close by, and I think you'll be okay, especially since it sounds like it's kind of in a public area. Your phone GPS probably works, but then again, be careful. The other thing I wanted to say is, if you do go, leave it better than you found it. Yes. Don't mess it up for other people wanting to experience it later on.
Yeah, and don't be pushing cars off the fucking.
Yeah, don't
do stupid.
There are pictures that was a very old, like 70s car.
Wow.
In the dirt.
That's weird. Nuts. That's crazy.
All right. We're gonna talk about the Redstone Schoolhouse. This classic red schoolhouse is said to have been where Mary and her little lamb went to school. Mary Had a Little Lamb is one of the most famous nursery rhymes of all time, and supposedly its frivolous lyrics can be traced back to this 18th century schoolhouse, which was moved from its original location in order to preserve it. Built sometime in the late 1700s, the tiny one-room schoolhouse was in use from 1798 up until 1927, when it was finally closed for the first time. This little schoolhouse takes its name from its original location, as opposed to its color, having been located on Redstone Hill in Sterling, Massachusetts. After its initial stint as a school, the entire building was moved around 20 miles to nearby Sudbury, where it remains to this day. Relocated by Henry Ford to be a part of his Wayside Inn Historic District, the school reopened again in 1927. At its new location, teaching grades 1 through 4 to local children. This second life lasted until 1951, when the school was closed a second time and converted into a solely historical site. The school's relation to the famous nursery rhyme began during its first life as a school, supposedly based on one Mary Elizabeth Sawyer, a Sterling resident who is thought to have brought her lamb to school with her on the advice of her brother. Adorable. Aww. The exact origins of the poem are disputed, but according to the plaque outside of the Redstone Schoolhouse, this is the one that is mentioned in the verse. The Redstone Schoolhouse is preserved today and available for tours, which give a glimpse into what education was like in the days of yore. Unsurprisingly, still no lambs allowed.
Oh, that is cute. Yeah, I mean, do we ever really stop to think where our nursery rhymes come from?
Dark shit. Except for this one, that is cute. Seems to have a nice turn of events.
Very cute. So the next one is the Assabet River National Wildlife Refuge. So in the middle of a New England forest sits the crumbling ruins of a World War II era ammunition storage bunker, or multiple bunkers. One doesn't expect to see them looming in the woods along the trails of a wildlife refuge. Long and low with rounded tops, they resemble ancient burial mounds, or crypts. The back end of each one curves down to the ground, while the front has a flat concrete facade secured by a heavy iron door. That kind of reminds me, did you ever watch Lost? Like the bunker from Lost?
No.
So fucking creepy.
We talked about this really early on.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, sorry.
Okay. So a ventilation port projects from the top. Some of these structures face the trails, while others stand in isolation among the trees. These are concrete bunkers built by the United States Army in the woods of Massachusetts to store live ammunition. Now abandoned, they are covered with dirt and pine needles, while saplings and second-growth trees sprout from the tops and the sides, as well as all around them. A conservation area of 3.5 square miles, the Assabet River National Wildlife Refuge began as a temperate pine forest marked by ponds and multiple swampy areas. It served as a hunting and fishing grounds for the Nipmuc tribe of the Wampanoag Indians. Colonial settlement converted the area into farms and homes in the towns of Maynard, Stowe, Hudson, and Sudbury. America's involvement in World War II changed all of that. The United States Army took over 2,450 acres by eminent domain in 1942. This action displaced more than 80 family homesteads, farms, and orchards, many of them going back several generations. The Army then closed the roads and sealed off the land with security patrols. They turned the combined area into the Maynard Ammunition Storage Backup Point, or the MASBP. During World War II, the Army used the MASBP to store ammunition, a function for which they built the concrete bunkers before shipping it to the European theater. The location was deemed far enough inland that shells from a German battleship in Boston Harbor couldn't reach it. That gave rise to the annex's nickname of the ammunition dump. The dozens of bunkers, each one numbered, all face in the same direction, northwest. They were built with barrel vaulted tops in case of explosions.
Why northwest?
I don't know.
Weird.
Good question. The shape would channel the rubble straight up and then back down instead of blasting outward in all directions. The bunkers were also spaced far apart, presumably so an explosion in one wouldn't set off any of the others.
I'm wondering, okay, it's kind of near the coast. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm trying to get my head around this.
Yeah.
So if the numbers are all facing northwest, so that would be in order for the defense to be able to see what bunker it is.
Maybe.
And I guess the ships that were coming in, probably from the southeast, wouldn't be able to see the numbers. So they couldn't make, like, hit this bunker because this is in it. Hit number whatever because this is in it.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of.
That's a good theory. I like that theory.
Here we go.
Yeah.
I'm back in.
A network of railroad tracks that connected to the Massachusetts Central Railroad linked the 50 bunkers, which made loading and shipping the ammunition fast and easy. The bunkers are now empty, like concrete Quonset huts swept clean, and the railroad tracks have been taken up. Only their spirit remains in the straight lengths of some trails. A long vehicle track that encircles the refuge is still called the Patrol Road. After the war, the MASBP became the Sudbury Annex of Fort Devens in Unaired, Massachusetts, used for training personnel. Army reservists most recently used the Sudbury Annex in 1991 for field troop training during Operation Desert Storm. Because a Massachusetts pine forest looks just like the Kuwait desert, they're just being sarcastic. In the 50s, the Army began dumping toxic waste from their Natick laboratories at the annex, both in barrels
laboratories.
And laboratory. Because did you ever say Dexter's Laboratory? Isn't it
Yes.
Dexter's Laboratory?
Edie.
Laboratories. Both in barrels and pits dug into the ground. This contamination continued until the 80s when they converted the annex to train personnel for various units. An oil spill in 1985 alerted the Army to the possibility of groundwater and soil pollution at the annex. I wonder if any fish were coming up with like 3 fucking eyes and
Dude, that's crazy.
Right?
Dumping toxic waste.
Right. An investigation a year later confirmed this and identified the primary substance as volatile organic contaminants, insecticides, and pesticides.
Wow.
The government placed the site on the Superfund National Priority List in 1989. Dude, did you know there was a Superfund site in my fucking little ass town?
A what?
Yeah, a
Superfund.
It's like a toxic site that the government, they kind of trying to clean it up.
Oh.
Yeah, because it's toxic.
What's your Superfund? It sounds like super fun. You know what I mean? It's a super fun site. What's your site?
It's not super fun for whoever it's affecting because
no.
It could be cancerous.
But why of all the names did they pick that name?
Super fund. I don't know. I guess it's funded by the government in efforts to clean it.
So you have one close by. Right.
Yeah, there was some kind of factory or something. It's now flattened. They've since flattened it, and they had machines and stuff digging up stuff from there for a while. Also, there's a park in town. They found toxic sludge coming up from the ground.
The fuck?
Yeah.
Jersey, get it together.
What's up, Jersey? Yeah.
Wow.
So that's what a Superfund site. I guess this one was so bad it was put on the National Priority List in 1989, and it was a 9-year Superfund cleanup that followed removed underground storage tanks and gallons of poison along with tons of contaminated soil and creek sediments. Once the worst toxins had been taken away, the U.S. Army transferred 2,332 acres of the annex to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in the fall of 2000. The Assabet River National Wildlife Refuge opened to the public on October 23, 2005, after 63 years of military use. The Wildlife Service manages the refuge for the conservation of migratory birds. Today, the Assabet River National Wildlife Refuge bears no resemblance to its previous military incarnation. Instead, it has reverted to forest, wetland areas, vernal pools, and large ponds.
Wow.
These provide important feeding and breeding areas for migratory birds and other wildlife. In short, the land is once again to the kind of forest it is, or it used to be, with one big exception. Those concrete bunkers still loom in the woods. How creepy would it be to just like come across those things?
Very like Chernobyl.
Yeah. Yeah. And they are all sealed off to prevent intrusion. So no squatters. So depending on weather and light, they can look benign or they can look somewhat creepy. I can only imagine what they will look on like a foggy, misty day.
Or in like a thunderstorm.
Yeah, but you can't go inside any of them, although people do try.
I'm so happy to hear that nature has taken back over and is healing itself, at least in that location. That's awesome to hear.
Yeah. So some things that you should know if you try to visit, know before you go. The bunkers appear along some of the 15 miles of the refuge's trails and are scattered through the woods. To see the bunkers, you can download a trail map of the refuge on the Assabet River National Wildlife Refuge website. We will link that in our show notes. The Assabet River National Wildlife Refuge is open to the public year-round from sunrise to sunset. It is easily reached by car at 680 Hudson Road in Sudbury, Massachusetts, and you can park in one of the three areas. The trails are well maintained and clearly marked, used by runners and walkers, as well as cross-country skiers in the winter. There are no dogs or horses allowed. You can enjoy catch and release fishing from 2 docks on Puffer Road, but you don't want to eat them, it says. Trust me, don't eat the fish there.
Yeah.
It says note here, the visitor center has been closed since the COVID-19 pandemic, so...
What do you think was in that visitor center? Like what?
Probably, I don't know, like pamphlets or any kind
Maybe
of like...
old photos of the...
Yeah, maybe
and...
like informational boards, like with stuff you can read or stuff like that.
Right.
I'm guessing.
So we're going to talk again a little bit about the Wayside Inn. It's the oldest continuously operated inn in the United States, once owned by Henry Ford in 1863. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow published a collection of poems that included a description of a historic tavern, quote, built in the old colonial day when men lived in a grander way. End quote. The collection, titled Tales of Wayside Inn, is named for a real place located along Old Boston Post Road in a scenic and picturesque area of Sudbury, Massachusetts. The Wayside Inn is a true jewel that encapsulates the aura, history, and legacy of colonial North America. Originally built as a family home in 1686, it opened as Howe's Tavern in 1716. Throughout its 300-year history, the inn has hosted many notable visitors, including George Washington.
Dude, he's been everywhere. He's a little hell.
Everywhere, man. The Marquis de Lafayette, publisher Isaiah Thomas, abolitionist Lydia Marie Child, writer Henry David Thoreau, and poet Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. In 1923, the inn was purchased by Henry Ford, who had a replica grist mill and a non-denominational chapel constructed nearby. Ford also had a one-room schoolhouse relocated from Sterling, Massachusetts onto... Did he relocate that little red schoolhouse?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I think we mentioned that. Onto the property. He believed the titular Mary from Sarah Josepha Hale's poem, Mary Had a Little Lamb, once attended the schoolhouse. Visiting the Wayside Inn is almost like stepping back in time. The atmosphere is pastoral, rustic, and extremely welcoming. The interior is remarkably well preserved, and despite having modern amenities, it captures the look and feel of 18th and 19th century American architecture and design perfectly. The rooms and hallways are elegant, decorated with many historic documents and artifacts. The food of the restaurant is exquisite, and the gift shop is a delight where one can even purchase whole wheat flour made at the gristmill. Cool. If you're interested in early American history and would like to stay or dine at the truly historic location in a serene area, the Wayside Inn is one of the best places to visit in Massachusetts and New England, and it's haunted.
Yeah, it's haunted. If that's not enough to make you go visit, I'm telling you, we need to make a trip there.
I'm 100% for it.
Yeah, so cool. So the next one is Stone's Bridge, and this is a historic bridge that nobody is allowed to cross.
What?
Yeah, so in New England and the northeastern United States, there is no shortage of old historic bridges. However, there is one bridge along the Sudbury River that not only leads to nowhere, but people are not allowed on it entirely. Constructed in the 1850s, Stone's Bridge is named after historic resident Daniel Stone, and not for its construction material. It was built to replace an old wooden bridge that had existed since the 1670s. This wooden bridge played a key role during the American Revolution as it was crossed by Henry Knox and the guns of Ticonderoga on his way to Cambridge to relieve General George Washington during the siege of Boston. The current stone bridge was mentioned by Henry David Thoreau in his diaries, which dated back to 1859. The bridge suffered significant flooding damage from Hurricane Diane in 1955, and at that point, the bridge on the how do you say this, Christina? Framingham side was removed, and in 2012, engineers discovered the bridge was built without mortar and it's entirely dry laid stone.
Wow.
Right? The structure was stabilized, but public access to the bridge was blocked off. Today, the bridge still stands, extending from the Wayland side, only partially crossing the Sudbury River, while veins and vegetation slowly grow around it. It has become a popular spot for scenic photos and a location locals have become familiar with. Definitely worth a quick stop if you're ever in the area. And one thing you should know before you go, there is usually a parking space along Larness Road where you can park and walk over to see the bridge from Stonebridge Road, and the bridge entrance can be found on Overlook Road on the Wayland side.
I can totally see why they wouldn't want people on there.
Yeah.
This has existed since 1670.
Yeah. Dangerous.
But there's no mortar holding it together. Like anybody could just knock that shit over.
Right.
You know, and that wanting to keep that history intact. I totally get it.
Yeah. And not to mention all the lawsuits. If somebody actually got hurt on one of those things.
Yeah.
And I guess the town is liable for any kind of accidents if, you know, they don't put some restrictions on access, public access. We got one more. You want to take it away?
All right. And lastly, there is the Wayside Country Store. This general store near Boston was once owned by Henry. What the hell?
He owned everything.
He owned.
He had like a monopoly on fucking New England.
100%. Owned by Henry Ford, who had relocated it to a different town using a team of oxen. General stores for many people invoked a sense of nostalgia and thoughts of simpler times. Indeed, there is an appeal to a location that has served the community for many generations and still maintains a picturesque charm. Massachusetts is home to several such stores, but the Wayside Country Store in Marlborough is particularly unique. Originally constructed in 1790, the building functioned not only as a general store, but also as a post office and a school. That's like those like bowling alleys that are also Taco Bells that are also like nail salons.
What? That's funny.
I'm just saying. It was originally located in the town of Sudbury. It was purchased by Henry Ford in 1928 and relocated to its present site near Hager Pond using oxen. In order to move such a large object, the store had to be partially disassembled and put back together once it reached its final destination. The foundation of the stone was made from boulders dug from the ground, and the basement supporting pillars are huge tree trunks. The stairs leading from the cellar are hand-carved from logs, and the steps are held together with wooden pegs. Ford had it arranged so that the pegs in every third step were loose, resulting in a creak when stepped on that would give notice of any burglars climbing the stairs.
What?
Wow. The interior of the store remains mostly the same since being purchased by Ford, and even today relies on the potbelly stove for heat. That's wild.
Wow.
Merchandise ranges from pickles in a barrel, ginger snaps, and hundreds of other collectibles and souvenirs, which draw visitors from all over New England. There are also many historical artifacts on display, which make the store also function as a small museum. Perhaps the most notable section is the old-time candy shop. Oh my god.
Dude.
TYME.
I love like a good like old like country candy store. So cute.
Do you?
So fucking cute. Yeah.
So this is connected directly to the store where hundreds of handcrafted, unique, and hard-to-find candies, sweets, and delectables are located inside glass jars and shelves. Indeed, the Wayside Country Store is a very historic location that has been open to customers for over 230 years. If you're interested in taking a step back in history, enjoying a quaint shopping experience, and would like to try some delicious candy, then the Wayside Country Store is the place for you.
Love it.
Yeah.
We'll
Tell them Stina sent you.
Yeah, a quaint little store. So yeah, if you guys are in Sudbury, if you're in Salem and you want to take a little trip over to Sudbury, it's not too far from there. So I don't know if we'll be able to get our asses over there, but it's just
Someday.
cool to learn about all this, knowing that what we know now.
Mm-hmm.
We learned a lot from the Unaired TV Pilot and everything that David had to share with us. And now we're learning about all this just from uncovering the stones, doing our research. And it's so much fun to go down those little rabbit holes, you know, just uncovering.
So from what we know now and the real Sudbury and kind of what we see or like the vibe we get from the Sudbury TV thing, do you feel like possibly they could have been in that Sudbury town?
They could have been.
Like, do you feel like it's the same? Because you said that the actual town is kind of more rural, but I don't know.
I'm going to use the same theory that I had before, which is like certain members of the Salem community back during the witch trials when they were not excommunicated, but when they wanted to get away from the accusations of witchcraft, I'm guessing like they just kind of like settled in another town, rebuilding from the ground up, kind of like starting a clean slate. I'm guessing it might have been the same thing for the Owenses. If Maria was cast out of Salem and
it does say that she stayed close by.
Maybe that Owens house is actually in Sudbury. It could be.
Okay.
That's a theory.
It's a good theory.
That's just my theory.
I hope I get to see it someday. That'd be great.
Right?
I want to go I just want to stay at like a haunted hotel. That's what it is. Or a haunted inn. A haunted hotel is a little different.
Let's check out the Wayside Inn. It's there. You know what else is up that way?
What?
The Lizzie Borden house, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, wait, let me see. It's not too far from Salem either, I don't think. That is in Fall River, Massachusetts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Fall River is an hour and a half south of Salem. So
Sudbury is west.
So it's closer to Rhode Island, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Newport is closer too. And then Fall River is about an hour and 7 minutes from Sudbury. Yeah, and Sudbury's northwest from Fall River. So it's, it's in the vicinity, but not close enough to, just hop on over from Salem. But, it's kind of its own trip. It's on its own trip. You got to go on its own trip. But I did watch, there's a girl on YouTube. Her name is Mikey. Her YouTube handle's Glam and Gore. And what she does is she does her makeup while she's
I know her. Yeah.
Haunted stories.
Mm-hmm.
But she's also done some stints where she goes to these haunted places and she does like ghost hunting at these places. And she went to the Lizzie Borden mansion, or it's not really a mansion. It's a small
farmhouse,
bed and breakfast. Yeah. So she did the Lizzie Borden house, and then she did the Hawthorne Hotel in Salem. She did like a whole like ghost meter reading in the basement. Dude, me and Avi have been in that basement. We went to a haunted dinner theater performance of like Ghostbusters or something like that.
Did she catch anything on her reading?
They caught some weird stuff.
Oh, all
so
right.
I'll link that in our show notes as well, but her videos are really a lot of fun. She doesn't post too much on there anymore. These are some of her older videos, but like I just remember watching these like so fascinated. I'm like, oh my God, what's she gonna find on these places?
Cool.
But really neat. Yeah.
Really neat.
So check out Glam and Gore on YouTube. But I think that's all we have for today. One thing that I do want to mention is that we do have another WMSR episode coming up.
Oh my God.
In a few episodes. I know we're just flying through these episodes. But one thing that I want to mention is I think when we did our commentary during the interview with David, and I think when me and you watched the episode, just me and you, I think we were saying how we wanted to do a Sudbury themed early aughts WMSR episode.
Oh my God. All the music that was featured on there.
So I'm thinking that might be the theme for the next one.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
So we'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. But anyway, Christina, take it away with, I guess, our socials and where you can find us.
And we're also going to have David's socials for you. Again, check him out. He's awesome. We can't wait to have him back. But you can find us over on Instagram, Magnolia Street Podcast, send us an email, magnoliastreetpodcast@gmail.com. Please leave us a rating on Spotify, on Apple Podcasts. You can write us an actual review or leave us some stars. You can rate the individual episodes. And we are over on Patreon, patreon.com/Magnolia Street Podcast, where we have lots of tiers ranging from $1 to $15. And those include varying, you can get a shout out, you get the notes from our show, you get the early calendar, you also get access to our private Facebook and Discord, depending on what tier you're on. And that's where we host our monthly lives or our watch parties, depending on what you guys want to do. But you also get to vote on episodes, song-episodes. You get full songs over there. And our big $15 tier is our Marco Polo group. And we invite you to come chat with us on our group one-on-one, little more personal, little more intimate. And we had a request, an inquiry, a suggestion on maybe making these episodes. Like we said, we don't really tell people that we have these episodes on YouTube for you to listen to. However, it's just like a wait screen. But somebody was like, hey, are you guys ever going to be on camera? And we kind of thought about it a little bit, and the editing might just work out. So if you're one of our patrons, you will get a episode once a month of looking directly at our faces. If YouTube's your thing, we will provide that tier with a private link to watch and listen that episode.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. If you guys really like those, I know Spotify also has a visual option, and we can actually enable, an additional, if you guys want to subscribe to our show on Spotify, then we can create some kind of visual option for subscribers on the Spotify.
Yes.
So yeah, we don't want to complicate things too much. We're just kind of trying to feel this out. So if it goes over well, we'll see. Maybe we'll elaborate on it.
And we're going to go to Salem. Justina and I are meeting for the first time. We're going to be there October 11th through the 15th, and we are hosting an event October 13th. That's a Friday, the 13th, 9 p.m. to 12:30 a.m. We have a location?
I think we do, but let's keep it under wraps for now until we solidify things.
Sure. We got plenty of time.
Yeah, we have plenty of time. But any updates or any kind of new information that you guys need to know about the event, that will all be added to our Eventbrite link. And we will post that in our show notes, as well as our Koji bio in our Instagram. It's the very first link at the top. Go claim your spot. Space is kind of limited. We're going to offer some merch. We got some really cool posters and maybe some t-shirts. I'm not sure yet. Drink specials for sure. Drink specials, margarita specials to be exact.
Right.
Can't forget about those midnight margaritas. So definitely come out to Salem if you're in Salem in October that week. Come hang out with us. We want to meet you. Want to see who's listening to our stupid asses gabbing. Jimmy stupid ass face.
I think I hit everything. Did I miss anything?
By the time this comes out, it'll probably be early August?
July 28th.
Okay, so the end of July. So this is after the fact, but I hope you guys all had a happy 4th of July. Hope your summer's going awesome, and we can't wait to bring you more tasty episodes.
And we hope you had a good Canada Day. We just passed Canada Day, and one of our patrons it's Canada Day here, which falls right before 4th of July. So we know not everybody is listening in the US. So whatever you're celebrating, I hope you had a good time.
Yeah. And we hope your summer's going well. All right, are we ready to close out here?
Yes.
Right.
I'm Christina.
I'm Justina.
And we'll see you next time. Brava.
Gracias.
At that house down the street, at that house on Magnolia Street, would you go down to Magnolia Street with